2. Hey everybody, welcome back to Umineko. It has been a hot minute.
Yeah, it's been 3 fucking months.
Yep, 3 fucking months. So hitting the notifications for the Blue Sky audience.
Yeah, give me a second. I gotta scroll away.
But yeah, been a hot minute on Umineko, and it's been a hot minute since we've streamed it, all due to life events on my side. Like the stream title says, I'm done with personal tragedy, time for fictional tragedy.
Yeah. Sucks, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much what you say, I think, is it sucks. But yeah, anyway, I was, due to family events, cat sitting for my mom for a bit. So, hung out with the cats. Cats were nice. We had, Chloe, who likes to stay by herself. Kim and Courtney, who look very similar, but Kim has a, bit of a break in her tail. It's not enough to, like, that it's cutting off circulation or anything, it's just, it grew weird at the end.
Fucking cats, dude.
Yeah.
Anyhow, in news from me, I started physical therapy, Friday, and I am dying.
Yeah.
I have yet to be able to finish, like, the full day's worth of exercises. Like, I can't do it yet. I got, 3/4 done on Saturday, and then Sunday, which was, of course, yesterday, I got a quarter done. I probably could have done half, but I was dying, so
Yeah.
I've already done a quarter today. If the stream goes longer than 4 hours, I'm gonna have to pause and, go do another quarter.
Yeah, very valid indeed.
But yeah, because, like, I have 2 physical therapy appointments a week. Streams are not going to be at 1600 my time anymore.
Yeah.
They're going to be later. I mean, Tuesdays are still going to be, like, 1600, but I'll just, like, suck it the fuck up, I can do that for one day. I cannot do that for months on end. They'll die. It'll kill me.
Yeah, no, that's very fair. Like, sleep is important to your health.
Valuable personal content is intended for certain audiences. Yeah, I'm a mod here. Fuck off.
Yeah, really.
I'm streaming the same thing, Twitch. Fuck is my inhaler? I feel like I might need it today. You need to get it out just in case.
Yeah.
There it is.
Yeah, so, let's see, other things that I have been up to. Oh, hello, Gwen. Good to see you.
Yes, I need to have both chats up. That's right. There, that'll work.
Yeah, let me get up.
There,
yeah, we had a feeling when we were getting towards the end of this that it's gonna be a thing. Because, yeah, we're starting...
Yeah, and I don't remember what was happening, so this is gonna be fun.
Yeah, we're getting into the meat and potatoes of the accusation from most likely to be thrown into a... voted most likely to be thrown into a trash can, Rudo Erica.
Okay, yeah, I vaguely recall that.
Yeah, so she's accusing Natsuhi and getting really into it at this point.
Natsuhi, yeah. I typed it as Natsumi earlier.
It happens. Natsumi is very common, as names go in Japan.
Yeah, I was trying to. Of course, it's Natsuhi. That's because, like, that's why the fucking capturer always tries to call her Nazi.
Yeah, which wrong member of the Ushiromiya family. Probably. Like,
Probably, yeah.
So conversations that you're not privy to because you're not on Plurk, but my friend Hannah had pointed
I don't even
out,
know what that is.
Taiwanese
I'm sure it's
social
some
media.
sort of. Yeah, I was gonna say. Sure, some kind of social media thing, but.
Yeah. Talking about how a lot of Rosa's actions and the horrible things she's done are outside of the game board. As in, outside of the cat box situation that the game is saying we're in. So much of her shit
outside
is...
of the scenario.
It's outside the scenario. It is a canon event. It cannot be changed. Because it's not part of that whole thing. That closed box, so to speak.
The wibbly wobbly timey-wimey bullshit that we've got going on here.
Yeah, exactly. So much of Rose's abuse attacking a social worker. Yeah, nothing before October 4th, 1986 is malleable. Which also means that moon tourism, not terrorism, is not malleable.
Yeah, get hit with that northern accent. Terrorism. Gods.
Yeah. Fuck. But yeah, so much of Rose's shit is, a canon event, so really, she's probably the worst of the Ushiromiya siblings.
Now, you say that, but we haven't actually seen the others do stuff yet.
That's fair.
It's only, like, Kraus and her so far.
Yeah. But I'm not getting the vibe of the amounts of child abuse that Rosa does.
Oh yeah, absolutely not. However, that does not mean that they haven't done other horrible, awful things.
Fair. Also, I'm saying Ushiromiya siblings because, for all we know, some people...
Oh, we already know that, fucking, Kinzo is way worse than even Rosa.
Oh, yeah. Kinzo's way worse. Also, he doesn't count because he's fucking dead.
It's true, yeah.
Let me see here. But yeah, like, just to get my brain right here. Human side, please. Like...
That's a lot of dead people.
That's a lot of dead people.
Hey kids, want to see a dead body?
But yeah, like, Kiri might be further up there, depending on how much she did in her preparation for being the head of her family before she split.
There's a reason why I keep thinking, like, she's the most likely to have been killing people, but she also, like...
She's not the only one.
Doesn't survive to the end.
Yeah, she cannot be the only one if she is one.
Yeah, like, this has definitely got to be a situation of, like, either different people are killing everyone each loop, or there are multiple killers on the island.
Yeah.
There is no way, shape, or form that it's going to be, like, the same person every time and not have an accomplice.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah.
It's impossible.
Yeah, I think it is multiple killers. There is one killer that is, I think, canon to all of them, and it is whatever that sort of expressionless Beatrice represented. The one who kills no matter what at the end. Except for the one time that Ava evaded it. And got...
Because she solved the puzzle and all that.
Yeah, she solved the puzzle, got the Kuwadorian, and survived. So, I think there's one canon are one consistent killer, and then there are other killers beyond that, pushed by various
people
things.
Who start killing based on like what's going on in that particular loop.
Yeah, exactly. So we get, we've got a real pressure of Battler is considered to be the one to have found the gold. And so that pressure is causing ripple effects, basically.
Yeah. And like the differing letters each time also changes people's actions.
Yeah, absolutely. The differing letters, whether there is a letter or not, what they focus on. I am definitely of the opinion that either Shannon, or as her actual name is, Sile.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
Yeah, just figured I'd remind people because it's been a hot minute since we've been told about that.
Yeah, me as people.
Or Jessica are posing as the as Beatrice, because they're the only ones with a real build for it, except maybe Canon. It has to be one of these three, though, who could pose as Beatrice and give up a convincing look.
All right, we're gonna have to finish the recap here in a minute because my housemate's back, and I did warn you that I was gonna have to go take a shot with them.
Yeah, no problem.
Fucking sucked though, like having to walk over there after my physical therapy exercises.
All right, so yeah,
send help. Quinn, help me. Can you help me walk into the other building?
Other side of the fucking United States.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, you're fine.
Just some help.
Yeah. Just a joke.
Yeah, just a joke. I wish it wasn't though.
All right, so I will pause the recording, but still talk to the stream people.
All right, please do so.
Yeah, so now we're back.
I did come up with a joke while I was away.
All right.
Faludo, Erica, girl failure, derogatory.
Yeah.
Because normally that's affectionate. You gotta specify.
Yep, absolutely. So yeah, we're going to get into accusations, and Battler probably getting to finally interject into all this because he's not been in control of his piece this entire time.
Suck nerd. Amber, get off those boxes. I got snack for street and go away. These are mine, not yours. I'm Erica, right?
Yes.
Of course. First, the alibi for before 1 a.m. Amber, fuck off the boxes. Go away. The boxes are not for you. This is no problem at all. I played cards with the cousins in their room until midnight. Scotch. I didn't wipe the glass out, now it's kind of watery. Fuck. Oh well. And then I went down to the lounge where I met Dr. Nanjo. That's right, Dr. Nanjo.
24時に降りてきたエリカさんとお会いして少しお話をしていましたらかなりの
I
ミ
can't
ステリー
decide
2だと
if
分かりま
spicy
した。
food and scotch goes together or not.
Probably they do. At least some
Like,
spicy foods.
Taking a bite of the noodles and then taking a sip of the scotch, then the bite of the noodles, I can't decide.
That's right. At midnight, I met Erica as she was coming downstairs and spoke with her, learning that she was quite the connoisseur of the mystery genre.
すっかり意気投合し
Of
て
course
し
she
まい
fucking is.
I realized that I'd found a kindred spirit. Yeah, she has a mystery genre protagonist stamped on her soul. Of course she's into the genre.
Yep. Also, Nanjo, you're like 50 years older than her. That's not a kindred soul. That's just like a kid that happens to be interested in the same things you are.
I mean,
Fucking nerd.
sometimes kids can have interesting conversations with adults.
Oh, I know. It's just like you're not gonna have that much in common with an adult to be called a like kindred soul until you're older,
That's fair.
or at least not an adult his age.
Yeah.
Like an adult our age, maybe that's possible. Yeah, I put it on the low end, but like it's I'm only twice as old as her, roughly.
Erica's just built different. Yeah, she's built different and derogatory.
She's built out of trash, is what she is. And the whole ass dumpster has been refactored into her. When I went into the archive to solve the epitaph's riddle. Okay, I've decided. At the very least, a scotch does not go with these noodles because these noodles have some oil in them. So I just got the little frog in the throat there for a second.
Yeah, fair.
Shut up, Phoenix. I noticed that there were several original copies of famous foreign mystery novels stored there. So I wanted to discuss them with the actual books in hand. We moved to the archive and were talking the whole time. Constantly until we moved to the lounge.
Yeah, just in general, Erica got to talk about her hyper-focus. The archive in the guest house had enough books in it that you might even call it a small library. In it were several famous foreign mystery novels that Kinzo had once taken a liking to. Of course, they were all original.
Despite growing up so fucking poor, I actually had the same thing going on in my house. We had so many fucking books when I was younger. And of course, like, a solid 3/4 of them were my mother's trashy romance, but there were a lot of books there.
Yeah, fair. And, like...
It's because my mother can't, like, help herself. She buys, like, 4 or 5 books every time she goes to the store.
And
it's always the same, like, trashy romance novel shit. I'm just like, please. What are you doing? Read something else for once.
Fair.
Like, literally anything else. If only to expand your horizons. Please.
Of course, they were all original and in English, but English was no problem for both Erica and Nanjo. On that occasion, Erica had again borrowed the key to the archive from Goda in the servant room. He added that she had to recheck the seal at that point and, of course, reset it. Damn her. Even though she keeps it sealed for anyone else to enter or leave, she alone enters and leaves whenever she wants. Yeah, that's how those things work.
Yeah, Battler. That's the whole purpose of one. It's to check, like, when someone leaves without your enters or leaves without your knowledge, and if you're the one that set the fucking seal up, then obviously you know when you did.
Yeah.
I see. So from midnight until 3 a.m. when you went to bed, you were with Nanjo the whole time. That means Nanjo's alibi is the most rock solid of them all. Yes, that is indeed the case. Repetition requested, my master. Sort of weird how, like, when Japanese gets translated into English, they, like, phrase it as my master, but, like, that's super fucking awkward in English.
It's true, but also, Erica is fucking awkward, so it works for her in this specific case.
It's true, yeah. But, like,
how often it happens
I distinctly remember that, like, Helsing did the same thing. And it's just like, nah, that's not how we do that in English. Yes, there are some cases where you add the my in front of things. In front of, like, honorifics or titles, but, like, usually you don't.
Yeah.
Mostly because like the ones that you do are like have fallen so far out of favor that you haven't heard them like spoken naturally in like 300 years.
Yeah, normally you would just say Master X, even if you are using Master.
Yeah, and even like no matter like what time period you go into in English, a master has always been like an honorific, not a title. It's true, but yes, I'm just like talking about like a overall translation weirdness.
Overall translation trend rather than Erica in the specific, because Erica is a weird little gremlin derogatory.
Yeah, it's like for people who don't know, the way that you would use master in English is the same way that you'd use Mr. or Miss or Mrs. or what have you. So, like, instead of saying, like, you wouldn't say my Mr. or anything, even though that, like, master and Mr. are from the same, like, root word.
Yeah.
You know, this is because, like, the whole purpose of the usage of master is to speak to the head of the house. So you like master or mistress, depending on like the the gender of the person being spoken to. But there's there's other variations of master as well, like Meister, for example, or Maestro as well. So like that eventually got turned into Mister.
Yeah, Master Wayne.
So like this is also why you would call a smith or a shop owner masters, because like they own the building that they're in.
Yeah.
Eventually that came to also mean like someone who is an expert at their craft, like a master smith. It's because like that smith is good enough to own his own shop, so you'd call him master.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, that's how you would use that if you're not writing a weird little gremlin.
Yes. It's like I like talking about linguistic things. Also, ow. I was taking out the trash yesterday, and when I was walking back, my flip-flop caught on a stick that was like laying on the ground, and it rode up into the knuckle of my big toe, and now I have like an 1.5 inch long gash across my toe.
Owie.
And I just put my foot on it. That hurt.
Ouch.
I am the sacrifice for the 8th Twilight.
Clearly.
God damn it. What is that one's gouge the leg and kill, right?
Yeah.
At least it's not the knees, dude. My knees don't need any more fucking punishment.
Yeah, fair.
I'm already putting them through enough with like the physical therapy. Anyhow, I'll respond. After 2400, Erica was with Nanja the whole time until 3 a.m.
At midnight, the crime in the cousin's room still hadn't occurred. But this establishes an alibi for the period before the time he spent in the lounge.
その後、私たちは午前1時に書庫から廊下へ出ます。
God damn it, Erica, let me eat my noodles, you bitch. After that, we walked out of the archive and into the hallway at 1 a.m.
すると偶然、お戻りになられたローザさんと鉢合わせになりました。
When we did, we just happened to bump into Rosa as she returned.
そして私がゴーダさんにそれを教えました。
I then told Goda about that.
客人を出迎えるのは使用人の役目だろうと思いまして。
I figured it was probably a servant's responsibility to welcome in a guest. Yeah, I don't think so. I think you did that specifically so you'd have, like, extra evidence to use.
Yeah, because she fucking thinks like that. Goda asked if he should bring a towel, but Rosa refused. She quickly headed to the second floor. At this point, Erica, Goda, and Nanjo gathered together and decided to have a drink. Their alibis in the lounge up until 3 a.m. have already been proclaimed and read, so there are no problems there.
続きまして、午前3時以降。
I do very much enjoy a lot of the presentation in Umineko, and I'm looking forward to the sequel series, but I'm also... I'm not streaming that because fucking hell, I've already put myself through enough streaming Umineko when I could have shotgunned
Yeah,
it.
it's been like 2 years. It's been like 2 years since we started this shit.
And B, I'm not starting it until it's all finished. Because I don't want to be
that's
left...
also incredibly fair.
Yeah, I do not want to be left hanging for, like, years on end. Though hopefully, once they start back up again, they will have a consistent schedule.
Hopefully.
お開きになった後の南條先生のアドバイス。
I gotta get up and turn my air conditioner on. Because my, the power button on my remote has, like, worn out from use.
Oh.
It's just shitty, because, like, I haven't been using the remote that much. Usually I just keep the fucking AC on the entire time, but... I don't know, man. Here we go. Unfortunately, I'll have to turn it off in a couple hours, too, because it's gonna get down to, like, fucking 6 degrees Celsius tonight. But it's 22 right now, so AC it is. Oh, it's gonna get down to 4. It's even worse.
Oof.
Fair enough. I mean, it's better for me.
I mean, yeah, better
Genuinely.
for you, but...
I like it cold. Even my limbs and my condition likes it cold. Alright? So... I know that's opposite of how, like, most people are. Like, usually, like, the warmer it is, the better it is on their joints. But for me, I don't know why. Cold works better. Although, granted, I haven't actually, like, tried, like, a hot patch or anything like that. I usually use, like, a cold thing. Just because, like, I know it works, so why experiment?
Yeah, fair.
All I know is that my legs hurt worse during the summer.
Gotcha.
But they feel better during the winter. Anyhow. Let's continue on to after 3 a.m. This is Dr. Najo's alibi for after... hiccup. Alcohol plus spicy equals hiccups.
Apparently.
This is Dr. Najo's alibi after we split up.
午前3時にバトラさんがお戻りになり、ラウンジは解散。
At 3 a.m., Battler returned and the people in the lounge went their separate ways.
私と南條先生、バトラさんの3人は2階へ上がりました。
Dr. Najo, Battler, and I all went up to the second floor.
そして南條先生はお休みに。
I then said good night to Dr. Najo. Yes. I read that
その
correctly.
際、もちろん先生のお部屋の扉にも封印をさせていただきました。
At the time, of course, I put a seal on the door to the doctor's room as well.
Why, you weird little fucking gremlin?
あとは事件発覚まで同じです。
She's a total fucking weirdo, is all.
She's a stalker, is what she is.
And it went unchanged until the time until the crime was discovered.
私はバトラさんの悲鳴と同時に部屋を飛び出し、
I flew out of my room the moment Battler screamed.
南條
I'm
先生の
sure.
部屋の
Yes, you were
扉
just waiting
に
for
封印が
that.
されていることを確認しました。
And I confirmed that the door to Dr. Najo's room was still
よっ
sealed.
て南條先生のアリバイは午前1時以前、午前3時以降、ともに完璧なのです。
Therefore, Dr. Najo's alibi is perfect both before 1 a.m. and after 3 a.m.
She really is just a metagaming little fuck.
This is the kind of shit, like, if you try to pull at the table, like when I was, like, DMing or something like that, I would tell you to go fuck off.
Yeah. And yeah, this is what we're doing. We're going alibi by alibi, as well as excuse by excuse of what if it
素晴らしいわ。
was at a different time.
あなたの封印も赤き真実も完璧よ。
Splendid, Erica. Both your both your seal and your red truth are perfect.
We need
It's been a
that.
while since I had to, like, project so much while speaking.
Yeah, we need that meme of Obama giving himself some sort of medal.
Yeah.
but it's Bern Castell and Erica.
Now with my tablet is working, maybe.
南條は午前
Your
3時
tablet's not
エ
working?
リカと一緒にいたというアリバイが
Yeah, I told you that I needed a USB-C port on my video card, so I need to get an adapter for it.
Gotcha.
And like, I did get an adapter, but I chose the wrong one. I chose a male adapter when I need a female adapter.
Oh.
So. It's my fault for not checking the other end of the cable, like when I was like looking at it. But still, it sucks.
Yeah.
Nanjo had the alibi of being with Erica until 3 a.m.
そして午前3時から朝まで自室を出ていない
And he didn't leave his room after 3 a.m. until morning.
Using the seals she had placed on the doors, Erica was granted red truths from Bern Castell one after another.
Also, to elaborate on my tablet thing, just so no one asks me, yes, it is possible to use it without the display aspect. That works, but this is also a hue ion we're talking about here. So when I move it to do that, I risk damaging the port, which means I would need to replace the tablet entirely. And the port is already damaged from Ember laying on the fucking cable the entire like last 3 years I've had the damn thing. So like moving it more is a really bad idea.
Yeah.
I could technically do it, but I'm risking having to spend like $400 by doing so for a meme. I'm not gonna do that.
Yeah, please. When I gave Beto a repetition request, it was about maneuvering and tactics, but it's totally different for Erica. For her, it's like having a trump card which can make red whenever she wants. Granted, it requires pre-planning, but she gets to know something bad's gonna happen beforehand.
これでゲストハウスの容疑者全員のアリバイ証明を終えました
This concludes the proof of alibis for all suspects in the guest house.
問題はありませんね
No problems, I assume. Well, I could see one very
問題はあ
large
るぞ
problem. It has blue hair, even. I do have a
そ
problem.
れはだな
And that problem is... Don't open your mouth without already having a plan, man, so come on.
You're not Battler. Beto racked her brains to find some point to latch onto, but Erica's red had been ruthlessly perfect. There was no point she could take issue with. Beto kept thinking hard, trying to fault Erica on something, but her expression was so wrought with desperation that anyone could tell.
I don't
by
know, I
looking.
could take issue with, like, Erica's existence overall.
I mean,
Just like-
yeah.
On a foundational level. Like, this fucks up the game, come on.
ベアートを却下するわ私は何も問題を感じない
I'm overruling you, Beto. I can't sense any problems at all.
Yeah, because it's your girlfriend's character.
極めてポップでキュートでパーフェクトだわ
Oh my
I'm not
God.
making you read
It's
that.
totally pop, cute, and perfect. Ugh. I hate you, Lambda Delta. How dare you make me say these words in that order?
これでゲストハウスの人間全員のアリバイは証明された
The alibis for all humans in the guest house have now been proven.
待ちな、エリカ。俺を抜く気か。
Hold it, Erica. You're gonna leave me out of this?
後ろ
I
宮
think
バト
the
ラーにだっ
gods
て
can actually, like,
反
do
抗のチャ
something
ンスはあるはず
about
だ。
I'm pretty sure Ushiromiya Battler also had a chance to commit the crime. Fuck, you're just implicating yourself. Okay. Let's fucking go.
Well, I mean, if you're gonna do this, you might as well be fucking thorough.
何しろ。犠牲者たちと同じ部屋で一夜を共にしたんだぞ。
After all, I was in the same room as the victims all night.
その俺を差し置いて、議論を先になんか進ませねえ
There's no way I'll let you carry on this discussion while ignoring me.
Be thorough, you little shit.
At that moment, an arrow twisted like a golden snake and hit me. It didn't pierce through me, but it slapped me hard on the cheek like a whip. Okay, so Battler isn't
Really?
allowed to talk just yet.
バトラ様の発言権はまだ認められておりません。
Fuck off, Chester00. Lord Battler, your right to speak has not yet been
ご
recognized.
注意を。
Be warned.
Oh, damn it.
はあ、分かっておるぞバトラ。
Yeah, I understand, Battler.
そしてすまぬ。許せ。
And my apologies. Forgive me. How
Erika!
dare you make me say those words in that order, Banto? What the fuck?
まだバトラのアリバイを示していないぞ。
Erica, you still haven't shown an alibi for
バト
Battler.
ラは犠牲者たちと枕を並べて眠った男。
Battler's the man who was sleeping alongside the victims.
誰よりも一番に疑わなければならぬのではないのか。
Shouldn't he be placed under the greatest suspicion of all?
Yeah, is it not possible that Battler in the guest house committed the crime?
ベアとの言う通りだわ。ダメじゃないよね、バトラを飛ばしちゃ。
Banto's right. You can't go skipping Battler like that. I do every day.
これは失礼しました。すっかり失念しておりました。
I do every day. I love it when I get to repeat a joke like that. My apologies. I had completely forgotten about him.
Also, the one time Erica's actually made a good burn.
そなたは午前3時に帰ってきたバトラと共に2階へ上がる。
After Battler returned at 3 a.m., you went upstairs with him.
そしてそなたも自室に戻って眠ったはずだ。
And I believe you also went to your own room and slept.
24時にいとこ部屋を訪れたかもしれぬが、午前3時以降には訪れておらぬはず。
You may have gone to the cousin's room at midnight, but I don't think you went there after 3 a.m.
まさかその後、バトラのベッドに潜り込みに行ったとでも言うのか？
I don't need that image in my brain, Beatrice.
That's gross, Banto. How dare you? Will you now claim that you went to crawl into Battler's bed later on?
一晩中バトラの寝顔を見て、いとこ部屋でのアリバイを確認していたとまで言うなら。
Of course, if you were to tell me you were looking at Battler's sleeping face all night to confirm his alibi in the cousin's room,
認めてやっ
she'd
てもい
definitely
いが
understand.
な。
I might just be willing to accept your proof.
You know, I wouldn't necessarily put it past them if they had slightly different messed up viewpoints.
Yeah.
ええ、一晩中寝息を聞いていましたが、何？
What?
What?
How?
What?
Yes, I listened to him breathing in his sleep all night. Got a problem with that.
なんだ？
Okay, Erica, like you're just like super metagaming now and also just being really, really fucking weird.
Nani?
What? Nani the fuck? Sumimasen, what the fuck?
私、フルドエリカはバトラさんが午前3時にいとこ部屋にお戻りになり、
What, were you just like crouched on the other side of the door the entire time? Like a cup held to your ear and
すぐに
shit?
そのままベッドに潜り込み、すぐに就寝してしまったことを証明できます。
I, Frodo Erica, can prove that Battler returned to the cousin's room at 3 a.m., that he went straight to bed afterwards, and that he went straight to sleep.
Okay.
そして起床され、部屋の惨状に気づき、悲鳴を上げるまで。
Erica has layers, and each one is somehow worse than the last. Yeah, this is
Yeah.
hell's breath, girl. And I can prove that until he woke up, noticed the gruesome situation in the room was in, and let out a scream, nothing happened in that room.
ですのでご安心を。バトラさんは
So you have no need to worry. Battler isn't the culprit.
殺人現場にそうとは知らずに入り、朝まで寝てしまったただの愉快な第一発見者です。
He's just the charming first discoverer who entered the murder scene without realizing it was one, and slept until morning.
Yeah, Erica has layers, and every one of them is more fucked up than the next.
バカな。お得意の封印でもそれを証明することは不可能なはず。
That's insane. Even with those seals you love so much, it shouldn't be possible for you to prove that.
どうしてそれがそなたに証明できるというのか。
How can you prove this?
ふざけるな。あの時俺は自分だけ部屋に入ったんだぞ。
It's a load of crap. I
You're gonna
entered.
get whipped again, buddy.
Yeah, you are, bud. It's a load of crap. I entered that room
エ
alone.
リカだって自分の部屋へ戻ったはずだ。
Erica must have gone into her own room as
ど
well.
うしてそんなさも見ていたかのように断言できるんだ。
How can she say something like that as though she saw the whole thing?
見たとは言っていません。
Never said that
エ
she
リカ
saw
さんに
it.
割り当てられた部屋はどこですか。
I know what you're about to say, Virgilia, but like, you can't hear someone breathe through a fucking wall. Like, if it's a particularly thin wall and they're like fucking like in the middle of an exercise, maybe. But like in the middle of their sleep, are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah.
The room Erica was assigned to, where was it located?
エリカ、教えてちょうだい。どうしてあなたはバトラのことがそこまで証明できるの？
Battler snores. Gods. Erica, please tell me, please. How can you prove so much about Battler?
さすがよ。それでこそ探偵だわ。
I'd expect no less from a true detective.
私の部屋はいとこ部屋の隣です。薄い壁が
My
一枚
room was
ある
right
だけ
next
で
to,
す。
was right next to the cousin's room. There was only a single thin wall between them.
まさかそなたは壁に耳をつけいとこ部屋の様子を伺っていたというのか。
You don't mean you put your ear to the wall to check what was happening in the cousin's room?
はい、私の耳は完璧です。
Yes, my ears are
バトラ
perfect.
さんが入
I
室後
don't think a
直ちに
fucking
私は
dog
部屋
could
の
hear
壁に
through that
耳を
wall
つ
like
け
that.
何か異常が起こらないか監視していました。
Right after Battler entered the room, I put my ear against the wall and listened carefully to make sure nothing out of the ordinary occurred. For several hours straight.
You are just the most min-max character. What the fuck?
あんた、バトラが悲鳴を上げる朝まで何も起こらなかったと証明できると言ったわね。まさかあんた。
You said you could prove that nothing happened until Battler let out a scream the next morning. You don't mean...
はい、朝まで一睡もせずに壁に耳をつけ監視をしておりました。
Oh my god.
Yes, I put my ear against the wall and listened in on that room until morning without sleeping a wink.
Well, that shows why you were quite fucked up. You hadn't slept since you got owned.
Yeah.
Everyone was stunned into silence. I mean, if some of them could talk, I think some of them would go, "What the fuck, lady?"
Yeah.
She put her ear against a wall, and for the entire time until morning, she listened to what was going on in Battler's room. Again, why? think at this point we gotta start questioning if Erica is real in the game board sense. Like, I kind of think her entire existence could be questioned to the point of eradicating her.
I think that's possible, but Battler isn't that smart.
Maybe not? But Battler might buy Beato enough time to do that on her own. Yeah, there's a joke theory that the reason she fell off the cruise ship is that the other passengers threw her over the edge for being too annoying.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. Just what
I would too.
would that have looked like? Until dawn, she had silenced her breathing in a pitch-black room, clinging to the wall shared with the cousin's room. Like some kind of creepy venomous spider clinging to the wall of a darkened room. Bern Costello alone was grinning in triumph. Yeah, because you made a min-maxed piece. Like, if you were at my table, I'd tell you to get the fuck out.
Fun fact, in the stage show of episode 5 that just debuted recently, they brought out a giant prop spider for this scene.
Excellent.
They already had it from Amatrice killing Rosa in episode 3.
Which, I mean, fair. Because, yeah, it turned Rosa into a butterfly and Spider ate it.
Game の進行上から当主の指輪を受け継いだバトラがキーマンになるのは読めていた。
Due to the progression of the game, I realized that Battler, the one who would receive the head's ring, would be a key player.
私はてっきり
I mean, Battler's always going to be a key player. He's Battler, come on. He's got protagonist energy. Like, he's got the protagonist stamp, like, on him. Come on. Like, the whole reason this is going on is because of him specifically. Whatever. Anyway. I was sure that Battler would be a victim of the first Twilight. What? Battler is never a victim!
Granted, the Game Master had changed.
It's true, but still.
Still, yeah. Also, Bern Costello, again, you are metagaming the fuck out of this.
はい。
And I don't think Battler's allowed to metagame, so you are an asshole.
ですから我が主の追いつけ通り
Yes, so just as my master told me to do.
朝まで一睡もせずに壁に耳をつけ異常が起こらないか監視をしておりました。
I put my ear against the wall until the morning without a wink of sleep, checking to make sure nothing unusual happened.
Fucking hell.
エリカの記憶力は写真並み、そして聴力は録音機並み。
Tape recorders aren't all that fucking good though, Bern Costello.
Yeah, not really.
Like, they're just not. They're kind of garbage, actually. Even really good modern mics, like, unless you specifically set them up to be able to, like, sense, like, the very, like, shitty, tiny sounds people make, they're not going to. Like, like, a lot of the time, I talk without the fucking microphone picking me up constantly.
Yeah, absolutely. You have to adjust things and, you know, sometimes shit just gets lost.
Whatever, it's fine. Erica has a photographic memory, and her hearing ability is on par with a tape
エリ
recorder.
カの耳をごまかしてジョージたちを殺し首に傷を刻むなど不可能なことよ。
It would have been impossible for Battler to kill George and the others and slit their throats without Erica hearing it.
It's impossible for Battler to have committed the crime. Says.
Fuck you and your flashbangs, video game.
Yeah, and we've got several more of those.
I know. Gods, please. Save my eyes.
短 定権限で認められた能力ね。認めざるを得ない。
It's an accepted power of the detective's authority. I have no choice but to acknowledge it.
Yes, you do have a choice. You're just siding with your girlfriend.
赤で認定するわ。
Yeah, you could just be like, yeah, that shit's metagamey as fuck. You're not allowed to do that.
Yeah.
I'll confirm it in red.
後ろ宮バトラーは午前3時にいとこ部屋に戻り、そのまま就寝した。
Ushiromiya Battler returned to the cousin's room at 3 a.m. and fell asleep.
Alright.
そして事件発覚まで部屋では一切不審なことはなかった。
After that, until the discovery of the crime, absolutely nothing out of the ordinary happened in the room.
つまりバトラには殺人も死体を傷つけることも不可能だったということ。
Or my cat's yelling at me. In other words, it was impossible for Battler to commit murder or damage the corpses. You
One
were
moment.
following rules as written, but not rules as intended.
The red from the two of them forced Beato to show an expression of considerable anguish. It was only natural. Red proof they had spoken not only guaranteed Battler's alibi, but a number of other things as well. Like the fact that it didn't take place after 3 a.m.
Yep.
Yeah, first off, it meant the murder was impossible for anyone after 3 a.m. And since the cousins were confirmed to be alive as late as midnight, the time period of the crime automatically became between midnight and 3 o'clock. That also automatically provided a guaranteed alibi for everyone who wasn't in the guest house before 3 a.m.
That one hurts a lot.
Yeah.
エリカは24時以降はずっとゲストハウスにいます。
After midnight, Erica was in the guest house the whole
つま
time.
り屋敷にいた人物のアリバイを証明することが難しいはずだった。
So it should have been difficult for her to prove alibis for all of the people in the mansion.
エヴァたちの動向についてのアリバイ証明は困難を極めたはず。
It should have been almost impossible to prove alibis for Ava and the others.
それが逆に簡単に彼らが24時から午前3時までの間
But now all she has to do is prove that they never visited the guest house between midnight and 3 a.m.
Yeah, much smaller scope of time.
ゲストハウスに訪れなかったことを証明するだけでアリバイが可能になってしまった。
But now all she has to do is prove that they never visited the guest house between midnight and 3 a.m. and she can prove those alibis.
とにかく午前3時以前で殺人が可能だと構築するしかあるまい。
Anyway, we'll have to construct it so that the murders were possible before 3 a.m.
そしてそれを屋敷の誰かで実行可能だと証明しなくてはならぬ。
And we have to prove that it was possible for one of the people in the mansion to do it.
People who were in the guest house all had alibis. The crime didn't occur before midnight. The crime couldn't have occurred after 3 o'clock. In other words, there was no way for the murder to have happened unless someone from the mansion committed the crime between midnight and 3 o'clock. In order to protect Natsuhi, she had to establish that it was possible for someone other than Natsuhi to commit the crime. Ironically, the witch had to prove that a human could have committed the crime. Yeah, she was on the other foot now.
しかしそいつはなかなか難しい話だな。
Still, that's a tall order.
エリカは午前3時までラウンジにいた。
Till 3 a.m., Erica was in the lounge.
そして2階へはそこを通らずには至れない。
You have to pass through there to get upstairs.
事実上ゲストハウス2階の管理人のような状態になってるわけだ。
In other words, she's practically like a sentry for the upstairs floor of the guest house.
月並みですが、エリカに知られずに2階へ上がることができれば、犯行は誰にでも可能だと証明できるでしょう。
This is an unimaginative suggestion, but if it were possible to reach the upper floor without Erica noticing, we would probably be able to prove that the crime was possible for anyone.
人間その気になりゃ2階の窓までよじ登ることもできるかもしれねえぞ。
It's probably possible for a human to climb up to the second story windows if they really wanted to. You'd have to get some
Oh yeah,
really...
it's super possible.
Yeah, you just have to get some really fucking gritty gloves. Or something, because... rock
Or
climbing
even
that...
just a fucking crate so you could reach the like right section to handhold it.
True. My main concern is all that fucking rain.
That's true, yeah.
Of course, Beto had also thought of striking back that way. Burkestel must have thought this as well.
バトラ、ナンジュ、ゴーダ、熊沢、ゲストハウスのすべての人物に犯行が不可能であることは分かった。
Battler, Nanjo, Goda, Kumasawa. We realized the crime was impossible for all these people in the guest house.
しかし、屋敷の人間はどうか。
However, what about the humans in the mansion?
すでにお話ししておりますし、我が主が赤き真実でも宣言済みです。私はゲストハウス1階のラウンジにいました。
As I have already said, and as my master has even proclaimed with the red truth, I was in the lounge on the first floor of the guest
そ
house.
して2階へ至るにはラウンジを通らなければなりません。
And to reach the second floor, one must pass through the lounge.
つまり私の目に触れずに2階へ至ることは不可能だということです。
In other words, it was impossible to reach the second floor without me seeing it.
それが不可能ではなかったら、例えばゲストハウスの外壁にはしごを立てかけ2階の窓より侵入したとか。
And what if that wasn't impossible? For example, what if someone placed a ladder against the outer wall of the guest house and snuck in through a second story
ラ
window?
ウンジを通らずに2階へ至る方法は存在するはず。
There must be a way to reach the second floor without passing through the
こ
lounge.
れならばそなたの目に触れずに犯行現場へ至ることは可能だ。
If this is the case, it would be possible to reach the crime scene without you seeing it.
Beto finally struck back. Before now, she had let Erica take total control and attack her with the red over and over. During that time, Beto's counterattacks with the blue truth had been few in number, even including this one.
当然そう切り返されることは想定済みです。私のラウンジでの見張りが無意味であったことにされてはたまりませんから。
Of course, I knew you'd try saying that. I can't have my lookout in the lounge become meaningless.
そこでまずは私の見張りが完璧であったことを証明しなくてはなりません。
So first, I must prove that my lookout was perfect.
まずゲストハウスの構造上ラウンジにいた私の目に触れることなく。
That was a good point, though. Because of all the rain and like thunder and all that shit that would have been happening all like during this, like including like the howling wind, she should not have been able to hear Battler breathe through the wall.
Yeah.
Even assuming it was possible on like a clear day.
Yeah, because, I mean, time it to the thudding of thunder.
which you can actually readily predict. You see a flash of, like, you just, like, tested it a couple times, so you see a flash of lights. You know, you wait and you count until, like, the thunder rolls. Like, this is actually, like, it's actually something that snipers do. Specifically.
Yeah, so fair.
Firstly, because of how the guest house is constructed, it is impossible to reach the second floor without me seeing it from the lounge.
視覚も遮蔽物も一切なく、どのような物理的、心理的視覚も存在しません。
Okay, I do not believe you on that one at all. There are no places undercover, and neither are there any physical or mental blind spots. It's the mental blind spots that I disagree with. Like, you are not a perfect individual. Like, you simply aren't.
Yeah.
There's going to be a mental blind spot somewhere, somehow. And in fact, you've already proven that by getting owned a couple times. My master, I request you repeat.
ゲストハウス2階へはラウンジにいた人物に知られずに至ることは不可能。もちろんこれは内部から2階へ至る話だけれど。
You should have phrased it like that to begin with. Otherwise, like... Sorry. I'm getting into the weeds thinking about, like, the magic of, like, red truth and all that shit.
Yeah.
And, like, how language works and everything is, like... You may have intended to say that second sentence when you started speaking the red truth, but, like, that first sentence is simply not true without the second one qualifying it. So you should have said the first sentence as part, or the second sentence as part of the first sentence in order to make that true the whole way.
Yeah.
Whatever, it's fine. I'm just, like, my brain is just getting in the weeds. There's some, you can take some liberties with this one. It's fine. Like, as long as, like, what the whole...
Yeah, as long as the whole
passage says is true, then it's fine.
Yeah, because it is fundamentally using the visual novel format, and the red truth isn't done until it ends, to quote.
Yeah. It is impossible for someone to reach the second floor of the guest house without anyone in the lounge noticing it. Though, of course, this only refers to reaching the second floor from the inside of the building.
グッドです、我が主。さて次はベアトリーチェ卿のご公設の外部から至る方法です。
Good, my master. So next is Lady Beatrice's retreat. I will relearn how to speak eventually.
Eventually.
Theory, yeah. The theory that there might be a way to reach the second floor from the outside.
これには正直困りました。
This really does pose a problem.
登れそうな木もありますし、はしごを使う手もあるでしょ。
After all, there are trees that could probably be climbed, and someone could have used a ladder.
雨どいをよじ登って2階に至ることも不可能とは言い切れません。
We also can't be certain that climbing up the rain gutter would be impossible.
しかし、これをさせるわけにはいきません。
But I can't let you do that.
ほう、させぬとな。ではどうしたというのか。
Oh, you won't let me? And how's
ま
that?
さか夜通しゲストハウスの周りをぐるぐる回って根津番をしたとでも言うのか。
Did you stay up all night circling the guest house?
いや、それはできないよな。
No, you couldn't do that, could you?
そなたはラウンジにいたのだから。ラウンジの窓から見える外は外周の一部に過ぎない。
From the lounge, you can only see a small part of the outer perimeter through the window.
そうです。私は外壁を2階まで登るあらゆる方法を完全に防ぐことはできません。
That's true, I couldn't prevent all methods of climbing up to the second floor from the outside.
しかし、2階へ侵入することを防ぐことはできました。
However, I was able to prevent all entry from the second floor.
侵入を防ぐと。
Prevent entry.
すでに読めている手です。恐ろしい。ここまで必要とは。
Frightening my fucking ass cheeks. Run away. Whatever. I had already foreseen this move, frightening and so persistent.
ゲストハウスはその構造上、外部から2階へ侵入するには窓を使うほかありません。
Because of how the guest house is constructed, the only method of entering from the second floor is the windows.
正常？どうでもいいことです。
The locks, they don't matter
た
at
だ
all.
窓が、鎧戸が一度も開かれなかったことを保証すればいいだけの話だったんです。
She put seals all over the fucking windows, didn't she? I only had to prove that none of the windows or shutters were opened even once.
私は黄金の隠し場所に立ち会い、その後ゲストハウスへ戻ってすぐ
After I witnessed the location of the hidden gold, I returned to the guest
ラウンジ
house.
を通過せずにゲストハウス2階へ至ることのできるすべての方法を断絶する工作を開始しました。
And immediately began severing all methods of entry to the second floor that didn't pass through the lounge.
同じことです。
Yes, it's exactly the
これ
same.
までと何も変わらず。
No different from the rest.
あんた、まさかゲストハウスのすべての窓にお得意の封印をしたって言い出すの？
It's boring as fuck when someone uses the same damn move over and over and over, Erika.
It's true. It is very boring.
That's why, like, fucking D&D introduced, like, maneuvers and shit like that for fighter classes. Like,
Yeah.
because it just gets boring saying, yes, I attacked this person. Don't tell me you use that seal of yours on all the windows in
あ
the
の
guest
天
house.
気の中、その格好で
In that weather, dressed like that.
一応漂着時の水着持ってますので。
Why wouldn't you just do it on the inside? You fucking weirdo.
Well, I guess somebody would notice from the inside.
I fucking guess, dude. There are usually shutters on the inside, not the outside, though. Although I guess that depends on, like, the weather of the area. Yeah, I could go either way on that one.
Yeah.
Well, I did have my swimsuit from when I drifted here.
She's insane. Yeah, you're just saying this now, Battler?
客人として迎えられた家でまだ何も起こってないのにあの雨の中
At a house where she was welcomed as a guest before anything had happened at all, she went out in all that
そん
rain.
なことをして
Did
回って
something
る
like that?
普通の人間なら絶対にありえない不審な行為です。ですが
It's
彼
still
女は魔
dubious
女
as
の
fuck.
駒ですから。
For a normal human, it would certainly be an impossibly dubious action. However, she is the witch's piece.
In the middle of all that rain, Erica sealed all the windows from the outside. Create an alibi showing that no one could have snuck in the guest house from the outside. Climbed up the walls herself and did that through all the windows on the first and second floor. Note to all things which could possibly have permitted entry. Fucking gods above. After hearing that she'd listened to the cousin's room all night long without sleeping a wink, even this bizarre behavior didn't seem quite so impossible. Yeah, staying up all night listening to people breathing, or rather Battler breathing.
It's still just weird as fuck, though.
That had probably also looked like a venomous spider. A repulsive venomous spider crawling eerily over the outer walls of the guest house in the middle of a storm.
あなたという人は我が後ろ宮家を何だと心得ておられるのですか。客人として迎えた恩も忘れ
That's like a great point, Nazi. She broke the rules of hospitality over and over and over again. She's gods.
Yeah. Also, this
In
is...
terms of old magic, she has, like, no protection at all, period.
Yeah, and I'm sure she is going to be turbo fucked later, but also, like, this isn't even how a detective in anything behaves.
Right? Yeah.
Like, I can't think of anything where they set up all sorts of surveillance shit beforehand. Rudimentary as the surveillance shit is. You know, I'm not gonna... Unless I'm specifically looking for it, I'm not going to suspect that the detective is going to stay up all night listening to the breathing of the person in the other room.
Yeah, I know. Fucking. There's like literal metagaming shit going on here, and it's just like, that's not.
Yeah, like...
Like, yeah, they didn't like prohibit any metagaming, but come on.
Yeah, like, seriously. At that point, at the very least, Battler has a lot of ammo to go, yeah, I'm metagaming next round.
He's just like, fuck it, I'm done. Like, I'm not playing by these rules anymore. I'm metagaming the fuck out of this. Let's go.
Yeah, I am controlling my piece. Fuck it, mind link, let's go. I am going to treat myself as separate now, because I think that's the thing that Battler is going to have to... That's the next hurdle for him, is in this magic system for Battler, is for him to go, me and my piece are separate individuals, and I must communicate with him.
Yeah. At the very least, it's like, the pieces are small parts of the overall consciousness and not like the whole thing.
Yeah, exactly. So I have to, you know, he has to go, okay, I have to communicate with myself in some form or fashion and tell him specifically, okay, you need to do this thing. Even if it's just in a dream that he's kind of like only half believing, if I can get him to do some of the things I say.
What do you think?
Oh, sorry, I thought you had already read that.
No, not even a little. I had commented on it, but I hadn't read it yet. Just what do you think of the House of Ushiromiya? Is this how you repay us for welcoming you as a guest? To the detective, the Ushiromiya house is nothing more or less than the stage upon which the crime occurs.
私にとって事件発生前に重要なことは登場人物の名前を覚えることと地形構造を覚えること。
Before the outbreak of the crime, it was important for me to memorize the names of the characters, memorize the lay of the
来
land,
たる事件に備え各種アリバイの取得準備および工作に専念することです。
and prepare for the upcoming crime by devoting my time towards collecting and creating all possible alibis.
I don't think detective fiction works this way either in Western or Eastern detective fiction. I could be wrong, I don't know much about Japanese and other Eastern detective fiction, but I don't think that's how that fucking works. I think you're just a metagaming piece of shit.
Yeah, like I couldn't comment on that either, like even on the Western side, because like the closest I ever get to detective fiction is the occasional noir thing.
I know a little bit when it comes to Murder, She Wrote and Columbo. And
I recognize those, but I've never interacted with them. That's how far away from it I am removed.
Yeah. And like Agatha Christie doesn't do this kind of shit.
Like I said, rules as written, but not rules as intended.
Yeah, again, like, I think what Erica might be somewhat of a commentary on is players from episodes 1 to 4 going, okay, I would do this, 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 and this.
Potentially, yeah.
Like, that's not the only thing Erica is, but I think that might be what this is commenting on.
Yeah, the little frog in the throat from the ice cream. I had a couple bites of ice cream as a snack. I lost the thought mostly. Oh, right, there we go. It reminds me of that, like, one, I think it's a Tumblr post where it says something like, it's unreasonable to assume that a character knows what genre they're in.
Yes, yes.
O'Neill! Hello, welcome.
Yes, hello, Doniel, and thank you for the confirmation. Yeah. Fuck. But yeah, like, it's unreasonable a character necessarily knows what genre of fiction they're in. Unless you are playing a TTRPG. But even then I would say you're designing the character to be able to fit. Yeah, Erica is, she's not even love the hate, she's just hate. But she is one of the most interesting villains, or antagonists, whichever you want to use.
She's a great character, but I hate that character that she is.
Exactly. Like, again, give her a swirly, stuff her in a locker, but also Ryukishi, you wrote up a fucked up little gremlin. Congratulations.
Yeah, well done. Fuck, dude.
事件発生前に何の準備もしない探偵は私から見れば三流かと。
From my perspective, detectives who make no preparations before the outbreak of the crime are pretty third rate. What the fuck are you talking about? They don't know that a crime's gonna happen. Do you make these preparations in your house too? In any hotel that you go to?
I believe she probably fucking does.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
She probably spends the entire day just fucking booby-trapping the entire hotel.
Lay down, Amber. You're okay, buddy. Don't stop. Hi, Katie. Lay down. Stop it. He's headbutting my fucking monitor and moving it around behind my mic.
Yep, Katie's in?
Yep. Lay down, you little nerd. Stop it.
For some reason, Starlight Katie didn't show up on the multi-stream. Weird.
Yeah, that is weird.
Even though Doniel did.
Alright, he's laid down. Finally.
But yes, hello, Katie.
Thank you, child, for laying down. Goddamn gremlin. From my perspective, detectives who make... I think I already read this, but I'm going to do it again. Detectives who make no preparations before the outbreak of the crime are pretty third rate. After all, we all know that someone will die wherever we spend the night.
Admittedly. Like, after enough times of it happening, you would go, yeah, I've got some sort of curse upon me. I better be prepared.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And that kind of makes me want to write a character like that now, right? Like...
Yeah, like a character.
Yeah, we had to take a break because my, Katie, stop it now. Sorry. We had to take a break because my, video card died, like, midstream. It was on a Sunday. I was doing some art and world building, and then it just, like, died mid-conversation about fucking marshmallows or something.
Yeah.
And then I started physical therapy, so...
Yeah, and then I had a, life event, we'll say, and, I was unavailable for a few months.
Yeah, we always intended to get back to it. We just couldn't for a while. It was, like, literally impossible. It sucked.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I'm glad we're back now.
Yes, I am glad we are back now. We were able to get Kat a video card.
Let's see. Hours. Okay, so 2.5 more hours. 2.5? Yes, 2.5 more hours. I'm measuring until I need to do, like, my second round of physical therapy, by the way. That's 2.5 hours. We gotta take a break for me to do that. Furthermore, at the moment the crime was discovered, Erica confirmed that none of those seals had been broken.
エリカが死体発見時に一番にいとこ部屋に到着しなかった理由はそういうことよ。
That's why Erica wasn't the first one to reach the cousin's room when the corpses were discovered.
Okay, so what you're telling me, Burn Castell, is I should never invite you to a TTRPG.
死体なんて見分しなくても赤き真実でいくらでも確定が取れる。
She got a Munchkin min-max character that metagames. It's just fucking, what the hell is wrong with you? I get that, like, if everyone's into that, that's fine. But there are players at this game board that are not into that. You can't do that shit.
Yeah, seriously, like, the fact you invented a whole ass person for this.
Even without inspecting the corpses, she could be certain of several things thanks to the Red Truth. It was more important to check the seals and construct alibis.
我が主は完璧です。私は主に命じられたままに全てを完璧に証明しただけです。
You are perfect, my master. All I did was prove everything to perfection by following your orders.
見事よ、エリ。私の分身、私の駒。
Well done, Erica. My double, my piece.
ラムダ。
What do you think, Lambda?
これでラウンジでのエリカの見張りはアリバイ構築上絶対の信頼性を持つことが証明されたと思うけど。
I'd say this proves Erica's lookout in the lounge contains absolute reliability as far as constructing alibis is concerned.
Also, I will say Burnt Castell herself is a great antagonist, because she starts out as kind of emotionless seeming and distant from it all. Especially because she's related to a protagonist of a Higurashi. We're predisposed to think, oh, she has good intentions with a lot of the things she does and says. And we just assume, oh, she says I'm just trying not to be bored. Is, more cover or playing it a little different. But no, she is as unhinged as any other witch. If not more so.
Yeah. Piece of shit. I always forget about the flashbang right before they happen.
Ryukishi, please. Maybe less flashbangs next game.
Yeah, like black with white text. Not black, or not white with black text. Other way around, please. Ow.
エリカ、あなたの封印は完璧よ。私が赤で認めるわ。
Yeah, I'll acknowledge that. Erica, your seal is perfect. I'll acknowledge it in red.
ゲストハウス2階へはラウンジを通過しない限り至ることはできず。
It is impossible to reach the second floor of the guest house without passing through the lounge.
ラウンジにいたエリカに知られずに至ることは不可能。
And impossible to reach it at all without Erica, who is in the lounge, knowing about it. So, if it's not Natsuhi, which I don't think it is because she was hiding the entire time, then the actual killer must have been in the building as well at the time.
Yeah.
Somehow, some way.
ありがとうございます、ラムダデルタ卿。
Yeah, I think they have to.
Of course, Natsuhi might be an unreliable narrator in this sense, but we don't have any proof of that yet, so.
Yeah, we're not certain.
Possibility, but it's,
Yeah, we're not certain of that yet, but I think, then the next thing to do is try and prove that somebody who was supposedly in the main mansion was not.
Thank you very much, Lady Lambda Delta.
以上により次のことが確定したわけです。大ベアトリー
So you know what's coming next. So you know what's coming next, Great Lady Beatrice.
以上により犯行時刻は生存確認をした24時から。
Therefore, the time of the crime is limited to the single hour between midnight when they were confirmed to be
ラウ
alive
ンジで団らんが始まった午前1時までの1時間の間に限定される。
and 1 a.m. when our party in the lounge started.
Yeah?
Yeah, I think that's probably right.
Yeah. At the very least, you have to say that somebody got into that room at that time.
"すでにお話ししていますが、私は24時にラウンジにおり、そこで南條先生と意気投合し、午前1時まで書庫でミステリー談義にふけっておりました。
I've already said it, but at midnight I went down to the lounge, hit it off with Dr. Nanjo, and was engrossed by a discussion of the mystery genre in the archive until 1 a.m.
お恥ずかしながら、すっかり熱中してしまっていたため、その間、廊下を誰かが通り抜けても、私は気づけませんでした。
It's a bit embarrassing, but I grew so engrossed with this discussion that I wouldn't have noticed if anyone had passed through the corridor during that time.
探偵にあるまじき痛恨のミスです。
Quite a regretful mistake for a detective.
After doing all that maneuvering, setting up seals to guarantee a perfect alibi,
There's that mental blind spot that I was talking about earlier.
he became too engrossed in a mystery discussion and left an opening. She left an opening because she wanted a murder to occur. Her relaxed smile was completely shameless, the total opposite of her words. It almost seemed like it's the other way around. It's enough to make you think that this is an intentional trap, said in full awareness that only Natsuhi doesn't have an alibi for the hour following midnight.
つまり、逆説的に申し上げると、こういうことです。いとこ部屋に至って犯行を行えるのは、24時から午前1時までの間に、アリバイを失う人物だけということです。
To put it the other way around, this has the following corollary. The only ones who could have reached the cousin's room and committed the crime are those who have no alibi between midnight and 1 a.m.
Oh boy. Her eyes clearly hinted that Natsuhi was the only one who fit this description. You think Kraus might have done it?
It's possible, but it'd be weird that he killed his own daughter, wouldn't it?
Yeah. It'd been a crime that occurred at a completely unknown point.
Well, like, that's also weird for Natsuhi, too, so I was like, I don't know.
Yeah. 6 of one, half a dozen of the others. It had been a crime that occurred at a completely unknown point during that long night. But because of the alibis Erica had constructed, that time period had been compressed and restricted to the single hour following midnight. Erica left the cousin's room at midnight. This is the last time we have confirmation that George and the others were alive. And after the party in the lounge started at 1 a.m., it was impossible to reach the cousin's room by any method.
人間のくせになんてやつ。
All this from a mere human. Gap, come on.
A mere human getting information from a higher power.
Remind me that if I ever, just kick me in the butt cheeks if I ever do anything like this with a demon in the hunt.
Yeah.
Just...
まずいです。
blame Shannon.
一夜が1
But
時
why,
間にまで
Donio?
封じられ残す容疑者の駒もこの調子ではあとわずかでしょう。
This is quite bad. The night has been sealed up into an hour, and at this rate there won't be many pieces left to suspect.
ベルンカステル教名やるではないか。
Damn you, Lady Bergestel. Not bad at all. Because that's your motto. Alright.
私バトラと違ってバカじゃない
I'll take that under advisement, I suppose.
こんなゲーム 5度も繰り返せば手の内は十分だわ。
Unlike Battler, I'm not an idiot. After this game's repeated 5 times, I have more than enough cards in my hand. Your motto in episode 2 because that's when you joined. I mean, fair enough.
それでは改めまして、残りの容疑者、屋敷の人物のアリバイを検証してまいりましょう。何しろ24時から午前1時までのたった1時間の話。
Ah, you joined when chat
Oh, that's completely fair, yeah.
talking about the power of being a hater, and so you decided to take up the mantle. Okay.
That works. Absolutely. I mean, that's how I am with Battler, at least. A Battler doesn't get to win unless it's a romantic win, and it has to be with Banto. That's the only way I'll accept a Battler win. Otherwise, he's too garbage for a win. So, I understand. I'm on the hater train with you, but, like, I hate Battler specifically. Then let us continue. Let's examine the alibis of the remaining suspects, the people in the mansion. After all, we only have to worry about the single hour between midnight and 1 a.m.
もはや難しいことではありません。
That shouldn't be difficult at all.
まず24時の時点、この時点で2階廊下に夏日、クラウス、源氏がおり、それ以外の全員が1階食堂におりました。
At this time, Natsuhi, Kraus, and Genji were in the second floor corridor, and all of the others were in the first floor dining
こ
hall.
れはすでに我が主によって赤き真実で示されています。
This has already been given in red truth by my master.
そうよ。24時の時点で屋敷の2階廊下には夏日とクラウス、源氏がいた。残りは全員
Yes, that's right.
1階の食堂。
At 2400, Natsuhi, Kraus, and Genji were in the corridor on the second floor of the mansion. The rest of them were in the dining hall on the first floor. And as you know, there was a mysterious knock, and a letter with a one-winged seal on it appeared.
そしてそれをめぐって午前1時まで延々と議論
Sure,
が続いたわ。
Run out of your cell. Stop it. He's headbutting my chair now. The discussion surrounding that continued on until 1 a.m.
私がそれを赤き真実で語るわ。
I will say it with a red truth.
食堂の全員は午前1時まで誰一人食堂を退出していない。
Of all the people in the dining hall, not one of them left the dining hall until 1 a.m.
Okay, so that means it's either Natsuhi, Kraus, or Genji.
Is Genji dead right now? Pretty sure he is, right?
Yeah, Genji's dead. But again, you know, could be 2 killers, because we're just doing the cousins right now.
Yeah.
So I guess Kraus and accomplice Genji? And then Kraus killed his accomplice?
Potentially. Or someone else killed, like, the second set of people.
Yeah.
Shut up, Ember.
The time that the crime was possible had been limited to between midnight and 1 o'clock, and it had been guaranteed that...
I'm talking my cat.
And it had been guaranteed that the adults in the family conference did not leave the mansion between midnight and 1. This gave them all proven alibis.
それをどうやって証明するのか。エリカはゲストハ
How
ウス。
do you intend to prove that? Erica's in the guest
誰か
house.
が食堂の扉にお得意の封印でもして証明したというのか。
Did someone prove it by using one of your favorite seals on the dining hall door?
納得のいく証拠も証明もないぞ。
You have no convincing evidence or proof.
若き真実はただ真実であり、証拠も証明も議論の余地も必要ない。
Yeah, that's how the red truth fucking works, unfortunately.
Yep. The red truth is simply truth, and there is no need to provide evidence, proof, or room for counter
あん
arguments.
たが作ったルールよ。
Did
You
indeed,
made that
Beto.
rule. Yeah?
And I mean, that is the point of the red truth, is we are meant to understand it as the actual truth. The overbearing red truth hadn't only given
It would
alibi.
be absolutely fucking hilarious if in the 8th episode they pulled the rug out from under the readers and then just decided to make the red truth not actually true.
Oh. That would be...
That's what you get for trusting it, fucker!
Yeah, that would be evil. This overbearing red truth hadn't only given alibis to the adults in the dining hall, it also gave alibis to Shannon and Cannon, who had come to serve tea, and even guaranteed that they never left the dining hall. In other words, the only ones who didn't have proven alibis were 3 people, Natsuhi, Kraus, and Genji. No, there were only 2 left. Alibis were proven for Kraus and Genji. It would prove that no one but Natsuhi could have been the culprit.
では次に源氏についてです。彼は犠牲者ですが、いとこ部屋での犯行に及んだ後、自らも殺された可能性も否定できません。
Let's move on to Genji. He's a victim, but we can't rule out the possibility that he committed the crime in the cousin's room and then was killed himself.
そして何よ
Someone
り
is finally
24
acknowledging it.
2回廊下に
Yay!
いましたが、
And furthermore, although he was in the second floor corridor at midnight,
その後、夏日の電話の取り次ぎのため、使用人室に戻り、孤立します。
he then returned to the servant room to transfer the phone call for Natsuhi and was completely isolated.
ということは、源氏にも犯行は可能なはず。
Which means that it was possible for Genji to commit the crime.
赤で語るわ。源氏は電話の取り次ぎを終えた後、そのまままっすぐ控室
Oh,
に
now
戻
you're
って
just
いる。
absolutely fucking with us.
Yeah,
証拠も
I'll say it in
証明も
red.
封印もアリバイもなく、ただ冷酷に真実をね。
When Genji finished transferring the call, he immediately returned to the servants' quarters. That's just a cold, hard truth without any evidence, proof, seals, or alibis. Got it?
Yeah, this is the problem with a witch-powered character being on this side of proving or not proving something.
I need to start the kettle again.
親族会議は再び小休止となり、ロー
You're
ザが
okay,
ゲストハウスへ
Amber.
戻
Shut
りま
up.
す。この時、本当に協力に感謝します。
Amber,
後ろにはエヴァさん、ご起立を。
no. I don't know if you can even hear like the quieter ones, but he is being so loud right now.
Oh no.
Then, at 1 a.m., there was another break in the family conference, and Rosa returned to the guest house. At that time, I am truly thankful for your cooperation, Ushiro Miya Eva. Please rise.
エリカちゃんだけじゃないのよ。私もきっと今夜何かが起こると思っていたわ。
You make more sense. Erica wasn't the only one, you know. I was also certain that something would happen that night.
彼女こそは私に封印を教えてくれた方。
She's the person who taught me how to make
そ
those
して私と
seals.
共に疑わしい人物のアリバイを確かめるために協力してくださいました。
And she helped me to check the alibis of those people under suspicion.
Because of course you did, Ava.
私は午前1時の小休止の
That
源氏さん
doesn't,
の
like,
控室
me
に
yelling at Amber
エ
does
リカ
not
ちゃ
mean
ん
you
と
get
同
a
じ
chance
封
to
印をし
get
た
out of here.
During the break at 1 a.m., I went to Genji's quarters and used the same seal as
つ
Erika's.
まりこれが破られていなかったなら
In other words, if this wasn't
午
broken,
前1時から翌朝までこの部屋は誰も出入りできなかったことにな
Then
る
how'd he fucking die, Ava?
it would mean that no one could have entered or left that room between 1 a.m. and the next morning. Oh, and the murder of Genji is also restricted to midnight and 1.
続けてカノンさん、熊沢さん、ご起立を。
Now, Kanon and Kubasawa, please rise.
Cannon rose expressionlessly, and Kumasawa got to her feet timidly.
お二人は朝、起きてくるのが遅い源氏さんを起こしに行きましたね。
In the morning, you two went to wake Benji because he had slept in, right?
そしてその時、扉に封印がされているのに気づき、それを破いて扉を開きましたね。
And at that time, you noticed that the door was sealed, broke the seal, and opened the door, right? Or correct?
はい、何かのいたずらだろうと思いました。
Yes, I thought it was some kind of prank.
あの時はそんなことは深く気にしませんでした。
I didn't think deeply about it at the time.
感想は聞いてません。事実だけを述べるように。封印を破って入
I'm
室した
not
ので
asking
す
for your
ね。
opinions, just give us the facts. Did you break the seal when you entered the room?
はい。
Yes.
赤き真実でエヴァとカノンと熊沢の今の証言が真実であることを保証するわ。エヴァは午前1時に源氏の控え室に封印をし、それは朝の事件発覚時にカノンと熊沢に破られた。
With the red truth, I'll guarantee that Ava, Kanon, and Kumasawa's statements are now just now are the truth. At 1 a.m., Ava sealed Genji's sleeping quarters, and that seal was broken by Kanon and Kumasawa in the morning when the crime was discovered.
面倒だからさらに付け加えるわ。
Just to save some time, I'll add on some more.
Honestly, thank you for saving us time.
午前
Yeah,
1時の小
A long
休
fucking
止
scene.
で最初に食堂を出たのはローザとエヴァよ。
During the short break at 1 a.m., the first two to leave the dining hall were Rosa and
エ
Ava.
ヴァが戻るまで食堂の人間は全員その場にとどまっていた。
Until Ava returned, everyone in the dining hall remained there.
エヴァはローザを見送った後、控え室へ行き封印を行った。
After seeing Rosa off, Ava went to the sleeping quarters and sealed
無
it.
論その際に室内には一切立ち入っていないわ。
Of course, she did not enter the room at all at this time.
これらはすべて
Okay, should have.
関係者からの事情聴取で分かったことです。
This is all information I discovered by gathering it from the people
根
involved.
拠なき赤き真実ではありません。
These are not baseless red truths.
証言から構築された正当な推理による真実です。
They are truths I arrived at through proper reasoning constructed from testimony.
I'm saying bullshit on some of those.
証言だけでなく、指紋の採取、各種科学捜査、可能な限りを尽くしました。
How many forensic tests are available to you?
Like, basically none. She has none of the equipment necessary for it.
Oh yeah, she did kind of
And-
wash up on this fucking place, so unless Kinzo had some.
Like, I can't believe a fingerprint test would, like, be functional without, like, a computer to run it through either. Because while everyone's fingerprints are different, the only real way you're going to be able to tell by just, like, looking at it without, like, hours and hours of study of each is if there are, like, major distinguishing marks like scars or burns or what have you on the fingers.
Yeah, or what kind of swirl it is.
Yeah, you can do that too, but that's not gonna give you like a direct match. It's just gonna be like, oh yeah, this person doesn't have the right swirl. But they're also, like, most of them are also blood related, so they probably have similar fingerprints to begin with.
Yeah. Oh well.
Anyhow, and not only testimony, I took fingerprints and performed every kind of forensic test available to me.
何しろ金蔵さんの書斎はあらゆる薬物
Oh, alright. So Kinzo did have chemicals.
Yeah, I mean, like, some stuff can be done with just, like, stuff you'd have around your house, but, like, it's... Other things require computers and other such equipment, rather than simply chemicals or what have you.
赤き真実に限りなく近い究極の真実である各種の調査結果を得ています。
After all, Kinzo's study is a treasure trove of all kinds of chemicals. I obtained all sorts of scientific evidence, which is truth in its purest form and infinitely close to the red truth.
X to doubt.
Yeah, a little bit.
はあ、サイエンスミステリーではないので、その詳細は割愛しますが。
However, this isn't a science mystery, so I'll spare you the details.
As Erica swaggered around the cathedral, she arrogantly touted her scientific knowledge. She had thorough knowledge of all the chemicals in Kinzo's study and had used them to conduct a scientific investigation, which had now been acknowledged and made into Red Truth by Bern Castell. Without going into too much detail, the results she had obtained would have been convincing even without the Red Truths. Fingerprint collection with aluminum powder, composition analysis on the mud under people's shoes, various chemical reactions from clinging rainwater. Erica had walked in and out of the study that didn't belong to her several times, using all manner of chemicals however she pleased without asking the family's permission. However, no one could fault her for this. Could? Pieces couldn't hinder any action the detective might take for the investigation. That was the power of the detective's authority. Why doesn't Battler get
that privilege, you shit?
I guess you need to assert yourself as the detective? Question mark?
Maybe, I don't know. Or... It's also possible that because they hadn't agreed on it, like, Battler and Banzo, I mean, because they hadn't agreed on it.
Yeah, this might be a thing that is being decided on because the game master is Lambda Delta. And so she could invent a rule like the detective's authority.
You act
like you own the place.
決して客人として迎えぬよう出会う者たちに忠告しよう
From now on, I'll warn everyone I meet never to welcome in any guest who calls himself a detective.
Yeah, like...
If they're gonna act like that, yeah definitely.
I mean, first off, yeah, like, just going around taking my aluminum powder. Not that I have aluminum powder, but... Like, what the fuck, lady?
My study without asking? Like, come on. What the fuck?
And again, I don't know any detectives who would do this. At least before the murder started. Once the murder started, sure, you have some excuse to go, you can forgive me for using this. It's useful right now. But prior to the murders taking place, fuck no.
Yeah, gods.
それがよろしいかと思います。探偵に雨宿りを許すなんて吹きつきあまりないことなんですから。
I mean, point. If you're in detective fiction.
Yeah, I believe that would be wise. Giving shelter to a detective is just about the worst omen of misfortune out there.
Yeah, if you're in detective fiction, if somebody then says, I'm a detective, you either stick to that motherfucker like glue, or you just kill them immediately. Or at least don't let them into the fucking building. Oh, hello, bot.
Don't look at me like that, cat. Yeah, fucking be gone, you fool. Intrepid pansy, huh? Okay.
Interesting combination of words.
Sure, I guess. Giving shelter to Erica is the worst idea possible because then you have to deal with Erica. Yeah. Not wrong. Gods, dude, I would have. I don't know exactly what I would do, but I would have to do fucking something. Like, maybe just like fucking manacle this weird little shit and just like throw her in a dungeon somewhere.
Yeah, just fucking duct tape her and throw her in a trash can until the, hurricane breaks.
Fucking duct tape her to a wall.
Yeah.
24時から午前1時までであることが
Hope you went to the
証明さ
bathroom
れた
first,
わ
little shit. This is proof that it was only possible to reach Genji's sleeping quarters and commit the crime between midnight and 1 a.m., just as with the murders in the guest house.
そしてさらにエリカの調査によって現時にもいとこ部屋へ至るのが不可能であることが証明されたわ
And furthermore, Erica's investigation also proved that it was impossible for Genji to reach the cousin's room.
Alright. Let's see. Is it possible that Genji slit his own throat? Or have we ruled out
I don't remember the
suicide?
description of the wound. If I recall, though, it was something like cut nearly to the bone.
Yeah, it was real deep.
I don't know that a person could do that to themselves. Maybe, but...
Yeah, if anybody could, it'd be Genji.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
But that, okay, we'll put that at a solid, maybe.
A solid undecided.
Yeah. It had already been made clear in Red Truth that after transferring the phone call to Natsuhi, Genji had gone straight back to the servants' quarters. Now, based on the results of Erika's scientific investigation, they added a further Red Truth. Genji never left the mansion after midnight. This made it clear, beyond doubt, that Genji couldn't have reached the guest house, much less the cousin's room. Alright, and then the only person you have to doubt be Kraus.
Yeah, his ass is still missing, so, I'm glad I already had my fucking eyes closed for that one.
Yeah.
That leaves only Kraus and Natsuhi.
それ以外の全員のアリバイが証明されちゃったじゃない
All other people have had their alibis proven. Weep, weep, cry, cry. Impossible.
Natsuhi's mouth flapped open and shut like a goldfish starved of oxygen. Are you gonna ruin this by insisting it wasn't your husband? And that was an accurate analogy. Natsuhi's mind was blank and spinning out of control, and she felt as though she really would suffocate.
後ろ宮夏日最後にチャンスをあげるわすべての犯行はあなたの夫の仕業だと自ら告白なさい
Ushiromi and Natsuhi, I'll give you one last chance. Confess that all of the crimes were the work of your husband.
You're not gonna, are you? Fuck.
バカな私が本当に濡れ衣を着せるような女に見えますか
Don't be ridiculous. Do I look like the kind of woman who would falsely accuse her husband?
I mean, honestly, you do look like you could be the antagonist of a mystery novel.
Yeah.
ベアと夏日は拒否したわ。そしてあなたにも同じチャンスを。分かっているでしょ。それともま
Hey,
さ
so
か
Natsuki's denied it. I'll give you the same chance. You understand, right?
クラウス
Please
が
don't
行
tell
方
me.
不明であるのをいいことに悪魔の証明でごまかしきれるつもりじゃないわよね。
That you expect to be able to take advantage of the fact that Kraus is missing to try and pull a devil's proof on me.
Just accuse him and his moon tourism. Yeah, pretty much everyone, every adult at least, other than Nanjo, I think.
Granted, Nanjo has been friends with Kyuzo for a long time, so...
Yeah, granted, it's kind of hard to say, because he had to have known some things that make him an accomplice to some of the shit Kyuzo did. Because he was the one who was contacted for, you know, medical things related to his quote-unquote mistress.
Yeah.
Because he had been to Kuwadorian, so I assume that's the... Yeah, I could excuse Goda just because he hasn't had a reason or a build-up of that. Other than to get the gold, but that doesn't seem to be the end run in this particular case.
Yeah, Goda's a little arrogant, but I don't think he would do this, from what we know of him so far.
Yeah, he hasn't worked for the Ushiramiyas long enough to have that kind of baggage built, I think. The only reason I could possibly think is that Goda lied about his qualifications, despite being an excellent chef, but lied about where he used to work and just used a place that's shut down, which people do. Like, that is something people do, and, you know, I'm not advocating anybody lie, but you could. It is a common trait. Everybody was a supervisor at Circuit City. And there's no way you can prove otherwise. But anyway, Goda lied about some aspect of his prior occupation, and somebody found out and he would kill them, but that's only one murder. Maybe two if the person told somebody else. Normally, these alibis... Normally, these alibis of Erica's would still have many places that Beto could argue against using the blue truth. However, all of those alibis had been accepted by Burn Castell and Lambda Delta as red truth, and Beto no longer had any room to argue. Beto could literally just be the villain you know you are, reject Natsuki's feelings, and say it was Kraus. Also reject Nazi feelings, but that's an entirely different thing.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
まるでエリカの書いた筋書きをあの魔女どもがそうなるように曲解してるみてえじゃないか。
It's like Erica's creating the plotline and those witches are distorting things so that everything matches up with it. Battler.
Exactly what's happening, Battler.
I'm pretty sure that's what's happening, buddy. You have the Game Master and the supposed opposition getting to play with the board while you sulked over in the garden.
So ですね。 ゲームマスターのラムダデルタ教が納得したなら、その真実の真贋は問われない。
That's right. If the game master, Lady Lambda Delta, accepts a truth, its authenticity will not be questioned.
最後に残った真実に基づかれ、続く世界が紡がれる。
The world that comes after will be formed based on the truth that remains in the end.
その最後の真実が本当の真実とどれほどかけ離れていようとも。
This happens no matter how far this final truth is from the real truth.
To basically creating a pocket universe of all the truths that Lambda Delta accepts.
クラウスおじさんが犯人のわけない。
Nani? There's no way Uncle Kraus is the
お
culprit.
じさんは何者かに監禁
He's
されてる
being
んだ。
held prisoner somewhere. You don't think he could
How
distort
do
his
you
voice?
know that, though? Have you seen his ass in a cell somewhere yet?
Yeah, you've only observed the phone call, bud.
いや、そうと。夏日おばさんを電話でうまく騙した可能性を否定できないな。
There we go.
There you go,
Much
bud.
better.
Okay. As long as you had that thought immediately after you said it, that's okay. Wait, we can't deny the possibility that Aunt Natsuhi was skillfully tricked into believing that during the phone call.
バトラ君は夏日とクラウスを疑っていますか？
You suspect Natsuhi and Kraus, Battler.
それは
Well... Yeah, I mean, you kind of have to, bugger. We've gone this far. You cannot back off on somebody in this scenario committed the crimes.
Amber,
エリカの真実
get off my
は
desk.
卑劣な構築ですが正当です。魔女と結託しているとはいえ赤き真実で認められています。
Walk on my tablet, you piece of shit. Erica's truth has been constructed in a cowardly fashion, but it is a proper truth. She may be colluding with a witch, but it still has been acknowledged as red truth.
つまり嘘だけで構築した偽の真実では断じてありません。
In other words, it cannot be a fake truth built only on lies.
つまりエリカの真実でも筋が通るのです。夏日やクラウスが犯人という真実も全くありえなくはありません。
This means that even Erica's truth makes sense. The truth about Natsuhi and Kraus being the culprits is also very possible.
それが虚構であろうとも筋が通
It may be a hollow truth, but it is consistent.
り真実と同じ価値を持った虚構なのです。
It's a fiction that holds the same worth as truth.
その二つの真実のどちらを信じるか。
God damn it, Doniel. Fuck.
I don't think she's actually... Is she dead? No, she's not dead in this yet.
Operative word there. Yet. Which of those two truths will you believe?
それはバトラ君自身が自ら決めることです。
That is for you to decide.
いや、俺は夏日おばさんとクラウスおじさんを信じるぜ。
Why? Like, maybe Natsuhi. Natsuhi kind of got drugged into this family. But Kraus? I guess you can go, yeah, neither of them would kill their daughter, but... She dies in a lot of them, Doniel, so you're forgiven. Now, I'll trust Aunt Natsuhi and Uncle Kraus.
Does she not die in, like,
金
basically
で
all
トラ
of
ブル
them?
があるのは知ってる。
She dies in most of them. Pretty early on in some cases, too. I'll trust Aunt Natsuhi and Uncle Kraus. I realize that they're in some money trouble.
だが、それでも 俺はおばさんたちが犯人だと信じたくない。
But even so, I don't want to believe that they're the culprits.
いや、信じられない。
No, I can't believe it.
You should at least bring up the fact that like their daughter was killed in the first Twilight as well.
Yeah, like, I hope that's where you're going, Battler, is like, no way would they kill, would they have killed her? Like,
yeah, like I can definitely like, I can understand at least not wanting to believe that like your family members could kill their own child.
Yeah, like I can stand behind that, going like, this is their flesh and blood, and unlike, you know, the situation with Rosa and Maria, that shit did not seem to be happening.
Yeah, at the very least, like, while they're probably not great parents, they do seem to at least, like, very much care for Jessica.
Yeah, like,
so.
they care about Jessica. I cannot see a world in which they murder her, unless they thought she was another person. And that's the only way, but I don't think there's any way you could mistake her for anybody else.
Yeah, I think you're right on that.
Yeah, because there was no way
How do you intend to... Go ahead.
Basically, I was thinking the only other way it could happen is, like, if they had intended for Shannon to be somewhere else, but they never constructed a reason for Shannon to, or for Jessica to be somewhere else. I don't know why I said Shannon, probably because I keep reading Blame Shannon. But
yeah, could be.
You know, but they never constructed a reason for Jessica to be anywhere else. They expected her to be with her cousins.
Stop it, Cat.
Because, you know, basically, hey, we killed your other two cousins, not realizing you were fucking there. 2 or 3 cousins, actually, depending on the situation. But, yeah, we killed your cousins and your aunt. Fuck, you're not going along with this. Fuck, you're screaming a lot. Or look like you're about to scream. Fuck, we have to kill you. But I don't think that's it. Anyway, go ahead.
Hi, Ember. Are you comfortable perched on my lap like this? Weighing me down? Right, he has turned into Loaf on my lap.
Excellent.
Avoid Loaf. Anyway, how do you intend to get Nazi out of this position where she's so cornered by Red, which is slowly but surely closing in on her?
Good question. Also, yeah, when I was cat sitting, like, 2 of those cats would just lie on my legs while I was sleeping.
Yep. I'll tell you what, fucking my physical therapy exercises are actual hell with my cats trying to climb on me and, like, slam their faces into my chest and face while I'm doing them.
Yeah, that makes sense. Animals do happen to, decide that exercise means we're going to get involved.
Yeah, like, one of them I have to lay on my side and, like, balance my hips so I don't roll forward or backwards.
Mm-hmm.
But Phoenix will just, like, come up and just, like, slam his entire body into my chest.
Phoenix,
in the middle of it. It's like, buddy, I do not need 20 pounds of cat, like, pressing on my chest while I'm trying to keep my balance like this. Please stop.
I don't know, but I seriously don't want to give up. Me either, buddy. I want you to... Like, the main times I think Kat will agree as well that you should win is when you are dunking the fuck on Erica.
Yeah. And it's less that, like, I need a battler win and more like an Erica lose.
Yeah, exactly. I need Erica to lose. Granted, I am behind Battler. There's a reason I am, you know, the pointing figure on my side of the screen, and I think Kat's side as well.
No, I don't have your thing now.
Okay.
エリカの推理はまさにそれに踊らされたもの。
How you doing, handsome boy?
Nazi's been caught in a cowardly trap, that's all, and Erica's been reasoning is all part of it.
だからエリカは意図してかせずしてか本当の犯人の片棒を担いでるんだ。
So whether it's intentional or she's being manipulated, Erica is aiding the true culprit. I don't know who the true culprit is and how they're doing the murders given the alibis presented.
Yeah, like I know, like it's supposed to be like technically possible for you to guess who the main killer is in the beginning, like from the first 4 episodes, but like we have the bad brain, and also we've been doing this for 2 years now.
2 years.
I don't remember a lot of shit.
Yeah.
Which I should remember, even that I noted it at the time and said out loud that I noted it, and I just don't fucking remember that anymore because I got the bad brain, and it's been a while. I have slept since then, multiple times even.
Yeah.
エリカが夏日おばさんを犯人だと告発し、そしてこの場にいる誰もがそうだと信じても
Even if Erica has accused Aunt Natsuhi of being the culprit, and even if everyone else here believes
なら
that,
ばこそ俺だけは夏日おばさんを信じたい。
that's exactly why I want to be the one person who trusts her. I do genuinely believe Natsuhi isn't the killer.
Yeah, I'm leaning that way myself. Again, like I said earlier, but like she could be an unreliable narrator, but we just don't have any evidence of that yet.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, we don't have evidence of that, and yes, O'Neill, we understand. Blame Shannon.
honestly, I think that we could just blame everyone on the island. Fuck it, firebomb them all and let the gods sort them out.
Okay. If everyone assumes the truth, does it become the truth? If everyone accepts a lie, does it become the truth? Must the solitary truth teller be dragged to the guillotine to the jeers of liars?
俺は誰も夏日おばさんを信じないならむしろ俺が信じてやる。
I don't like it. No one will believe Aunt Natsuhi, then I will.
Blame them all. Hell yeah, there we go.
全員が納得したら決まるものじゃない。
Battler doesn't have to think about who kills who if I'm the one who just like hits the button and firebombs the entire island. There you go, buddy. Easy solution for you. Everyone dies anyway, and you get an easy person to blame. That's not part of your family. Congratulations.
Yeah, that's one way to do it. Fuck it, Rokenjima gets nuked from orbit.
Yeah. Just drop a kill set on it.
Yeah. Real truth isn't something that's determined when everyone thinks something sounds reasonable.
徹底的に双方の可能性を検討してその上で至るもんなんだ。
It's something you arrive at through thoroughly investigating both possibilities.
だからこの法廷は嘘っぱちだ。
This trial is a downright lie.
この法廷は夏日おばさんを犯人だとでっち上げるためにしか存在しな
Stop
い。
attacking my back scratcher, cat.
It's a kangaroo court that exists for no other reason other than to set Aunt Natsuhi up as the culprit.
ベアとは夏日を必死に弁護していますよ。
Beato is doing all she can to plead Natsuhi's case, you know.
違う。ベアトがしているのは抗弁。言い訳でしかない。
Wrong. Beato is trying to refute Erica's argument. She's just
この
defending.
法廷では相手の主張に抗うだけじゃ戦えないんだ。
You can't fight in this trial by simply resisting all of your opponent's
だ
claims.
からかつての俺は一方的にベアトにやり込められていたんだ。
This is why Beato always cornered me in the past.
エリカに勝つのに必要なのは奴の推理の穴を探すことじゃない。
She isn't gonna beat Erica by finding flaws in her reasoning.
奴とは異なる別の真実を見つけ出し、それをあのゲームの支配者ラムダデルタに。
She has to find a different truth and show Lambda Delta, the ruler of this game.
エリカの真実より正しいと認めさせることなんだ。
That her truth is more correct than Erica's.
Tyler, you're looking like You haven't slept in a while either?
Yeah, you are kind of starting to get the wizard eyes, and I don't like it.
Oh, fuck, you're right.
And also...
He's going full Kenzo.
Yeah. Also, Quinn says, love the voice-to-text reading Beethoven's Beethoven. Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah. I hadn't even seen that.
Oh, and Captioner did it just now by saying Beethoven twice.
Excellent. Beautiful. Alright, I need another capture link, by the way.
Oh, yeah. Open up.
Mine has died. It has passed into the great beyond.
And I have a feeling if we were to do this the other way around, it would just keep doing it to me instead.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Alright, we should be good now.
That's not what you said, but it is reading you.
Goddamn captioner.
教の示した赤き真実に抵触せずに、夏日が犯人でない真実を紡ぎ出せますか?
You shut your mouth, cat. Without violating any of the red truths that Lady Birkenstell has shown, can you weave together a truth where Natsuhi isn't the culprit?
I think this really is, like, I know we got a little spoiled from the cover of Answer's arc, but I think this might be Battler's, like, Battler Trichet arc.
Yeah, it could be.
わからない。だが
Batrishi?
俺が夏日おばさんが犯人だと信じない限り、絶対に別の真実がある。
Whatever.
Yeah, but Batriche sounds good, yeah. I don't know, but as long as I don't believe that Aunt Nazi is the culprit, there's got to be a different truth.
仮に事件の犯人は魔女ということになってもいい。
Oh, we are going way off the rails. Yeah, this is your Batriche arc. I don't even care if the culprit for the crime ends up being a witch.
確かな真実によって夏日おばさんに濡れ衣を着せられるくらいなら。
That's better than having Aunt Natsuhi be framed by an incorrect truth.
I mean, yeah, that's genuinely fair. I think I would rather blame just like some impossibility than have an innocent be hanged for a crime they didn't commit.
Yeah, that's fair. I would prefer an innocent not get hanged versus somebody getting killed for the crime.
Shit, damn it!
あなたは信じないのですね。
I sprayed my cat with the spray bottle and then I dropped the fucking spray bottle when I went to put it back.
Whoops.
So, no matter how much red truth you are shown, you won't believe that Natsuhi is the culprit, correct?
Yeah, I also had to master the ways of the spray bottle during my cat sitting.
Yeah, my hands are just like not doing well at the today because of the physical therapy.
Yeah, physical therapy. But yeah, like, they really like getting on the kitchen counters, and they're not allowed on the kitchen counters.
Yeah. Thankfully, I don't have to deal with that with my cats because my cats aren't allowed in the kitchen.
Yeah. That would be a heck of a journey for indoor cats to make.
Yeah, a little bit.
Like, you'd have to put a tunnel under or something.
ああ、物事ってのは常に信じる奴と信じない奴がいるべきなんだ。
Yeah, for everything, there should always be some people who believe and some who don't. Not for everything.
Oh no, I don't think, like, Earth being round needs to be disbelieved.
Yeah, you do not need to become a flat earther, Battler. Please. Please do not take that to its logical extreme. But if you mean, for every accusation, there should be somebody who provides a rigorous defense.
Yeah, absolutely.
たとえいくら証拠が積み重ねられようとも、誰かが潔白を信じなきゃならない。
No matter how much evidence is stacked up against her, someone has to believe that she's innocent. Yeah, like, it was just... They worded that very poorly for probably, like, the actual meaning is probably not what we're thinking, but gosh. Battler the Flat Earther.
Battler the Flat Earther.
Also, like, I'm gonna have to check the fucking... multi-chat, because you are just being picked on. I'll do that during our 20-minute break when we get there. I'm sure there are countless truths in the world that can't be proven with evidence.
Yeah, but I mean, like, I'm a streamer, it's my job to talk bullshit. I'm supposed to do this.
Yeah, we had to nitpick it a little, but we're not going over long on it. I don't ever want to...
I could, like, descend into, like, a 30-minute spiral if you so wish. I am capable of this.
I don't ever want to accept that something's true just because everyone says it is. How can you be sure that there's nothing on the far side of the moon if you've never seen it? Is there some reason that you have to believe it? Until you see the far side of the moon with your own eyes, you can't rule out the possibility that nothing is there, and neither can you rule out the possibility of a thriving culture of space bunnies.
Hey, the Loprits mentioned.
Loprits mentioned.
Retroactively.
Yeah. Like, and then he qualified that later on in this version of the translation, so I am okay with it, Katie. Oh yeah, moon rabbits are just a mythological thing in general.
I think we talked about the moon rabbits thing a lot when we were doing Endwalker.
Yeah, we did a lot. Final Fantasy XIV real? But yeah, moon rabbits are a thing that have been around for a while in Japanese culture, and probably other cultures. I don't know about the rest of you, though. I usually see a dragon in the moon.
Final Fantasy XIV was real. Miko girls, come on. And Vieira girls.
And Hroth
Honestly,
gals.
just girls in general. I just like girls.
Yeah?
Women pretty.
Women pretty. And also, like, come on, Final Fantasy XIV, let us play half-elves as well.
Gods, please.
I love the way Hilda looks, and I want to make a character exactly like her. But Final Fantasy XIV and Squeenix will not let me.
Squeenix is a pack of cowards. They still haven't let me make my 5'10" brick of muscle and scar tissue shit in the shape of a woman for Raya, alright? So.
You should never assume something is the truth until you actually check it. This court is maliciously trying to force a single interpretation on the truth that can't be checked. Once believed that there was a society on the far side of the moon. But that was in elementary school and I was made fun of and laughed at. So I thought it was embarrassing to think that a society lives on the moon. And I threw away that belief. I mean, you kind of shouldn't stick behind that theory, but you could go, yeah, I'm gonna become an astronaut specifically to check the far side of the moon to see what's there.
It's mostly a lot of craters and very cold. That's what's over there.
I've been told by a book my mom read me that rabbits lived on the far side of the moon. I believed that for a long, long time. But when everyone said that was wrong, I abandoned that truth without even trying to check it.
Oh, you were there, Quinn, huh? Did you? Were they like Loprit-style bunnies or Vieira-style bunnies?
This is a good question.
It's like one of these is infinitely better than the other, and it's not the one that barely comes up to my knee. Toho style bunnies. Okay, I don't.
I have to remind myself what the Toho bunnies look like. Because it's been a bit. Oh, yeah, these girls.
Damn it. Billy's too close to whopper it for me.
Anyway. Did I say? But when everyone said that it was wrong, I abandoned the truth without even trying to check it. Even without evidence. I abandoned the truth I believed in. Yeah, that is... Okay, I see what you're getting at. You're just using a very absurd...
example for it, yeah.
Yeah.
I always think of that one meme where it's like stick figures and like it's someone with a microphone talking to someone else. It's like, why are you so gay? And the person just like spends 3 panels blushing and just goes, "Girl's pretty."
Yeah, yeah. But
that's what I always think of.
But to read out O'Neill's thing for people who are just listening, anytime someone says women pretty, I just think of that one Bible verse that goes, "I have seen the burden God has put on mankind. He has made everything beautiful." Which is honestly kind of nice and poetic in its own way, I guess.
I suppose, yeah.
Now everyone is starting to believe that Aunt Natsuhi is the culprit, even though not a single piece of decisive proof has been shown. There is no proof, but Erika's words sound reasonable, so they're probably the truth? That's your reason to abandon your belief that Aunt Natsuhi is innocent?
There's a reason why we have the beyond all reasonable doubt thing.
Yeah, in actual trials. Though, granted, how well that's used in actual trials varies by a lot.
Well, yeah, of course, because like humans are fallible and sometimes very shitty.
Yeah.
Like Erika. Erika's very shitty.
Erika is very shitty indeed.
And also infinitely fallible.
No one else will believe than I will.
You know what? We're blaming all the murders on Erika retroactively. Fuck it, she killed people before she existed.
Fair enough. I believe that real truth only surfaces if you look with both eyes, one denying and one affirming. No matter how much they try to make Aunt Natsuhi out to be the culprit, it's my belief that she isn't. And I'll never give that up.
わかりました。ではあなたに私から一つだけ赤き真実を授け
A
ます。
treat! Ooh, piece of candy. I understand. Then allow me to grant you a single red truth.
私が真の意味で戦う意志を持ったあなたに送るたった一つの力です。
This is the single bit of power I will give you, now that you hold the will to fight in the truest sense.
力
Power?
有限の魔女ワルギリアの名において
By the name of the finite witch Virgilia.
先代の魔女ベアトリーチェとしてあなたに赤き真実を託します。
No, as the former witch Beatrice, I grant you this red truth.
後宮夏日は犯人ではない。
Oh shit. Oh shit.
Ushiromiya Natsuhi is not the culprit.
That's pretty strong, yeah. That would be power in this situation.
Yeah. That's good shit.
Yeah, fuck.
I mean, I expected as much, but like, also, damn, good, excellent.
Yeah, Battler has been wrong through the shit for this entire episode.
司法取引クラウスが犯人だと認めたならエリカは夏日に対する追及を中断。
Plea bargain. If you acknowledge that Kraus is the culprit, Erika will cease her pursuit of Natsuhi.
以後は所在不明のクラウスが犯人ということで追及を。
From then on, the investigation will proceed assuming that Kraus, whose location is unknown, is the culprit.
どうするベアト、このままじゃ夏日やばいわよ。
What'll you do, Beato? At this rate, Natsuhi's in serious trouble, right?
司法取引を受ける？
Will you accept the plea bargain?
後ろ宮家の名誉とやらを放棄するなら、今回はドローにしてあげようっていう。
If you're willing to abandon this Ushiromiya family honor thing, Burn says she'll let you off with a draw.
ベルの甘い配慮よ。
She's being really soft on you, you know.
Kraus was currently missing, and it was unknown whether he was alive or dead. Like Kinzo, he was no different than a cat in a box, and that had disappeared into the mists of the island. Cat in the Box is a creature of infinite variation. No interpretation of it can be denied. It is the root of endless interpretations, the true source of the Endless Witch's power. In other words, no matter how much Burn Castell were to claim that Kraus was the culprit, he wouldn't be able to make that sole truth. That is, the Kraus culprit theory and the witch theory could exist in almost perfect balance. Beto could make the game a draw. Burn Castell was tempting her. He was offering her a second chance if she would abandon the honor of the family she'd sworn to protect, and consent to weaving a fragment that would trample all over that honor. There was no room for false confidence. For Beato to lose was to die. Unless she could see herself having an overwhelming advantage in this game, the right move had to be actively pursue a draw.
I will not allow you to call my husband a killer. My husband is the next in line to the Ushiromiya family headship. The one person who will inherit the glory of the Ushiromiya family.
Even though he shouldn't.
I will never allow you to brand him as a criminal.
良いのか夏日、クラウスを疑ることを放棄するなら、もうそなたしか残らぬぞ。
Are you sure, Natsuhi? If you refuse to suspect Kraus, then you'll be the only one left.
そなた以外の全員のアリバイの証明、すなわちヘンペルのカラス。
Alibis have been proven for everyone else. In other words, Hempel's Raven.
何の証拠もなく、そなたを犯人だと断定できてしまう。
Even without any evidence, it will be determined that you are the culprits.
私しか残らなければ何だというのですか。私は後ろ宮夏日、逃げも隠れもしない。
So what if I'm the only one left? I am Ushiromiya Natsuhi. I will not run or hide.
私は潔白です。
I am innocent.
心に片翼のわしを刻む高潔なる当主代行です。
I am the representative of the noble head with the one-winged eagle engraved into my heart.
Which we know he never actually said to you.
Stop, Ember.
私を罵りたければ罵りなさい。あざけりたければあざけりなさい。誰にも虚実で私の名誉を傷つけることなどできはしないのです。
You wish to insult me, go ahead. If you wish to ridicule me, do as you please. But none of you can damage my honor with fiction.
With a dignified voice, Natsuhi stated her case openly before the witches above her. However, this response of hers might have been exactly what Burn Castell had intended. Almost certainly.
夏日は取引を拒否。ベアトは
Natsuhi refuses the deal. And you, Beato?
分かってるわね。
You understand, right?
夏日が特定された瞬間にラムダは判決を下すわよ。
The instant Natsuhi is singled out, Lambda will deliver her verdict.
その瞬間に魔女幻想は否定される。あなたはつゆと消える。
As soon as that happens, the witch illusion will be denied, and you'll vanish into mist.
夏日のくだらない意地に 地獄の底まで付き合うつもり？
Do you plan to let Natsuhi's foolish stubbornness drag you down to the depths of hell?
Alright.
リーチ、あんたはよく戦った。ここが潮時よ。
Riche, you fought well. Now's the time
ナ
to
ツヒを説
withdraw.
得して、なんとかギリギリの妥協策を。
Convince Natsuhi and try to work out a compromise? Yeah, let's go with that. A compromise.
ラムダデルタ教もベルンカステル教も真の敵はお嬢様ではなく退屈そのものです。
Both Lady Lambda Delta and Lady Burgestell have boredom, not you, as their true enemy.
このゲームをまだ繰り返し遊びたいはず。
I imagine they would like to play this game over
お
again.
嬢様が譲歩するところを見せれば喜んでそれを受け入れる。
If they see that you're willing to make a concession, they will most likely accept it gladly.
Yeah, but fuck that coward shit.
次のゲーム
Mama didn't raise no bitch.
Mama might not have raised anybody.
Yeah. Not wrong. But that got me good. And move on to the next game. Sorry. I had to find my place again.
次のゲームに仕切り直され、このゲームの夏日は、このかけらの夏日はどうなるというのか。
If we move on to the next game, then what will happen to the Natsuhi of this game? The Natsuhi of this fragment?
The fact that you care says a lot about how you've changed over this.
そんなの気にしてる場合じゃないでしょ。夏日なんて所詮駒よ。このゲームで取り除かれても次のゲームではまた登場するわ。
Don't kneel with a yeah, but fuck him. Word spoken after my own heart. Yeah, same dude.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, yeah, maybe, but fuck him. Now isn't the time to be worrying about that. Natsuhi is just a piece. Even if she gets removed from this game, she'll show up again in the next one.
しかしお嬢様はそういうわけには参りませんぞ。
But the same does not hold true for you. But the same does not hold for you, my lady.
今回のゲームでベルンカステル教の手の内は分かったはずです。
Through this game, I believe you have learned the moves that Lady Burgestell has up her sleeves.
それを生かし、次回のゲームで勝利を目指す方が現実的です。
It's a more realistic goal to make use of that and aim for victory in the next game instead.
Yeah, but even if she's a piece, like, we've seen what can happen to pieces after the game's over in their fragment.
They can even rejoin the game
Even
in fucked up scenarios.
Yeah, even rejoining the game in fucked up scenarios. Like, I understand their point in that this would be game over for Beato from their understanding. But
You know, it's just like it's another one for what we just said. That may be true in a way, but fuck them.
yeah,
ここはベルンカステル教の取引に乗るのが唯一無二の上策かと。
Accepting Lady Birkenstell's deal might be your one and only good option right now.
くだらないプライドは捨てなさい。カスパロフもディープブルーも無敗じゃないわ。
Throw away that useless pride of yours. Neither Kasparov nor Deep Blue won every game.
最後に勝率で勝者を決めるんでしょ。
The person that wins more games wins in the end, right?
一つの勝負、一つの人生、一つの駒に魔女が執着したら死ぬわよ。
If a witch gets too attached to a single match, a single life, a single piece, that witch dies.
yeah, yeah.
That may be true, Gap, but fuck them.
すまぬが、そういうわけにはいかなくてね。
There we go. I knew I liked you for a reason, Banto.
自分だけは信じる男の強さと。
My apologies, but I cannot do that. I know the strength of a man who believed even though everyone said he was wrong.
それを捨てなければならなかった男の悔しさを。 わらわは知って
And I
る
know the suffering he went through when he was forced to abandon that belief.
Huh?
わらわは夏日を見捨てぬ。なぜか誰もが夏日を疑うのなら誰かが夏日を信じねばならぬからだ。
I'm sure she was talking about Battler there. I will not abandon Nazi. Why? Because if everyone else suspects Nazi, then someone has to believe in her.
真実とは疑う者と信じる者の狭間にこそ見つけ出せるからだ。
Because truth can only be found in the gap between those who doubt and those who believe.
わらわは見捨てぬぞ。誰もが
That's
夏
a
日を
pretty
犯
good,
人と
like,
信じるならそれでも
pseudo-philosophical
わらわ
phrase
は
to
魔女が
use
犯
for,
人である
like,
と主張する。
a like, Warhammer 40k style priest.
Oh yeah, I could see that.
I won't abandon her. Even if everyone believes that Nazi is the culprit, I will still claim that a witch is responsible.
それが主張できるならわらわの存在価値などそれまでよ。
I can't even make that claim. My existence isn't worth anything.
負けられねえんだよ。真実ってのはさ、誰かが否定するもんじゃねえ。
I can't afford to lose. Truth isn't for anyone to deny.
自分が疑って捨てた時に消え去るんだよ。
It's something that disappears when you doubt it and abandon it yourself.
それがベアトの返事？
Is that your answer, Beato?
ああ、当然拒否よ。
Yeah, of course I refuse.
後ろ宮クラウスは犯人にあらず。
Ushiromiya Kraus is not the culprit.
That means you have to cast doubt on somebody else right here.
Ooh, there'll be no coming back from this, you know.
Yeah, but fuck you.
Yeah. Maybe, but fuck you. Here's what you get for being a quick-tempered moron.
奇跡の魔女ベルンカステルの名において赤き真実を語るわ。
By the name of Bryn Costello, the Witch of Miracles, I speak with the red truth.
後ろ宮クラウスは犯人ではない。
Ushiromiya Kraus is not the culprit. Okay,
Ah,
so
fair enough.
both Nazi and Kraus cannot have done it.
Yeah.
Someone else did it.
Someone
We
else
know
did
that
it.
for certain now.
Yeah.
そしてとっくに殺されてるわ。
Oh.
And he was killed long ago.
あんたに電話で声を聞かせた直後よね。
Shortly after you heard his voice over the phone, in fact.
Okay, fair the fuck enough. Okay.
Yeah, there's no use in keeping him alive after that.
I mean, yeah.
So-
Yeah. No use in it, and you were planning to fuck Natsuhi over anyway. Assuming everything the person on the phone said was true about themselves.
The sounds of grief. Here you go.
Yeah. Rancastell's cruel and ruthless red blade gouged Natsuhi was all too merciless. Yeah, that's really a shitty way of saying, hey, your husband's dead. The lack of knowledge of whether Kraus was alive or dead had almost crushed Natsuhi with anxiety, yet she had at least been capable of believing that he was alive. Now the hope that expectation had been crushed without any chance for a miracle. She had thrown herself into this trap out of concern for her husband's safety. With the loss of her daughter and husband, she had now lost everything she had gained since marrying into the Ushiromiya family. No, even after all this, one thing still remained. Her husband was lost, then right now she was the last person who could protect the honor of the Ushiromiya family. He still couldn't let it end here. Even wrapped up in so much sadness, Natsuhi would do all she could to protect that honor, with her last ounce of strength.
いいえ、これで終わりよ。残りの食堂の人間は全員1時まで食堂を出ていないことは赤き真実で確定してる。
Nope, it's all over. It's been determined with the red truth that none of the remaining people in the dining hall had left that room until 1 o'clock.
つまりもう夏日以外全員のアリバイは証明されてる。
In other words, alibis have already been proven for everyone except Natsuhi.
So the tension in this scene seems to be, when can Battler speak again?
Yeah.
Because
and if I recall, it was like directly before Erica actually right after Erica said that Natsuhi was the culprit in the sitting room or whatever the fuck.
Yeah, in the sitting room there.
So we're close. We're getting to it.
That's not red truth.
Hey kids, wanna see a dead body?
見事だったわ、エリカ・ベルンカステル。
Well done, Erica at Bern Castell.
あなたたちは後ろ宮夏日以外に犯行が不可能であることを証明しきったわ。
Damn it. You've fully proven that the crime was impossible for everyone except Ushirumi and Natsuhi.
主文から読み上げようかしら。
Why don't I start reading aloud from the verdict?
被告後ろ宮夏日は1986年10月4日24時に先に就寝すると偽り自室へ戻るふりをして
At midnight on October 4th, 1986, the defendants Ushirumi and Natsuhi left before the others while pretending to return to her room to sleep.
午前1時までの1時間の間にジョージ、ジェシカ、マリア、ローザ、ゲンジの5人を次々殺害したわ。
And murdered George, Jessica, Maria, Rosa, and Genji one after another during the 1 hour period before 1 a.m.
Alright, catch you later, Quinn. I'll be sure to let you know when the bod's up.
Yep, see you later, Quinn. Have a good night.
主文追加状況証拠からクラウスの殺害も追加を
Let me add something on. Due to circumstantial evidence, include the murder of Kraus.
そうね。クラウスを殺せるのだってこの状況じゃ夏日以外に考えられないわ。
Yeah, that's right. In this situation, it's unthinkable that anyone except Natsuhi could kill Kraus.
That's a really shaky logic.
Yeah, I don't believe you. I'm gonna press X to doubt on that one.
主文を訂正するわ。午前1時までの1時間の間にクラウス、ジョージ、ジェシカ、マリア、ローザ、ゲンジの6人を次々殺害したわ。
In revision to the verdict, during the hour before 1 a.m., Ushirumi and Natsuhi killed Kraus, George, Jessica, Maria, Rosa, and Genji one after another.
殺害可能時間はいずれも24時からの1時間の間だけ。
It's only possible for any of these murders to have taken place between midnight and 1 o'clock.
その1時
That's
間
a lot of
の間に
motherfuckers
ア
in a
リバイ
single
を
hour.
持たない。
Yeah,
犯行の可能な
there
人
has to
物
be
は
multiple
後ろ宮
murderers
夏
under
日だけ
this
だった。
truth.
The only person without an alibi during this time was Ushirumi and Natsuhi.
以後ゲームは被告を真犯人として扱い進行。
From this point forward, the game will proceed treating the defendant as the true culprit.
Yeah, this might be the Batriche arc.
また事件が人間の犯行で完全に証明されたため無限の魔女ベアトリーチェ
The best part about like the Batrici name for him is that you only have to remove one letter from Beatrice.
Yeah.
Furthermore, because it has been fully proven that the crime was possible for humans, Beatrice the Endless Witch.
当幻想法廷はあんたの存在をここに否定することを宣言するわ。
This court of illusions hereby denies your existence.
Alright, let's see what fucking
公
happens.
弁の機会があるけど、夏日のアリバイを証明できる？もしくは夏日以外が犯人の可能性を示せる？
You have a chance to plead your case. Can you provide an alibi for Natsuhi? Or can you show the possibility of someone other than Natsuhi being responsible?
それさえできれば、夏日は黒ギリギリのグレー止まり。
If you can just do that, Natsuhi will stop at being one shade short of absolutely guilty.
あんたの存在否定は今回は保留されるけど。
And the denial of your existence will be put on hold for this game.
Natsuhi had an alibi. Beato would have shown it long ago. In fact, it wasn't the whole point of that trap to make her lose her alibi?
アリバイの証明などなくとも、わらわは夏日の無実を信じるぞ。
Even if her alibi is not proven, I will believe in Natsuhi's innocence.
そなたらが偽りの真実をどう決めつけようとな。
No matter how much you all try to pin your fake truth on her,
わらわこそが真犯人である。
I am the true culprit.
夏日は無実である。
Natsuhi is
た
innocent,
とえ証拠がなくとも。
even without any proof.
真相は六軒島の夜の主、黄金のベアトリーチェだけが知っています。
The truth is known only by the master of the night on this island, Beatrice the Golden.
私は後ろ宮夏日。
I am Ushiromiya Natsuhi.
夫なき今、私が後ろ宮家の当主です。
Now that my husband has passed away, I am the head of the Ushiromiya
我
family.
が心、いかなる恥ずかしめにも口切ることがありません。
My spirit will not be broken no matter how you try and humiliate me.
それはなぜか、お父様が私に心に片翼のわしの紋章を刻むことをお許しくださったからです。
Why, you ask? It is because Father gave me permission to engrave the crest of the one-winged eagle into my heart.
私の心臓に刻まれた紋章と名誉を、あなたの証拠とアリバイとやらはどう否定できますか？
How can your evidence and alibis negate the honor and the crest engraved into my heart?
Alright, but are we actually gonna crack open your chest and see it?
That would be kind of funny, though. Like, if they did crack open her ribcage and it really was just like a brand on her heart. They cannot.
私の心に刻まれた後ろ宮家の紋章は不滅なのです。
The Ushiromiya crest emblazoned on my heart is immortal.
Now that Natsuhi and Beatrice had practically been placed on the guillotine, they cried out with all the strength of their determination. However, that did nothing except bring a cold smile to the game master Lambda Delta's face. Erica had constructed a truth that Lambda Delta could accept, and no one could construct a more convincing truth to deny Erica's. In that case, the most convincing truth would swallow up everything else and become the one and only truth, even if it happened to be different from the real truth. The truth of those in the past is swallowed up by the truth of those in the future, even if that truth is a fiction, as long as everyone acknowledges it to be true.
よく吠えること。私は魔女が火あぶりになるときは命乞いを泣きわめく子が一番好きよ。
You're all bark and bluster. I like it best when witches sob and beg for their lives when they're about to be burned at the stake.
あんたみたいな虚勢を張るのが一番興ざめなの。
And they try and act tough like you do. It's such a buzzkill.
だからその虚勢を打ち砕く赤き真実を私からは最後の
Okay, let's do this.
Yeah, let's say. So I think I'll send you one final gift. A red truth to crush your bluster once and for all.
何ですか？
What do you mean?
よせベルンカステル卿、もはやそなたの望んだ真実で上書きされるであろうが。
Yo, Lady Burning Estelle, isn't it already going to be overwritten with the truth you desired?
その真実と夏日の真実は相入れるはず。
Your truth and Nazi should be able to coexist.
怪我さないでやってくれ。頼む。
Please don't defile it. Please.
Alright.
夏日、金蔵があんたの心に片翼のわしを刻むことを
Fuck.
いつ許した
I
っ
had
て
a
の？
feeling.
Yeah. Nazi, when did Kinzo ever say it was okay for you to engrave the one-winged eagle into your
あん
heart?
たの妄想の中の金蔵の言葉でしょうが、それは。
Those were just the words of the Kinzo from your delusions.
本当の金蔵はね、
The real Kinzo.
生涯ただの一度も
Throughout his entire life, not
あん
once
たを心の底から信頼したこともないし、
did he ever trust you from the bottom of his heart.
あんたに紋章を許そうと思ったこともただの一度もないわ。
And not once did he ever consider letting you bear the family crest.
Fuck. That sucks. But also, yeah, I had a feeling once the tone of things was going that way. I was hoping.
Yeah.
I was
The argument
hoping.
against this is just like, yeah, he was dead when he did it. Throughout his entire life, obviously not, but he did once he died. So fuck you, eat shit.
But yeah, just fucking hell. That sucks.
Wit shit, stay winning.
Yeah, because what I thought the other way this could go is she tried to say Natsuhi was the culprit, and it gets stuck in her throat like any other time.
That would be interesting.
And that's when Battler comes in, kind of deal.
But I don't think she could have said that because it's not true.
Right, but attempting to say a red truth that isn't a truth, we've seen that done before.
Oh, I know, but like, she wouldn't have tried that because she knows that Nazi isn't the real red truth style culprit.
Yeah, fair enough.
She's just being accepted as it.
When the Heartless announcement was made, Kinzo stood up.
夏希、耳を貸すでない。
Natsuhi, you need not listen to this.
そなたの心に刻まれた紋章は誰にも汚されぬ。
No one can defile the crest engraved in your heart.
そなただけのもの
That
だ。
is yours alone.
後宮家の最後の当主としての誇りを永劫に忘れるな。
Do not ever forget your pride as the final head of the Ushiromiya family.
夏希！
I'm just gonna let that stand because I do not have that, kind of vigor in my voice.
やかましいわ。消えなさいよ。
Just shut up and disappear.
夏日のゲロカス妄想。
You putrid delusion vomited Natsuhi's mind.
消せぬ、消せぬぞ、我が魂は。
You can't erase me. You can't erase my soul.
夏希が心に紋章を刻み続ける限りな。
Not as long as Natsuhi continues to engrave the crest into her heart.
この嘘つき幻想が本当の金蔵はそんなことを言わないわ。
You lying illusion. The real Kinzo would never say such a thing.
消えなさい。夏日によって美化された。夏日にとって都合のいい夏日の中の妄想の金蔵。
Be gone, you fantasy of Kinzo inside Natsuhi's mind, beautified by her to suit her own purposes.
Fuck. You really are just an asshole. Like, you do not need to do this at all to win. You're just doing this to hurt her. props to many of the voice actors. Pretty much
Yeah.
everybody in this. Especially since
They did good shit.
a lot of them had not done much, if anything, before this. Bright red flashes of lightning smashed Kinzo over and over again as he screamed. Then he crumpled like a doll and sat back down in his chair as though nothing had happened. The fierce emotion had left Kinzo's face. He had truly become like a wax model, and so he would never again share kind words with Natsuhi. Yes, the true Kinzo never once trusted Natsuhi during his entire life. The true Kinzo never once thought about allowing Natsuhi to bear the one-winged eagle. Although it doesn't deserve repeating, Kinzo had already passed away before the game began. The Kinzo appearing in this game was nothing more than Natsuhi's delusion. Everything about this Kinzo, who believed in Natsuhi and entrusted her with protecting the family honor, was an illusion created by Natsuhi.
哀れな後宮金蔵の信頼を生涯得られなかった真実を今こそ正視しなさい。
Pitiful woman. Now is the time for you to face the truth that you never gained Ushiromia Kinzo's trust as long as he lived.
夏日、泣くな。そなたは金蔵に後ろ宮家を託されたのであろう。
Natsuhi, don't cry. Kinzo entrusted the Ushiromia family to you, did he not?
No, he didn't. Not only did he not entrust her with that, he never said hello, or met her gaze even once. Oof, that's rough.
Damn, Kinzo, you just keep getting worse. Fuck.
Just literally did not look at your eldest son's wife in the eyes. Not that any of your children's spouses should not have been looked at, but fucking hell, man. Natsuhi's cry, a mixture of sadness and many other emotions, echoed throughout the cathedral. Natsuhi could no longer stop her tears. Some last faint element that had cheered her up until today, that had allowed her to endure as Ushiromia, as a wife to the head's representative, and as the final family head, had been torn to bits. Natsuhi no longer had anything left. Natsuhi could no longer hold herself to even call herself an Ushiromia. The difficult days, the painful days. The days where she still gave everything she could for the family she'd married into despite it all. Rare happy days that existed among them. All of these flitted through her mind, one after another, and disappeared. All of those once beautiful memories, now crushed by Burn Castell's red truth, smashed into tiny shards that scattered everywhere, buried themselves deep into her hands, and soaked them red with the blood of sorrow. It was the red of sadness and truth.
以上です。ただ事件がそこに存在するだけで。フルトエリカはこの程度の推理が可能です。
God damn it. I can't believe you're making me read these words, Erika. What the fuck is wrong with you? That is all. All it takes is the presence of this crime, and a deduction like this becomes trivial for Furudo Erika.
いかがでしょうか、皆様方。
Your thoughts, ladies and gentlemen.
Just a battler looking intently at Fiesta Sister 00. Like, is it my turn yet? Is it my turn yet?
I have so many words to say.
And the Delta clapped. And a little later than expected, expected, Berncostello began to clap as well, looking satisfied. The expressionless wax figure-like audience followed suit, and the unshakable verdict was welcomed with great applause. And so, the truth of this tale was decided. Is it time? Yes,
Holy
parlor.
shit!
Right now, no humans exist on this island except for those in this parlor. And with one exception, it had been shown that none of them had committed murder, and the culprit is among these people.
おいおい、となると決定的じゃねえか。
Whoa, whoa. In that case, it's conclusive, isn't it?
魔女が犯人で魔法で殺人を犯したわけでない限り。
Unless the
Okay,
culprit...
so just like for people who are wondering, this is what is the actual, like... This is not conclusive evidence, like, at all.
No.
This is not how, like, courts actually, like, view evidence at all. I think I've gone over this a few times on stream, like, especially during, like this court session thing that was going on. Circumstantial evidence is just evidence that points to you being there, but does not actually show what's going on. Conclusive evidence actually is something that shows what's going on.
Yeah.
I think the example I used last time was if there was CCTV on the street and saw you and someone who was murdered go into a building, like one after the other or leading together, it doesn't really matter. And then later on, you walk out, maybe covered in blood, maybe not. It doesn't really matter what other stuff is on you at that time. That's circumstantial evidence.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't actually show you murdering someone. And that's what's also going on here. This is not conclusive evidence. This is all like circumstantial and like process of elimination stuff. This isn't actually like conclusive at all. But anyway. Am I Curie? I think I'm Curie, right?
No, you're not, actually.
Okay, well, go for it then, nerd.
Yeah. Well, you were busy. Unless the culprit is a witch who committed the murder without magic, that is.
あんたなの？あんたがジョージを、主人を殺したの？
Was you? You killed George? Killed my
どうし
husband?
てよ？
Why?
どうして？
Why?
私は殺していません。私は何も。
I didn't kill anyone. I didn't do...
In a panic, and with a voice that really couldn't be called flowing, in a manner that was, to put it coldly, unsightly, Aunt Natsuki denied the suspicion placed upon her. However, there was no longer any way around it. The girl stood up, pushed back her long hair, pointed at Aunt Natsuki, and said it one more time.
あなたが犯人です。
You are the culprits.
後宮夏日さん。
Ushirumi and Natsuki.
And it be time. Red-faced and tear-streaked, Ava walked up to Natsuki and grabbed her by the collar. And wordlessly, she slapped Natsuki's cheek. Natsuki, who had never been slapped in her life, was shocked by her first ever taste of iron.
She's like 50. There's no way she's never had like a cut in her mouth. Sorry, I just fucking I had to nitpick that one.
That's fair. I guess unless she had such perfect manners.
Like she at least like would have bitten her tongue or something. Or poked herself in the mouth with her fork on accident. It happens to everyone.
Yeah, fair. Turned into a scuffle between Ava and Natsuki. Battler immediately tried to stop them, but Ava planted a sharp knee into Battler's gut and he doubled over.
返してよ！ジョージと夫を返してよ！
Give them back. Give back George and my husband.
どうして殺したのよ！
Why did you kill
こ
them?
の人殺し！人殺し！
Murderer. Murderer. Sobbing, Ava kicked Natsuki, who had fallen to the ground over and over. Battler tried once more to cut in and stop them, but he was brushed aside. And after that, no one tried to stop them. Repeating her son and husband's names over and over, Ava kicked Natsuhi and kicked her. And then started grabbing whatever her eyes fell upon and throwing it. Natsuhi was hit with a steaming teacup. Then a can of black tea whose tea leaves fell out all over her face. Or all over her, rather. She was kicked, her hair pulled and dragged up. Her cheek slapped so many times that it started to swell. Alright, when are we seated back at the table? Come on. No one tried to stop it. It wasn't because they were worried about Ava kicking them too. It's because they thought it an appropriate act of retribution for a person who had lost her beloved son and husband. A proper retribution. Proper truth. Everyone in the parlor accepted that Natsuhi was the culprit. They accepted the truth that Erika claimed. So it became a proper truth. Natsuhi was designated as the proper culprit. She had already lost a husband and daughter who would have protected her. And even Kinzo, who should have given her a final bit of strength, had already vanished like a bubble in the ocean of illusions. No longer would anyone protect her. No longer would anyone believe her, so she was now the true culprit. Ava's shoulders heaved with her heavy breathing. Apparently her anger still hadn't abated. Erika patted Ava's shoulders and made her take a step back. Of course, this wasn't to protect Natsuhi from violence. It was to further humiliate her, now that she had been branded as the culprit.
夏日さん、私は3つの謎の2つを解きました。フーダニット、ハウダニット、そして最後の謎。ホワイダニットは犯人が自ら告白しなくてはならない
I see what's about to occur. And where Battler is gonna step in.
Natsuhi, I've solved 2 of the 3 riddles, the whodunit, the howdunit. The final riddle, the whydunit, must always be confessed by the culprit herself.
どうかミステリーのルールに従い告白を。
Please follow the rules of the mystery genre and confess.
Oh, and of course, because Battler now has the red truth that Natsuhi didn't do it, he shouldn't be subject to the detective rules where he has to stay back. At least that's how I'm reading this.
Maybe.
Why done it refers to the motive.
これが三流ミステリーなら、そろそろ夏日さんが高笑いを始めて罪を認め、悲しい過去話を始めるタイミングなのですが。
If this was a third-rate mystery, you would let out a high-pitched laugh about now, and confess to the crime and start telling the story of your sad past.
まさか、それまで私がしなくてはなりませんか?
Don't tell me you intend to make me explain that part as well.
私は犯人じゃありません。誰か信じて。
I am not the culprit. Someone believe me.
私は何者かに夫を人質に取られ、脅迫されて、罠にはめられただけなんです。
I had my husband taken hostage and I was blackmailed. I was framed.
Natsuhi, with her hair a mess and her face red and tear-streaked, protested to everyone, but no one met her gaze, because it had already been resolved that Natsuhi was the culprit. Because Lambda Delta had acknowledged that the culprit of the tale was Natsuhi and woven it that way. None of the pieces would pay any heed to the culprit's words.
夏日は犯人ではない。我こそは黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェ。
Natsuhi isn't the culprit. I am the Golden Witch, Beatrice.
そなたらが夜の闇に怯えた年頃よりはるかに前から君臨する六軒島の夜の支配者。
I am the one who commands Rogenjima's nights and who has reigned since long before the time you were all still scared of the dark.
なぜわらわの罪とせぬか。なぜ夏日を疑うのか。
Why can't you just call it my sin? Why must you suspect Natsuhi?
わらわを認めよ。
Acknowledge me.
すべてはわらわの犯行ぞ。
I committed all the crimes.
人間が犯人ということなど断じてあってはならぬわ。
It cannot be the work of a human. It cannot be.
Witch illusion had already been crushed and Beata's voice didn't reach anyone. The verdict had already been announced. Everything had been decided.
聞こえてないわよ。あんたは幻。ただの幻想。
No one can hear you. You're a phantom, a mere illusion.
お帰りなさい。ただの肖像画に。
Go back to being a simple portrait.
金蔵の幻想を親族が共有することによって生まれた儚い幻の魔女。
You're a frail illusion of a witch, born when the relatives shared in Kinzo's fantasy.
それがこの世界の選んだ真実なのよ。
That is the truth chosen by this world.
さあ、大ラムダデルタ教。この魔女を語るおこがましき愚かな幻想を今こそ葬り去りたまえ。
So, Great Lady Lambda Delta, now is the time for you to bury this presumptuous and foolish illusion that calls itself a witch. Fuck off, cat.
さようならベアトリーチェ。あなたを魔女にしたのは私のお友達になれるか、私の退屈を紛らわせてくれるか、そのどちらかを期待したものよ。
I made you a witch hoping that you would either become my friends or help distract me from my boredom.
そしてあなたは期待に応えてくれたわ。
And you've answered my expectations.
後者のね。
The second one, that is. You rude little shit.
わらわは魔女であるわ。ラムダデルタ教に認められずとも魔女であるわ。
I'm a witch, even if you don't acknowledge it, Lady Lambda Delta. I am a witch.
私が芸人にならなかったらそれを信じることもできなかったくせに。
You wouldn't even have been capable of believing that if I hadn't become your guardian in the first place.
さあ、あなたはこれでゲームオーバーよ。
Okay, it's game over for you now.
あなたを葬る方法はあなたのゲーム版のルールに従ってあげる。
I'll bury you in accordance with the rules of your game board.
あなたのゲームでは敗者はどうなるんだっけ？
What happens to the losers in your game again?
すでにベアトが過去のゲームで一度はっきりとそれを見せてくれてるわ。生きた肉の塊
Beato has already shown that
ヤ
clearly
ギ
in
の
the
晩
previous
餐会に
game.
放り込んで食い散らかされるのよ。
You get tossed into the goat's dinner party as a lump of living flesh and are chewed to bits.
ふさわしい最後だわ。ベアトリーチェ、高慢ちきなあんたの断末魔が聞きたくてはるばるこんなところまでやってきたのだから。
Now there's a fitting end for you, Beatrice. And I did come all the way here just to hear the death cries of one as haughty as you.
One by one, a massive number of unspeaking goat attendants slipped out from behind pillars and began to fill the cathedral. The goats paid no attention to Natsuhi, who was seated in the center, but the crowd completely enveloped her. From Beato's point of view, up on the balcony, it must have looked like a huge boiling pot of goats.
そうであるな。元よりそういう契約であったな。
That's right, this was our contract from the beginning.
そうよ。あなたが私を楽しませることができなくなったらその身をもって私の退屈を慰めるのが私たちの契約。
Yep, our contract said said that whenever you stopped entertaining me, you would relieve me of my boredom with your life.
さあ、その女から魔女の座を奪い、ヤギの釜へ放り込みなさい。
Come, strip the title of witch from this woman and throw her into the pot of goats.
Suddenly, there were goats standing right behind Beato. They lifted her up roughly.
良い悲鳴を聞かせてね。あんたはこの日のために寝かせてきたワインよ。
Let me hear some nice screams. You're a bottle of wine we've been saving for this day.
ならばそれを聞かせぬのがわらわの最後の一死であるわ。
Then remaining silent will be my final strike back at you.
やった、言わせた。
Yes, I made her say it.
それを捨て台詞にしてくれる子が聞かせてくれる悲鳴が最上級なのよ。
The screams of those who gift me that line as their parting shot are the most gratifying of all.
もちろんベアト
Now fall.
The goats carrying Beato no longer viewed her as their master. They were holding her above the pod of clambering goats, which were snorting heavily in anticipation. They threw Beato's slender body into the air. All at once, the squirming goats faced the heavens and raised their arms. It was almost as though devouring her flesh would allow them to forget their pain for just a short while. As she flew through the air, Beato tried to smile boldly, but it was so forced that it seemed even more pathetic, greatly pleasing Vern Castell. When Beato fell into the pot, the goats caught her. Of course, they didn't do it gently. The arms of countless goats pulled at her flesh to keep it for themselves. They tried to tear her to bits. It didn't have to be flesh. Hair, fingernails, shoes, even bits of her dress would work just fine. I mean, goats will eat anything.
Yeah, literally anything.
The mouths of those goats were the gateway into hell. However, Beato was too big to pass through that gateway, so they had to chew her and tear her into bits small enough to fit into it. Beato let out a bold laugh. He laughed from inside the pod of goats. However, her expression was very different from the one she had intended. It was an expression not of a witch, but of a single human screaming out for the final time. And there we go. Battler time! Then the sea of goats parted. Oh, Lanor! Thank you. Lanor leapt forward, slicing all the goats in her path with a single flash of her longsword. It was a thin slice, like cutting through butter. The goats were surprised by Delanor's sudden appearance and stepped back. In the center, Beatrice cowered in tatters, sobbing.
何の真似？異端審問官ドラノール。
What's the meaning of this, Inquisitor Delanor?
恐れながら申し上げます。
My apologies, but I have something to say.
この判決に意義のある者がおります。
There is someone who has an objection to this
そ
verdict.
やつの名は
His name
後ろ
is
宮バトラです。
Ushiromiya Battler. All of the goats stared at Battler.
当法廷の判決に何が不服で？
What do you find unsatisfactory about the court's decision?
再審請求にふさわし
Time for
い
you to talk to
新しい
yourself.
証拠
Yep.
や真実をお持ちなのでしょうね。
I assume you possess new evidence or truth sufficient to request a retrial? I get it. Lenore is offering me a helping hand. If he hadn't jumped in here, it'd all be over. I fully understand now I'm supposed to fight. But it's that very understanding that makes me unable to fight, because I know I can't win by simply countering Erika's truth. I want to deny her truth. I need to present a different one. I still don't have a clue what the truth is.
時に癒せぬものはありません。
There's nothing that time cannot heal.
時を費やせど至れぬ真実もまたありません。
There's no truth that cannot be reached if you spend enough time searching.
しかし全ての法廷は真実を決定するのに刻限を設けます。
However, all courts place time limits upon determining the truth.
そしてその刻限までに至れぬ真実はもはや真実とはなり得ないのです。
And a truth that cannot be reached within that time limit cannot become truth.
Okay.
Yeah, I know that. By now, everyone is certain that Aunt Natsuhi is the culprit. It might be too late now, even for the real truth. Aunt Ava's violence will probably be unstopped. No one is even thinking about protecting Aunt Natsuhi. It's no longer a situation where we can say, oh, the truth will eventually be found. And in this world, even the time allotted to us to expose the truth is very short. It's already midnight and the end of the game. Police won't come. Truth won't be revealed. Only the truth decided upon here and now will remain. I slowly stood up, walked in front of Beto, and faced Leonor. I have no plan. Do you ever have a plan? Like,
He's
ever?
winging it.
Don't know the truth.
This is a really good song, Katie. I like this one a lot.
Oh yeah, this is great. Which one would be you? Resurrected Replayer. However, if I don't jump in now, I won't get another chance to fight. The red used by Erica's group is mercilessly strict. I seriously doubt that I can put together a truth where Aunt Natsuki isn't the culprit without violating that red. Why the uncertain face?
It is ass, Delanor.
Yeah, go after him, Mike. 1 second. Okay. Damn it. Ooh, I love this spicy sort of romance. I'll be the one to kill
Only
you.
I'm allowed to kill you.
I want to keep that promise. Yet right now, I don't have any plan at all.
She should have said it's like, but you're always like that though.
Yeah.
That's okay. In this world, there is no truth. The truth is made later on and overwrites what comes before it. Real truth doesn't exist anywhere.
Doranor, 素敵なシナリオだわ。やはりお姫様の処刑にはナイトが現れないと面白くない。
This is a wonderful turn of events, Delanor. Yes, the execution of a princess would be no fun at all without a knight appearing to rescue her.
そしてその眼前で弾頭を見せてやるのに勝るものなし。
And there could be nothing better than having him beheaded before her very eyes.
古き駒と用済みのプレイヤーたちをまとめて葬り去りなさい。
Stop it! Bury the old piece and the unneeded player together.
良いです。
As you wish.
ライベルンカステル教に栄光あれ。
Glory be to the great Lady Bernkastel.
我こそは首席異端審問官
I
ド
am-
ラノール・エノックス。
I am the Chief Inquisitor, Delanor A.
い
Knox.
ざ参られい。後ろ宮バトラ。
Step forward, Ushiromiya Battler. Damn it, I've got nothing more to lose. If you want to see me struggle, here you go. The only reason Erica's theory is so strong is because of those seals. She was given red so quickly just because Lambda Delta easily bought the alibis created by those seals. The seals aren't red truth. Just sticking a paper in a door crack is far from perfect. Thank you very much, Battler. I'm glad somebody fucking said it.
Yeah.
There's no way something like that can prove anything with certainty.
始めなさいバトラー。愛しのベアトリーチェと一緒にヤギたちに肉片にされて混ぜこぜになってみる？
Begin, Battler. Ready to let those goats turn you to a pile of meat along with your beloved Beatrice.
ああ、そのひき肉にはあんたの大切な妹のひき肉も混ぜてあげるわ。
Alright, we have to take a break right now so I can go fucking strangle my housemate.
Alright. Sorry, folks. We are taking a break.
Like, for some reason, they believe that, like, me having appointments at 10 a.m. is not going to change my schedule at all, and I'm gonna fucking rip their damn throat out.
Yeah.
Like, take their entire spine and beat them to death with it.
Alright, so be back,
Shut up,
folks,
Emma.
and we will continue with this.
We're pretty close to the 4-hour mark, so I might just do my,
Exercises
physical therapy as well.
now. Yeah. All right, so
All right, I'll be back in a couple minutes.
Yeah, we will be taking an extended break.
All right, we're
Welcome
back. Yeah. I know I sound like shit now.
Yeah, that's what 20 or so
That's what
minutes
happens.
of
Yeah.
physical therapy.
Like one day I might have to like leave the mic on during that because it's just like me swearing at my cats the entire time.
Yeah, I got to hear all of it. Yeah,
Phoenix
just
with his fat ass lays and like slams his entire body into my chest and then sticks his nose up my nose. Ember was laying behind me so I couldn't roll over to get to the other side.
yeah, I could hear you going like, "What if you move?"
Yeah. Fucking cats. Like I guess they thought that I was going to bed or something because they've been sleeping on the bed with me a lot lately. So like whenever they get the opportunity, they're like all over me.
Fair enough, I guess. I mean, it works for cat brain because cats think, "Oh, anywhere be bed.
Yeah, exactly.
Anywhere can be bed if you are brave enough."
I think probably the worst exercise, or at least the one that like sucks the most, is the fourth one, which is where I gotta make like a right angle with my legs, while kneeling, so like one knee on the ground and one knee up. So they've got to be like perfect right angles, and then I have to roll my hips backwards.
Oh,
And then push my weight forwards at the same time.
I see
I
how
don't
that's
know if
meant
any of
to
you have
help,
ever tried
but
that,
fuck.
but God, I like this one of those exercises where I didn't even know it was possible for the human body to do that.
But apparently it can, and it helps develop those muscles. But holy shit.
So that one is for loosening up the tendons and like the connective tissues right there at the hips that lead from the hips to the thigh and back again. Because surprise, surprise, when you can't walk very much or exercise, you get very stiff and your tendons stop working even if like that wasn't the problem with them in the first place.
Yeah.
And my physical therapist was just like, "Oh, you have like 30% mobility in most of your joints." I'm like, yeah. It sucks. It's not part of the condition. That's just like what happened because like, I can't do my martial arts exercises anymore.
Yeah, absolutely.
But yeah, it sucks. It's awful.
Yeah, like I forget what the condition is called, but like one of the issues my grandmother faced is her lymph nodes were basically clogged, which meant a lot of fluid was getting where fluid should not be. And
Which is surprisingly quite a few places in the human body.
Yeah. Which made her legs and feet swell. So not exactly prime for walking. But that, snowballed into her not having the best of health and, leg mobility, because she had no fucking clue. She just thought she gained weight.
Yeah. I mean, I can't say I would think any different.
Yeah.
Although, actually, no, maybe I would, but that's because, like, it's stupidly difficult for me to gain weight in the first place. So.
Yeah, you are built different. Plus, like, a bunch of fucking, people who know shit about the body, and they'd be like, that sounds more like fluid than fat gain.
Yeah, like, if I saw my legs swell up, I'd go weigh myself. It's like, okay, my legs are looking a little fat. What the fuck is going on here? I go weigh myself, and then I'll be like, oh, it's like 154 pounds, like it has been for the past, 3 or 4 years. There's something wrong.
Yeah, basically no idea until much later in the condition when the fluid that was inside started to go outside.
Oof. Oh no.
Like,
That does not sound pleasant at all.
Okay. Like, admittedly, like, we're talking, like, sores and stuff, not, like, you know, a water balloon bursting.
Yeah, like, of course not. As much as I love the phrasing, humans are not actually, like, overfilled balloons.
Yeah.
They do not actually pop at any point.
Yeah. But yeah, so, like, part of it was just, like, wrapping up her legs in, like, ace bandage. Get some of that pressure on, basically, that the body was not providing.
My physical therapist also noted like a whole lot of muscle weakness, which we expected, like the doctor, the doctor in quotes, not actually a doctor, medical professional, not actually a doctor. Just don't worry about it. We expected that because like I have a vitamin D deficiency to the point like I think when I read my chart. The vitamin D in my blood was at double digits, which is supposed to be at like 4 or 5 digits, I think, if I remember correctly. Like it's real bad. So I got these supplements and everything, but like that's what I think. What I'm pretty sure the muscle weakness is, because like that's been like a really recent change for me. For most of the 7 years since like all this started, I've had like perfectly fine muscle strength. It's only been like within the last year or so that I've been having trouble with like muscle weakness and all that shit. Carrying things, even like rolling over or stuff like that, opening doors, etc. It's only been like the last year. So I'm pretty sure it has nothing to do with the actual condition. It's just like an extra thing to fuck me over on top.
Yeah. Also, on getting fucked over on being able to diagnose it, not everybody has it in like both limbs that experience it. He did. So
no, the thing with the lymph nodes.
Yeah, lymphedema is the name of it. I was able to look it up.
Yeah.
And yeah, not everybody has it evenly. There are photos of it not being even, and at that point you go, yeah, there's something wrong here.
Yeah, definitely.
That's not how that do.
Like I'm starting to think that some of the issues that I was attributing to like me just like getting old, like my shoulders grinding and clicking more than usual. I'm starting to think that maybe that's actually like another condition. Like my physical therapist, like when I was talking about like how much the limbs pop, because my limbs, my various joints popped multiple times during the conversation. And she was like, I think you might have arthritis. Did you get screened for it? And I was like, probably. I don't know how to read these medical charts. I can read some of it, like when it goes over like rheumatoid arthritis on the chart and it says like negative, I'd be like, okay, cool. I don't have that. I don't have the markers for that in my blood. Cool. I understand that.
Yeah.
But like the rest of it, I have no idea what the fuck these numbers are. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, absolutely. And I imagine that smaller hospital doesn't necessarily use like my chart or something like that.
It does actually.
Oh,
I have my chart. That's how I was looking at my medical chart.
Oh, okay.
My problem with my chart though is like it'll send me a message and says like, hey, there's new information on your chart, but it doesn't mark the new information, right?
Yeah,
and there's a lot of information on the medical chart, like a lot.
Yeah, there is a whole lot of information on a lot of these. Like, yeah, that's where I get my test for my, like, when they do my blood tests, because I'm on estrogen.
Yeah.
And
like even when I didn't have the bad brain, I don't think I could like easily memorize all of these like words that I don't know.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
the numbers associated with them. And now that I've got bad brain, like I don't even remember looking at anything other than the rheumatoid arthritis test.
Yeah, fair. But yeah, like a lot of the blood tests are actually pretty good because they'll tell you, at least where I've been getting blood tests, they'll tell you exactly like where in the range you're supposed to be and how far outside the range you are, or
Yeah,
if you're in it.
mine
whatever.
doesn't have that. That I wish it did have, but it doesn't. It doesn't. So like, I have no context for any of these numbers.
Ah, fuck. Yeah, that'd do it then. Yeah, that might just be specifically like some labs do it, some labs don't.
That's honestly probably what it is.
Because
Just
yeah,
a couple more minutes and I'll be back to my usual vim and vigor. By the way, for everyone wondering.
yeah, which I appreciate that my labs do it. Because, I mean, it's useful and I can see, okay, this is about where I should be on a lot of things, not just the estrogen-related things, because, of course, they don't just screen for that. You know, they
Of
look,
course not.
you know, they look at things like your cholesterol and your sodium levels and things like that.
Yeah, like the only information on like what my lab's numbers means I got was like the lab calling me and being like, "Hey, we haven't found any issues." I was like, "Okay, fair enough."
Yeah, apparently.
And then like I did a second round of blood tests last month, and then they called me and was like, "Hey, your vitamin D levels are really low." I'm like, "Fuck, all right, that makes sense." Like I can't. I think I can't remember if I was talking about it before the stream or on the stream, but like, no, I'm pretty sure it was before the stream. But like, I can't go out into the sun, right? Like, I have something wrong with my eyes that means I'm like super light sensitive. I also have like minor astigmatism, but you know, I've always had that one. Weirdly enough, like I didn't know that astigmatism was characterized by like light trails when you're looking at like street lights and shit like that. I thought that was just how lights looked
Yeah.
for like my entire life. No, that's not what they look like. I've always had astigmatism and just didn't know it.
Yep, I just thought that's what lights look like, because yeah, I've got the astigmatism too.
Oh, lovely.
So I know exactly the kind of lights you're talking about and how lights work.
Yeah. Well, I've also got something else wrong with my eyes. That means like I'm super light sensitive. Like even just like normal lighting, fucking, it's deeply uncomfortable to moderately painful, depending on like what the kind of lighting is and what day it is.
Yeah.
So like I lived in the South for a very long time as well. So like the sun is very intense here. I can't go out in that shit. Like I have to like wear sunglasses and then also cover my head, to, like shield myself from the sun and shit like that. It's rough. So like I always knew that I figured like I probably have like a minor vitamin D deficiency, but like apparently it's real bad. And the guy probably would have told me to just go out to the sun more often if he hadn't assigned a fucking migraine medication to me that'll make my skin boil in the sun.
Fucking hell. So yeah, like you are the proper vampire now.
Yeah, I haven't even tested how long I have to be in the sun before we'll start because like I just don't want to deal with the hives and the boils, you know?
Yeah, like I don't need to fucking know.
Like that, like I do need to know like how long I can be in the sun before I have problems, but I also don't want to find out because that sounds fucking awful.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, you need to know eventually, but fucking hell if you're ever gonna wanna test it.
Like, I'll have to. I have to do it in like 15-minute increments or something like that. But like, and that's gonna be really bad for me doubly because again, like I don't tan, I don't metabolize vitamin D right probably, and so on and so forth. So like, I'm super pale, and I turn red within a couple minutes of being in the sun.
Oof.
So it's just like. I don't wanna have like hives, sores, boils, etc. on top of like fucking sunburns.
Yeah, so I don't suspect you have very long.
Probably not. So for people wondering about like what medicine that is that makes your skin break out in hives and fucking do all that shit, it's amitriptyline. It's it can be used as an antidepressant, but it's mostly used for migraine prevention, right? We were hoping that it would also help with my insomnia, but it didn't. Also hoping that it would help with my chronic pain, but it didn't. because I'm super like drug resistant.
Unfortunate.
Yep.
But yeah, like, yeah, some meds can fucking do that. Like, that's like, you have to be careful on certain things. Like, pretty much on most antidepressants, they're gonna tell you, do not mix this with alcohol.
Yeah, I don't think, like, they didn't warn me about that or anything, so amitriptyline is probably fine in moderation, as long as I'm not, like, fucking drinking entire bottles every day.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's see. Amitriptyline. Precautions, let's see.
But yeah, so something I didn't mention in our little recap of what we've been up to is I got myself, or at least ordered, some wax melts that are TTRPG themed. So, you know, they're meant to add a little bit of an ambiance to a location, and also, you know, they come with a little writing prompt, most of them.
You may have to send me those writing prompts because you know how much I fuck with those.
Oh yeah, fair.
Okay, so yeah, it's definitely like large amounts of alcohol for amitriptyline, not like any. So like drinking in moderation is fine with this stuff, which is fair.
Okay, excellent. Yeah, let's.
I told them that I didn't drink very often. That I do drink, but just not like a lot very often. So they were probably just like, I don't need to warn this motherfucker. This person isn't drinking enough to even need it. Okay.
Yeah, so like one of the ones I got for myself is you start in a tavern, which let me see what the primary scents are on that. It does list it somewhere here.
You start in a tavern is one of those sentences that could be easily warped into the Queel scale.
Uh-huh. Oh, absolutely, the Queel scale.
Is it Queel?
Yes.
Oh, fucking no. It's spelled weird. It's C-U-I-L.
At least in the video that everybody knows about Queel for.
Okay, I found it from the fucking text, like, 10 years ago or whatever the fuck.
Oh, fair enough. Somebody did a readout of it and pronounced it Queel, so that's how I will pronounce it.
Fair enough. As long as people understand what I'm fucking saying, it doesn't matter to me.
Yep, exactly. But yeah, let's see. Honeymead, Hearth, and Leather Armor are the inspirations.
Leather armor would reek so much, though.
Yeah, I'm sure it's just like standard leather smell.
I should hope so, because like leather armor, I don't know.
Yeah, and actually the Etsy pages do have like the prompts with them, so you can just read like the Etsy details to quickly copy paste those.
Okay, fair enough. My legs feel weird. I can't even really describe the feeling, it's just like, they feel weird. They feel off.
Yeah. So, for you start in a tavern, I'll just read this out before we get back to it. The doors of the tavern burst open as drunken patrons stumble onto the street. Smell of ale and giant boar roast wafts forth as the air is filled with the music of bards singing tales of adventure. As you enter, the barkeep greets you with a warm smile as you find an empty table. The tavern is crowded tonight. Some sing with the band as a group crowd around a table in the center of the room to cheer on a pair as they play a game of Three Dragon Ante. A couple of servants clean up after an earlier bar fight, sweeping up broken glass and replacing a replacing busted furniture, while a member of the town guard takes a statement from them. A mysterious hooded figure sits silently in a shaded corner of the room. You're not sure, but you believe that they've been watching you since you entered. Suddenly, a dockhand bursts into the tavern, screaming that some creatures are coming from the sea and attacking. What do you do?
Yeah, fair enough. I think, like, something that I want to do someday is, like, have the mysterious hooded stranger in the corner of a tavern that, like, watches the party and everything, but, like, not have it turn into anything. It's just, like, this dude was watching you because you're a bunch of armed strangers that walked into his favorite bar.
Yeah, fair enough.
It's like, I would watch that, too.
Yeah,
like, alright, what kind of fucking trouble is about to happen?
Yeah. Absolutely.
A bunch of motherfuckers openly wearing weapons and armor and, like, just walked in. Some shit's about to go down.
Yeah, granted, depending on what the fantasy universe is, that's just Tuesday.
It's true, yeah, but I don't know. Like, the kind of shit that I run, that would definitely be weird.
Like, if I'm in the Monster Hunter universe, I'm expecting armed motherfuckers just to rotate out of my favorite hogs.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That's like Monster Hunter, you know?
Yeah, absolutely, but, like, giant fucking monsters exist in a lot of different fantasies.
I wonder what kind of custom that I would use to, like, signal that these people aren't looking for a fight, but they keep their weapons near them anyway because, you know, they're adventurers, mercenaries, or whatever. Maybe, like, tying the blades into their sheaths?
Yeah, I mean, binding is a, common trait when weapons cannot just be removed by custom. And anybody who goes to conventions will know about the good old peace binding.
Do, like, people peace bind their fucking weapons at conventions?
Yes. Sometimes it is outright required, because they don't want you fucking around, and it is the easiest way they can go, yeah, I did my due diligence as people running the convention.
For those of you who don't know, peace binding is, like, you know, basically what I was talking about. You tie the weapon into a sheath or something.
Yeah, you basically
there's
make it so...
There's a few different ways you can do it, but
yeah.
you just do it so you can't hurt anyone with it, or if you do, it's like a fucking, like, you hit someone with a stick.
Yeah, exactly. You basically... You're not drawing the weapon. And, yeah, a lot of conventions do that for the people who bring weapons that do have actual metal pokey bits.
Yeah, because you can't, like... It's very difficult to inspect each weapon and make sure that it doesn't have an edge, you know?
Yeah, exactly. So, some people just don't bother to have a proper weapon in the sheath. They just have the handle and the sheath, but there's nothing there, so they don't have to peace bind.
Yeah, just like some piece of wood or plastic or something that's just long enough to keep it in the sheath and not bounce out.
Yeah, basically. But yeah, I did order those wax melts, which are going to be very nice, I think. Some of these do look pretty good. But unfortunately...
It's super interesting that, like, peace binding has become, like, a thing in real life again.
Yeah.
It's like in the modern day. It's like, it was there for a while, and then it went away, and now it's here again.
Yeah, it is.
And it's for not the reasons that you would expect.
Yeah, it is for people playing dress up, which I'm not saying in a derogatory sense. That is affectionate. And some people do amazing jobs. I will always
Yeah, I've seen
remember.
some motherfuckers in some like real, like almost real looking like fucking Space Marine shit, like
Yeah.
Warhammer 40k.
Yeah, fucking Space Marine. I will always remember my first convention because when I went there, there was somebody who later did a bit of a comedy skit on stage, but she was an older woman, you know, old enough to be your grandmother. Dressed
like
as
70?
Nurse Joy.
Oh, fair enough. I have yet to go to a convention, sadly. I'm not sure I really want to, but like I would like to go to one just to like say, yes, I have been to a convention. And
Yeah.
then like actually have an opinion on whether or not I like them.
Yeah, fair. I'd very much like to go to one of the conventions for Final Fantasy XIV. Obviously on a year where they're going to reveal shit about the new expansion.
It would be very fun to go to a Final Fantasy XIV convention dressed as your character.
Oh, absolutely, and plenty of people do.
It would be very difficult for me.
Oh, absolutely, it would be. I mean, it would also be difficult for me. I am not as tall as Bun Boy.
Yeah, but like, you could at least like wear the outfit and everything, right? Like me, I wouldn't be able to get around anywhere. I wouldn't be able to.
Yeah, that's
For
fair.
people missing the context that didn't see like any of my Final Fantasy XIV streams, my character Raya is blind as fuck and wears a blindfold all the time.
Yeah, we'd have to get you something that's a lot thinner. At the bare minimum.
Like one of those like a sheer sort of veil type thing, but into a blindfold. That could be interesting.
Yeah, exactly. So something like that, we could probably get you around a bit.
That mesh that the fucking mascots use for their rivals. That could do it.
Yeah. And then just to go from the other store, just because we're shooting this shit a little bit longer, I got one of that set that is Bathhouse, which is peppermint, eucalyptus, cedar, clove, patchouli, ozone, and rose.
Ozone. Now there would be an interesting smell.
And it says, a sanctuary for weary travelers seeking respite. The adventurers find solace free from perils that haunted their arduous journey. A gentle caress of peppermint and eucalyptus permeates the air, wrapping around them like a soothing embrace, while attentive attendants anticipate their every need. Within the chamber, the mingling of delicate floral scents weaves an enchanting tapestry, evoking a long-forgotten tranquility. I love that shit. I also love peppermint smell, so that's why I got that particular one. There are many an interesting store on Etsy.
Where I got all my masks.
Yeah, fair.
I got some pretty fun masks too. And I've got an icebox here that I use, but not really because like I don't roll a full set of D20s ever because like I don't play D&D anymore. But I did get like a set of dice to go with it, and like it's pretty nice. Like there are some pretty good stores on Etsy. You just gotta make sure that you're not getting the one of the fucking AI ones again.
Yeah, absolutely. You got to be careful about them.
Which wasn't a problem when I did all this and got my shit, but you know it is now.
Yeah, it is now. So like this kind of store is fine because it's like you can't AI making scented stuff.
So, to test if my Vim and Vigor is back, I've got a small rant that I want to do.
Oh, alright, go ahead.
Genuinely very small.
Okay.
Comparative to my usual rants, anyway. So, Path of Exile.
Yes.
As people may have noticed, I've been playing that a lot lately. I've been playing in Ruthless mode because it lowers the drops, cuts down on the Neum and the loot explosions, which is what I prefer in in ARPGs. In action RPGs, I prefer stuff like, like Diablo 1 and 2, where they're much slower, there's less loot, every loot explosion you get is because you killed some big mean baddie, etc. I like that shit, not like the modern kind of action RPG like Diablo 3, 4, Path of Exile in normal mode, etc. So I've been playing it in Ruthless mode after I found out about it, because I'm like, fuck yeah, dude, I love action RPGs, give me that shit. And there's a creature in the main story called the Beast. Different cultures call it different things, but like the one that your culture and your fucking quest log calls it is the Beast. And it's some sort of like weird eldritch monster thing. Like, I'm not gonna talk about like its nature too much, because that would be spoilers, like big spoilers. So like in Act 5, you're going to go kill, or Act 4, Act 5, one of the acts. You're going to go kill the Beast, right? Because the Beast is causing all of this awful shit to happen on Rayclast, where you are, and you don't want awful shit to happen on Rayclast, where you are.
Yeah.
And you find out that several other heroes have tried to do this before you, but they all fell prey to the Beast's corrupting influence, and it warps their minds, traps them in some delusion or another, etc. Like, there are characters you've been hearing about since the literal first zone after you start the game, not the Twilight Strand because it's the tutorial area, but like the one right after that. You run into some lore notes that talk about people like Calm and Doresso and all these people, like all kinds of heroes and champions and shit. And it talks about they've all tried to go and kill the Beast. They've all gone into the hearts of Rayclast and tried to hunt down the corruption, but they have all failed. And you find out that they're all in these delusions where they're all wrapped up in their pretty dreams and of whatever the fuck that they like, whether it's the glory of a Colosseum arena or the glory of ruling their people or what have you. There's so many of these. And I thought when I was heading up into this, going, it would be really fucking cool if Grinding Gear Games, if Path of Exile, did it so we go kill the Beast in this act, but because there's 5 or 6 more acts, obviously there's more story, right? We go and kill the Beast here, but then later in Act 8 or 9 or 10 or something like that, it pulls the rug out from under you and it's just like, gotcha, bitch! The Beast trapped you too! Now you gotta fight your way out! But they're not gonna do that. They're definitely not gonna do that. So I'm halfway through through Act 10, and there's been no hint of that so far whatsoever. I'm just like, alright, fuck you too. I really wanted that to be a thing. I want a game to pull the rug out from under you like that.
Oh, absolutely.
I need it.
Yeah.
And it would be the perfect fucking delusion too, because the kind of people that play RPGs, action RPGs, like the combat and the loot and this endless cycle of fighting and looting and selling and fighting and looting and selling, right? That's the whole thing for action RPGs for most people. And it would be the perfect fucking this is the only time in an action RPG specifically, that's the only time where I think a story like that can work for literally everyone who plays it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because if you can work through 10 acts of a game, you probably like the game.
Yeah, absolutely. If you're gonna get that far, you're going to go, yeah, I enjoyed my time from this point A to this point B. And you go, okay, that was a realistic illusion for one of my characters.
Yeah. So, the story could, have been, your delusion is that you are, constantly, upping the ante, right? Getting better loot, stronger stuff, more experience points, more levels, fighting bigger, badder monsters with more and more and more cinematic quality to them. And then, it just rips the rug out from under you in Act 9 when you realize, oh, fuck. I'm in a delusion too.
Yep.
This is the perfect delusion for me, actually. This is the thing that would actually get me.
Yeah, it's the, it's the whole thing with Agent Smith in The Matrix going, yeah, we didn't give it perfect fantasy. We gave you a life with struggle, basically.
Yeah, which is true of all the other champions as well. All of them still have things to fight, things to struggle against and everything. Deresso, while he is the King of Swords, and he was always the King of Swords before his delusions too.
Yeah.
The King of Swords is a title given to, like, the Colosseum champions of that culture. He was the King of Swords before he even came to Raid class in the first place. So, like, he continues to be the King of Swords, and he fights challengers constantly, right? And then Calm is the King of the Karui, and, like, Calm is having to, like, fight as well and rule his people, and it's not simple or easy, but it's like the perfect delusion for him, because that's what he expects out of life. And it's the same for Deresso as well.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it is easy to see through a perfect, a quote-unquote perfect world. A, nothing's perfect. B, it gets boring after a while.
Yeah, that's why the Sloth Demon in Dragon Age Origins is bitch tier shit.
Yeah.
Because, like, he like just gives you, like, Weishaupt, like, you're in Weishaupt and Duncan is alive, and you killed all the gray, all the Darkspawn, and all the Grey Wardens are now, like, keepers of history, and it's like, that's too perfect, dude. No one's gonna believe this shit.
Yeah, no, this is bitch baby stuff.
Yeah, the only reason it even works on your companions with their, like, fucking delusions is because, like, they have their minds wrapped up in, like, Sloth's magic, right? Like, if you really wanted to do this right, without spending all that extra magic and energy to keep people locked away like this, you would give them struggle. Like, if they had had me play through the rest of the game, like, supposedly the rest of the story, in quotes, in Dragon Age Origins as, like, the Grey Warden that will go down into the deep roads and clear out all the Darkspawn, that would have been way better.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, like, have it just be like, we fucking fight the Sloth Demon a little bit, and it's just like, yeah, okay, we beat the Sloth Demon, and then Duncan shows up and was like, hey, I survived, actually. So let's go do the thing, and then you go do the thing for, like, a couple of quests, and then you realize, oh, fuck, this ain't right.
Yeah.
That was way too easy. The fact that this was even possible is just, like, wrong. Anyhow. Oh, and I'll mix the leftovers from your precious sister into that pile. Wouldn't that make for a wonderful stack of meat?
皮に包んで蒸して小籠包にしてやっぱり醤油でしょ
Then we can wrap it up in a dumpling, steam it, maybe add some soy sauce.
フライパンで焼いて卵を乗せてケチャップが最強よ
No, the best way would be to fry them in a pan with some eggs and ketchup. Gross little girl. It's the eggs and ketchup that make me say gross. Not the cannibalism.
Can't we doubt the reliability of these seals of Erica's? Something like wedging some paper in a door can't create a perfect alibi? Borgir.
You are absolutely correct, O'Neill. Borgir. It is Borgir time.
Might be someone noticed by chance and happened to put it back in the same place. The blade of my blue troop should have slashed diagonally through Delanor's chest. However, Delanor's expression didn't budge in the slightest. There wasn't a single wound on her chest.
何が飛び出すかと思ったらバカバカしい
I was wondering what you'd throw out there, but this is ridiculous.
私からご説明しましょう。私が扉を封印していたのはこれ。
Allow me to explain. This is what I sealed the doors with.
バトラさんはこれ紙だと思ってたんですか？
Did you think this was paper, Battler?
Erica once again held up the thing that looked like brown paper.
これガムテープです。
This is duct tape.
それも非常に粘着力のある。
Its adhesive power is extremely strong.
それにハサミを入れ切れやすくしてあります。
I scored it with scissors to make sure it tore easily.
それにさらに切れ目、扉と枠部の3箇所に
Furthermore, across the center seam and the edges affixed to the door and the frame.
模写不可能な私のサインにて割り印がしてあります。
I wrote my signature, which is impossible to reproduce.
We'll put asterisk, by anybody present.
Yeah, like the part that I was thinking of nitpicking is the tearing easily thing. That doesn't mean a damn thing.
Yeah.
If someone notices it beforehand, they can work at it to get it off easily.
Oh yeah, absolutely. If they notice it beforehand.
よって痕跡を残さずに剥がすことも貼り直すことも一切できないわけです。
Okay, that's a big doubt. Impossible to reattach to? No way. It's duct tape, girl.
Yeah, even if you score
Yeah, duct
it,
tape tearing easily, Pepe laugh.
抜刀申請石剣
applying to unsheath the red key.
承認
Granted.
以上により封印の完全性は保証されました。
Due to the above, the seals are guaranteed to be perfect. I'm not used to being the one reading red text.
ミスエリカの封印は何者にも破れずごまかすことはできないのです。
Miss Erica's seals were not broken by anyone, and deception is impossible. I do like that I, at first, was expecting I would dislike Leonor, but actually she's the more noble antagonist out of this duo.
Yeah.
And it's just business for her. Like, literally, she's fine with being, like, a guest. And being properly respectful.
Yeah, same Donio. Like it's just how it is. Shut up. But also, there are so many different ways that this could have gone wrong.
Absolutely.
For them. There are so many ways around. Like literally everything they have.
封印は認めよう。だが、エヴァおばさんがした源氏さんの部屋の封印は違うはずだ。
I'll acknowledge Erica's seals. However, Auntie Ava's seal on Genji's room should be different.
エヴァの封印もミスエリカの封印と同一のものです。この封印方法はミスエリカとエヴァが晩餐後に共同で考案したものだからです。
Ava's seal was of the same type as Miss Erica's. That is because this method of sealing was one that Miss Erica and Ava conceived of together after dinner. Because of course it is.
エリカは科学捜査に用いるとか言って、じいさまの部屋の薬物をいろいろと漁ったな。
Erica fished through the chemicals in Grandfather's room, saying she'd use them for forensic testing, right?
その薬物の中に、例えば溶剤があったかもしれない。
There might have been some kind of solvent among them.
それを使えば、爪の痕跡を残さずに、きれいにガムテープを剥がすことも可能かもしれない。
If you use that, you might be able to tear off the duct tape without leaving fingernail marks.
Get a putty knife, dude.
金系謹んで申し上げる。
For your attention, I beg to inform you of the following.
すべての封印はいかなる方法でも痕跡を残さずに剥がすことは不可能なり。
Shit. Bullshit.
It is
I
impossible.
know it's just how it is. Shut up. But also bullshit.
Yeah, it is impossible to tear up any of the seals by any method without leaving marks. I mean, admittedly, I'm not going to read this to understand the biochemicals of, like, solvents and shit and how they interact with duct tape, so I'm okay with this.
I'm also okay with it, but also, I just gotta say, like, whenever something like this comes up, I gotta be like, bullshit, you know?
謹んで申し上げる。
For your attention, I beg to inform you of the following.
すべての封印には不審な一切の痕跡は
There were no suspicious marks on any of the seals.
以上により封印に何らかの工作が行われたことがないことが証明されます。
This proves that there was no tampering done to any of the seals.
復唱要求。
Repetition requested.
ええ、喜んで。
Yes, gladly.
エリカとエヴァのすべての封印には剥がすなどの封印の機能を損なわせる一切の工作はなかった。
All of Erica and Ava's seals were not tampered with in any way that hindered their ability to act as seals, such as being scraped off. Yeah, definitely, Daniel.
Yeah, which, I mean, that's the purpose of the Red Truth, is, like, I, the author, Ryukishi07, am not about to investigate every aspect of this mystery to scientific conclusion.
I think it would be interesting to read a mystery novel that was like that, though.
Oh, absolutely. But
That's just not the point of this one.
Yeah, that is not Ryukishi's background. He is about fucked up family dynamics, and it shows. And yeah, he is looking mighty Kenzo there.
跡が残るようなガムテープをあちこちにベタベタと貼りやがって。
Damn it. Damn you sticking duct tape all over the place that leaves marks on whatever it touches. The fact you did stick duct tape on a bunch of fucking people's doors.
Yeah, it's fucked up, man.
Like, nothing had happened.
That shit don't come off easy.
No.
I know, I'm texted. We use duct tape for everything.
Yeah.
If it moves and shouldn't, you use duct tape. If it doesn't move and should, you use WD-40.
Yeah, absolutely. Lenore isn't my only enemy. There's also her subordinates, Gertrude and Cornelia. And also Erica and her master Berncastel. And even Lambda Delta, the one who hijacked Beto's game. Everyone in this cathedral is an enemy. That fierce rush of red immediately repelled my feeble truth. So, Battler, you are sitting on the prime red truth, which I have to wonder if that is the shift over in how you will become that Trichet.
Possibly.
And that you will...
Doniel, I don't think you were here for the very first early episodes, but I did also, like, whenever she said, like, that you can't open any of the doors without the keys or whatever in red, I was going so hard in on that. Was like, okay, look, you can so easily jimmy most of the locks. It's not even hard. You need, like, a fucking coat hanger, like a metal wire coat hanger, and you can get most locks open. It's not difficult. You just gotta, like, maneuver it the right way. That's it.
Yeah, like, I understand that the lockpicking lawyer is a master of unlocking, but he also proves that some of the most popular locks are awful.
Yeah, like, if you put me in front of a door with a wire coat hanger and, like, a latch on the other side of the door, I can probably open the latch. Like, it's not even hard. It just takes a couple of seconds of fiddling. It's so easy.
It's obvious why I don't have any alternate truth. Even at this final stage, I have nothing. Yeah, you do have to come up with an alternate truth. Which does mean you have to pin this on somebody. Either that, or you have to say, you did it, and you did it with magic.
Fuck you. I'm magic. I ain't gotta explain this shit.
封
分だけで終わりですか？
Were the seals all you had to discuss?
全力で来る約束です。
You promised to give me everything you have. That's a hell of a song name.
Patchwork Chimera. Aren't most Chimera patchwork?
Yeah. Though I suppose a chimera can look more patchwork than others, basically. Like, how good are the seams?
I would say this is dependent on the skill of the mage creating the chimera.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, patchwork chimera is kind of a skill issue. If I only knew a truth that could prove Aunt Natsuhi's innocence. If I could only make a theory that weaves its way through Erika's red. I don't know anything.
Like, looking at Victor Frankenstein as he like brings Adam to life and just being like,
爪はあるの。
skill issue. You could have made him look better, but no, skill issue.
Granted,
Do you have any? Go ahead.
apparently in the actual, like, book, looks great, actually. Fucking handsome as
Yeah.
shit.
For the most part, like I remember reading it. Like he doesn't like look like a monster. I don't think
His eyes
But-
don't look right. Is the main
Yeah,
thing.
like there's something about him that like tips people off to be scared of him all the time.
Yeah. Anyway, go ahead.
You have any chance of winning?
家に忘れてきた。取りに戻っていいか。
That's pretty good, Battler. I
Alright,
left it
that's-
at home.
okay, fair enough.
Mind if I go back and get it?
わらわはすでに負けた身に覚悟はできている。
I am already lost. I'm prepared for my fate.
お前を殺すのが俺の約束だ。
Fuck, dude. You've gotta stop with the wizard eye. It concerns me.
だから、俺以外の奴がお前を殺すことを許しはしない。
I promised that I'd kill you, so I won't let anyone else do it.
俺は約束を。
I never break a promise. Except all those times you promised you'd stop crying. But, I mean, you should cry, like...
I think they did do that, O'Neill, in that while she didn't go into details in explaining it and like why it's impossible, she did say it's impossible for anyone on this island specifically, rather than impossible for anyone, period. And they just seem to have dropped the on this island thing over time
わらわはもう
because it's understood that they're only talking about the people on the island. Which I get. It just makes it easier for, you know, reading and all that. Like the precedent in the Red Truth is that whenever they say anyone, it means anyone on this island, sort of deal, you know?
Yeah, which, fair enough.
Which I am perfectly accepting of. That's fine. Even in like a word game like this, like you gotta set the precedent and then stick to it. And once you
Yeah.
set the precedent, like it's fine. I'm just gonna like I am Katie's saying that I argued about the doors too, and that led to funny discussions about Kinzo custom ordering the doors to be perfect for a murder mystery and silly stuff like that. Sounds like the kind of weeds that we'd get into.
Yeah, that does sound like the kind of jokes and thoughts we'd make.
I think I did make a comment about weird doors on this island, but I don't remember what the comment was because it was like 20 episodes ago.
Yeah, and
which means like 6 months.
Yeah, and with for some reason multi-chat picking on Katie, I think next stream I'll try and set up just regular chat and do the co-streaming thing with you.
We can try it. We can at least give it an attempt.
Yeah.
I don't know how it works, but we can give it an attempt.
Yeah.
There was something I was saying, though. That is a great GIF emote. Holy shit.
That is pretty
Yeah,
good,
I can't remember
yes.
what the fuck I was saying. It was something about Battler. Or I was about to say it, whether I was saying it already or not.
Uh-huh. Hopefully it'll come to you.
Hopefully. Anyway, that's a lie. I will never trust one of your promises again.
俺がお前に何の約束をして
Huh?
何の嘘をついた
When did I ever make a promise to you and lie about it? Oh boy, that's the sin shit right there.
そのそなたの言葉でわらわは地獄を受け入れられるというもの
After hearing you say that, hell might not be so bad.
殺せわらわたちをベルンカステルラムダデルタ
Kill Esbern Castell, Lambda Delta.
Ooh, big oops all around. Okay, I have two possibilities in mind. Okay, three. One, she is mistaking him for young Kinzo somehow.
Okay.
Two, timey-wimey nonsense where Battler has not committed a sin yet.
For him, at least.
For him.
Okay, I understand.
Number three would be just straightforward. He does not know what the fuck he did, and he didn't know it was Beto at the time.
Yeah, like, my current idea is that Beato did not look like this when he promised her something, and it was also like when he was like a single-digit child, probably.
Yeah, probably.
So, like, don't expect like an 8-year-old's promises to become true. Or 1.5, he is young Kinzo. That would make me hate him so much.
That would be awful. No. No.
And not just like me being a hater kind of hate. Like, I would just like want to kill him.
Yeah,
right now I just kind of want to beat him with a stick.
Yeah, I mean, Kinzo's just an awful, awful person. The fact he's giving the fucking wizard eyes enough that I'm like concerned. What are you doing to my boy? Look at how they massacred my boy. Beto let out a shrill laugh, overcome with laughter. It was a broken laugh, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Battler's words would no longer reach her ears. She kept on laughing insanely like a broken record.
それで終わりですか？情けない。
Is it over? Pitiful.
やはり失望です。後ろ宮バトラー。
I truly am disappointed. Ushiromiya Battler.
殺してくれドラノール。わらわをバッサリとその赤きたちで真っ二つに。
Kill me, Delanor. Slice me in half with your red longsword. The wizard eyes are coming back, and now it's in both of them. No, no, stay away. Be gone, foul demon.
ゲストハウス2階へラウンジを通過せずに至る方法 X の糧
Alright, I postulate a method X that could lead someone to the upper floors of the guest house without passing through the
エリカ
lounge.
窓やらを封じたと主張しているが侵入可能な全てを封印できたことは証明できていない
Erica claims that the windows and such were sealed, but she can't prove that she sealed all possible means of
エリ
entry.
カに発見できなかった侵入口 X を封印できなかった可能性がある
There's a possibility that Erica was unable to seal entrance X because she couldn't find it.
クス第3条秘密の通路の存在を禁ず
Nox's third. It is forbidden for hidden passages to
ミス
exist.
エリカは探偵として全ての侵入口を封印しています
As the detective, Miss Erica sealed all
探偵
entrances.
に発見できない通路は秘密の通路です
Passages that the detective cannot find are hidden
よってミスエ
passages.
リカに発見できない侵入口は存在しないのです
Therefore, there are no entrances that Miss Erica cannot find.
I fucking hate that rule. That rule is so ridiculous to me.
It is absolutely ridiculous. Granted,
Like, your
Nox...
fucking detective has to be perfect and be able to find everything all the time? Fuck that. No, flawed character. Fuck you.
Yeah. Granted, Nox even said...
Yeah, oh yeah, but like, the landlord is using it as like it's a fucking...
Yeah, it is a biblical, like... You know, the fucking tablets taken down from the mount.
fucking biblical commandments or some shit.
Yeah.
Like, nah. These rules were made to be broken as long as you break them in the right way.
Yeah, exactly. Which, admittedly, their whole point is, hey, don't rug pull the audience. Unless you really fucking mean it.
Like, if you're gonna rug pull the audience, you gotta commit and have a bad ending for your book.
Yeah, like, it cannot feel cheap that, oh, this is the method the killer used, and there was just no possible way of finding it.
That's fair, O'Neill. Counterpoint to the rebuttal, the story has not ended. It had been put on hold halfway through. It is possible the passage would have been found later had the game continued.
Yeah, that's fair.
That's also entirely fair, Jamie, that this interpretation is Frank Costello led to Delta being because, like, it's Frank Costello led to Delta.
Yeah, so I think... Okay, so I see the shape of how I could think of this going. Battler is still doing the thing he said was a bad thing to do, which is he is trying to just break Erica's truth without coming up with a new one. So I think back against the wall, he's gonna go, I'm a fucking wizard, I did it. Fuck you.
I ain't gotta explain this shit, it's magic.
Exactly. Present the possibility that Erica's lookout in the lounge wasn't perfect.
Erika は2時間を過ごす間、片時も目をそらすことなく監視し続けたのか。
During the 2 hours Erica spent there, did she really observe everything without looking away for a second?
わずかの隙を突き、ラウンジを少なくともエリカの目にだけ触れずに通過することは可能かもしれない。
It might have been possible for someone to pass through the lounge during a small window of opportunity where Erica, at least, wouldn't have seen them.
I feel like Battler still hasn't, like, copped on to the fact that he's in a mystery novel, right? He's still treating it as if it's real life, so he's got all these ideas that would work in real life and be possible in real life, but aren't in a mystery novel.
Yeah, and he's also not trying to come up with an alternate. He's not trying to say, alright, I'm on the fantasy side of this shit now. He's got to commit something, and he's not committing yet.
Yeah.
For your attention, I beg to inform you of the following. Lady Erica's lookout in the lounge was perfect. There were no small gaps or carelessness or times when she looked away for even a second. For your attention, I beg to inform you of the following. Therefore, during their entire meeting in the lounge, only Rosa went up to the second floor. Alright, fucking do it, it's Rosa. But was that really Auntie Rosa herself? There's a possibility that someone disguised themselves as Auntie Rosa.
その中に誰かが隠れていた可能性もある。
Or maybe she was actually holding a large suitcase with someone hiding inside it.
I would agree with that. That Battler has a severe case of brain-off syndrome where despite his intelligence as shown in other places, sometimes he just ignores stuff.
Yeah.
第10条手がかりなき他の登場人物への変装を禁ず
Noxus 10th. It is forbidden for a character to disguise themselves as another without any clues.
何者かがローザに変装することを示唆する伏線は存在しません
There was no foreshadowing suggesting that someone might be disguised as
ま
Rosa.
た彼女が人間を隠蔽できる荷物を所持していなかったことをエリカは確認しています
Furthermore, Erica verified that Rosa was not carrying any luggage large enough to hide a human being. Oh yeah, he gets overwhelmed extremely easily.
Yeah, which is fair. He's like 17 or 18. I don't expect him to be like cool under pressure constantly all the time ever. But you know, it still is kind of frustrating looking at this like little nerd like getting shit wrong so hard, like, so heavily.
Natsuki was being threatened by someone. The uninvited unknown guest X is the true culprit.
どうしてこの島には俺たちしかいないと断言できる。
How can you be sure that we are the only ones on this
真
island?
犯人は俺たち以外に存
That
在
is
するんだ。
also like a good point from Battler though. It's like, yes, we have red truth that there's only 18 or 19 people on this island at any one time. But
I mean,
how do you know that? That's not really supported by anything that we've seen.
yeah, but we have to accept the red truths as they are.
I know. I'm
Or-
just
or-
thinking, like in the context of this court case, because they have all the red truth that they've been using so far has been supported by actual evidence that they've found.
Yeah, but the problem is, I think the red truth is just, rather, the evidence is just an excuse to give the red truths out like candy.
Yeah, Doniel. Yeah, you were absolutely correct. I am still so frustrated over that. Doniel says, "I will never forgive him for the fucking wait. If my mom isn't if my mom, who isn't one of Ginzo's kids, isn't my mom, then how could I be Ginzo's grandson?"
Yeah, he just
It's like,
he had an existential crisis and did not even consider how exactly he was going to get out of that existential crisis. Basically.
like the first thing I would have thought from like after that is just like, okay, but you didn't say anything about my dad,
Yeah.
who is how I'm related to Ginzo in the first place.
Yeah, and like the witches did drag
You're
him for
absolutely
that.
right, Katie.
How can you be sure that we are
Like,
the
are you seriously this dumb?
only
Holy
ones
shit,
on this
dude.
island? The true culprit is someone else. And just to go back for a moment, even if we accept the red truths, which is how we should behave, the thing of it is, you can make this work. All somebody has to do is go to the shore, get dragged off the shore, into the water, sink them into the briny deep while somebody else takes their slot. Because,
That's what happened to Kraus.
yeah,
He's the only one whose body we haven't seen yet, so yeah, I'm just gonna put it on that. That's what happened to Kraus. Kraus joined Davy Jones.
yeah, so, like, yeah, dump Kraus into the fucking ocean, which, given what this person is claiming, you know, Natsuki did to him, and that it was her fault that it happened. It would be, just desserts kind of thing. Yeah, it wasn't Jessica that it was thrown into the water, but at least it was Kraus.
Oh, that buddy, here you go.
Nox 第1犯人は物語当初の登場人物以外は禁ず
Noxus,
We already had someone mentioned in the early part of the story that hasn't been here so far, though.
Noxus
The person
first.
that called Nazi.
Yeah,
Blah, 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 blah.
it is forbidden for the culprit to be anyone not mentioned in the early part of the story.
の遠隔殺人かもしれない。
Maybe they were killed with poison in a remote murder.
その死ぬと首に切れ込みができる
Yeah.
不思議な薬だ。
This is the small bombs thing all over again.
Yeah, this is absolutely more small bombs, but also you're breaking another Nox rule. Maybe they were...
Rattlers, they're like small bombs. They swallowed a small bomb that that exploded their necks in a perfectly cut line.
Yeah, in a perfectly cut line. Really, those surgical cuts, I would have to actually wonder if it was Nanjo or Goda. Like, I don't think it's them for the purposes of this, but if they didn't have such good alibis, they are the two with the most knife skills. Other than Genji, but Genji died by that, you know?
Yeah, no, like there's also Kiri.
Oh yeah, Kiri. Granted, she hasn't
Kaden
shown...
seems like he's like good with it too.
Yeah.
So, I don't know.
But as far as on-screen knife skills or implied knife skills... Anyway, with a strange drug that can make a cut appear in the victim's neck when they
それ
die.
は遅効性でアリバイがありながらも
The poison used has a delayed effect, so even with an alibi...
NOx 第4未知の薬物および難解な化学装置の使用を禁ず
Noxus Fourth, it is forbidden for unknown drugs or obscure scientific devices to be used.
Of course, unless that thing is mentioned very early on, just like Chekhov's gun.
いとこ部屋や源氏さんの控え室に遠隔殺人の可能な殺人の仕掛け X が存在する可能性もある。
There's a chance that existed a murder device X in the cousin's room and Genji's quarters that made a remote murder possible. In both of those rooms?
それは未だ発見されていない秘密の仕掛けで
It used a secret mechanism that still hasn't been discovered to...
NOx 第8条
Noxus Eighth,
提示されない手がかりでの解決を禁ず
it is forbidden for the case to be
Yeah.
resolved with clues
Like,
that are not
I
presented.
would assume that would be the case for a lot of these Nox's commandments, because like all she's saying is that this is what Nox's X commandment does, in a sense. She's not actually saying that this is not true. Gotta think about that one, huh? Just because, like, Nox's commandments are being listed here does not mean that the story follows Nox's commandments.
That is fair. Granted, she usually
They-
follows it
these
up
Nox-
with more.
It's true, yes, but you know.
In this case, it is an end quote, so...
Mm-hmm. She might have another line right after, because, like, visual novels are like this sometimes, but...
とにかく夏日おばさん以外に真犯人がいるんだ。それを否定するなら登場人物全員について赤き真実で犯人でないと負傷してみろ。
I just know there exists a true culprit other than Aunt Natsuki. You deny that, then for each character repeat it in red that they aren't the culprit.
NOx 第6鑑定方法に偶然と第6巻の使用を禁ず
I ain't the fucking detective. Anyway, Noxus 6, it is forbidden for accident or unaccountable intuition to be employed as a detective technique.
夏日おばさん以外の全員にアリバイだと一人抜けてるぞ。エリカ自身のアリバイは誰がどうやって証明するんだ。
Yeah, that's
The
another one of
detective cannot be the
Noxus.
murderer. Yeah.
I mean, that was said immediately as well.
Mm-hmm.
You say that everyone
Isn't
except...
that like the first one or something?
Yeah, something like that. You say that everyone except Aunt Natsuki has an alibi, you're forgetting one. Who's gonna prove that Erica herself has an alibi?
NOx 第7
Oh,
条
7th.
探偵が犯人であることを禁ず
Noxus 7th, it is forbidden for the detective to be the culprit. Unless she's caught red-handed, you should never be able to deny the possibility that Aunt Natsuhi is innocent. Can you even deny future possibilities, like if a piece of evidence X that Erika hasn't discovered proves Natsuhi's innocence? Noxus
Yes, but this isn't the resolution, the Landor. That's why it's still fighting.
Noxus 8th, it is forbidden for the case to be resolved with clues that are not presented. The story is full of malicious fiction. The story itself is a trap designed to frame Aunt Nazi. We should reconstruct the story from impartial truths alone. Noxus 9th, observers are permitted to put forward their own conclusions and interpretations. Maybe I was the culprit and I gave George and the others a slow-acting poison to make them die after midnight. Then silently slit their throats when I returned at 3 a.m. I could have done it so quietly that Erika wouldn't hear. Noxus 8th, it is forbidden for the case to be resolved with clues that are not presented. Everyone committed suicide, so there is no culprit.
Flashbang. Fuck you. How
For your attention, I beg to inform you of the following. All deaths were homicides.
Need just a second. Reorganizing my windows to make them a little easier to see.
Erika didn't personally examine the corpses, right? It should be possible for people who aren't the detective to make a mistake when examining the corpses. For your attention, I beg to inform you of the following. Be advised that no examination of any corpse is ever mistaken. You are really grasping at straws, my man. I would prefer you to go, fuck it, I'm a wizard.
Oh, he's getting there. Slowly but surely.
And maybe there were body double corpses. They prepared corpses beforehand that closely resembled the victims. Be advised that no corpses exist except those of characters who have appeared in the story. And how can you claim that Uncle Kraus is dead without his corpse? Doesn't that violate Noxus something or whatever? Be advised that the red truth is simply truth and there is no need to provide evidence or proof. Battler, connect the dots, boy.
Go on, you can do it.
You have a red truth.
Repeat what you have also heard. What the? Damn it all. In the face of these insane arguments, all my effort to overturn the truth treating Aunt Nazi as the culprit is completely meaningless.
Battler, just to give in. Become that Trichet.
Yes, good. Let the hate flow through you.
Each time I brandish my desperate blue truce, Leonor and the others' red truce knock me down to the floor.
Kermit Frog, do it.
It's getting hard to even stand back up again. Do it. Does that mean my body is telling me that I'm about to surrender to the truth, where Aunt Natsuhi is the culprit? Come on, buddy, you've got a red truth right on you. Their red truth is getting more and more perfect. Each time I think I can slip through a chink in their armor, Leonor smacks me down with the red longsword of Nox. You have a red truth, and nobody can fucking question it. Do it.
Beato.
もういいんだよバトラー。これでようやくわらわを、いやわらわたちを苛む永遠の拷問も終わる。
Guys, you've been at this for like a week. Eternal torture my fucking foot. That's enough, Battler. This will at last be the end of the eternal torture that torments me. No, us.
おちよ一緒に地の底へ。
Let us fall together into the depths.
I don't want to see Beato like this. Her Majesty is the ruler of the Golden Land, and her enthusiasm as my adversary are completely gone. She's just a pitiful woman who's been trampled over and who has lost all hope, with tears streaming down her face and tragic smile that I can't bear to look at.
あなたの真実はもはや存在しないのですか？
Does your truth no longer exist? No, I have one last thing.
Come on, buddy.
それは夏日が犯人でない異なる真実なのですね。
And that is a different truth where Natsuhi is not the culprit? No. All I can do is prove that Aunt Natsuhi isn't the culprit. I can't show what the real truth beyond that is at all.
しかしそれでもベアトだけは助かるかもしれねえ。
But even so, maybe at least you'll be safe that way.
どうして？
Why?
俺は夏日おばさんが断じて犯人ではないと示せる。
I can show without a doubt that Aunt Natsuhi isn't the culprit.
だが異なる本当の真実を示せない。
But I cannot present a different truth.
エリカの真実を無賛させれば事件は闇に戻り
Erica's truth is dispersed. The crime will return to darkness, and there might still be room for you to exist.
それができたならね。でも、もし
Assuming you
新
can
しき
pull it
真
off.
実が示せないなら、あんたはもうプレイヤーとして無能の用なしよ。
But if you can't present a new truth, that means you're incompetent and useless as a
こ
player.
のゲーム版から永遠に消えてもらうわ。
I'll have you vanish from this game board for all eternity.
At this point, the Game Master is Lambda Delta. She's there too. This probably doesn't mean a defeat in a single game, but being banished from this game for all eternity as the loser. From what the witches have said in the past, I can faintly imagine the place pieces are sent when they're banished. It is known as the depths of oblivion. An eternal darkness that lies on the far side of an eternal oblivion, and there is no concept of life or death. I'm going to disappear, but still Beato will remain. As long as Beato remains, no matter how suspicious Aunt Natsuhi is, there will always remain space for the witch to be the culprit. In other words, room for Aunt Natsuhi to not be the culprit. As long as the wiggle room is there, someone will eventually expose the truth. It doesn't have to be me. Eventually, someone at least will smash this fake truth to pieces. I understood that this was the time to abandon myself for the sake of this other person who would eventually appear. For the sake of the real truth.
どうやらお前を殺すって約束を俺はやっ ぱり破っちまうみてえだな。
Well, it looks like I'll have to break my promise to kill you after all.
嫌だ。わらわだけ生き残らせるな。
No, don't leave me as the only one alive.
そなたと共にわらわも消える。
I'll disappear with you.
それがわらわへの最後の手向けとなるのだ。
Let that be your final tribute to me.
頼む。その願いだけ叶えてくれれば他には何もいらないから。
I beg you, if you just grant this one wish, I won't need anything else.
名残はつきましたか？
Have you said your last goodbyes?
やはりあなたには失望です。
I really am disappointed in you, Ushiromiya Battler. Sorry, but Battler's about to drop the nuke on you.
とっとと引導を渡してください。
Fucking cat. Hurry up and put him out of his misery.
夏日さんの罪を暴く私の独壇場が残ってますので。
We still have to get to my monologue exposing Natsuhi's crimes.
本当に面白いわ、あんたたちは。ベアトリーチェ、後ろ宮バトラー。
You guys really are interesting, Beatrice. Ushiromiya Battler.
でももう飽きたわ。私たちのゲームに。もうあんたたちは必要ないわ。
But I've gotten tired of you. You aren't needed in our game.
You remember that prior conversation about loser flags?
Yeah.
おやりなさい、ドラノール。
Do it, Delanor.
これでおしまいです。
This is the end.
最後の力がまだあるなら、
If you still have one last bit of
せ
power,
めて最後にそれを振り絞って見せてください。
let me see you muster it now in your last moments.
Voice actor's got a fucking set of lungs on his ass.
Absolutely. It's a small but brilliant red truth. My last trump card, courtesy of Virgilia. Erica, this takes your theory back to square one.
できるものならどうぞ。
Go for it if you think you can.
Take this.
後ろ宮夏日は犯人にあらず。
Ushiromiya Natsuhi is not the culprit. Red truth is simply truth, with no evidence or proof required. This will make Leonor stagger, even if that's all it does. It's the first and last strike I can make.
NOX 第2条探偵方法に超自然能力の使用を禁ず。
I ain't the fucking detective!
Mhm.
Noxus second, it is forbidden for supernatural agencies to be employed as a detective's technique. Huh? My red truth
That's also bullshit, though.
was blown away by Leonor's red longsword?
この法廷で魔女以外が赤き真実を語るなら、それにふさわしい証明を構築してちょうだい。
Fuck.
In this court, if anyone other than witches is going to speak the red truth, they'll have to construct an appropriate proof for it.
Oh. This is how we would get Witch Battler. Alright, fuck it.
Hopefully it's gonna happen.
Yeah, fingers crossed.
エリカはこれまでその手順を踏んできたはずよ。
Erica has been following this protocol, why can't you?
True, Erica herself hasn't used the red even once so far. She's always had the Witch Burn Castell make those statements by using repetition requests.
あなたのその赤き真実は超常存在から授けられた超自然の真実よ。
That it is.
Your red truth isn't something you obtained for yourself. It's a supernatural truth gifted to you by a paranormal entity.
すなわち推理ではない。
In other words, it isn't reasoning.
でたらめな思いつきと同じということよ。
It's no better than a random thought.
Yeah, there's only two ways this can go. Is either Battler gets some evidence, which I don't think he has time to do, or he goes, "Fuck it, I'm a magic entity now." But I think that means abandoning his humanity, at least for a time. In that case, if I have Virgilia say the same red truth, I'm guessing she can't. Where is Virgilia?
あなたがその若き真実を掲げるにはそれにふさわしい構築が必要です。
If you were to present that red truth, you must construct an appropriate argument.
それが示せるのです。
And you do that. It's impossible. Just have the truth that Aunt Natsuhi isn't the culprit without any basis or evidence.
なあ、本当の真実なんて儚いんだよ。
See, real truth is a very fragile thing.
本当の真実なんて存在するのか。
Does real truth
そ
exist?
してそれは必要なものなのか。
And is it
な
necessary?
くてもこうして物語は進むんだよ。
Even without it, the story goes on.
バトラー。
さあ、バトラー、あなたの示した赤を証明するのです。それができないなら、お別れです。
Now, Battler, prove the red you have shown. If you cannot, this is goodbye.
ならお別れだ。すまねえ、ベアト。
Then this is goodbye. Sorry, Beato.
言うな。わらわに今日まで付き合ってくれて。
Yeah, this is a romance story. Fuck.
Don't say that. Thanks for sticking around with me.
こんな血まみれの物語であったが楽しかったぞ。
It was such a blood-stained tale, but it was fun.
それではこれにて当法廷は閉廷です。です。
Okay.
This
You can stop now.
is now disbanded, and then
Stop, please. Holy shit, stop. God.
Then the trial for the fifth game was over. The detective Furuto Erika accused the culprit, Ushirumi Natsuhi. There are three riddles that the detective must explain. First is the whodunit, who's the culprit. As previously stated, it is Ushirumi Natsuhi. The second is the howdunit, how did they carry out the crime during the hours between midnight on October 4th and 1 a.m. the next day. Ushirumi Natsuhi went to the cousin's room on the second floor of the guest house and the servants' quarters on the first floor of the mansion. There, she carries out the murders. Great equalizer is the desk. And here comes Landlord with the steel chair.
That's really good.
It is only possible for the crime to have taken place during that hour. And for that 1 hour, alibis have been proven for all characters except Natsuhi. Oh, that's a shot. From the sky, a massive red longsword, even greater in size than the one Leonor held, came crashing down like a thunderbolt.
Just pull a Dante and pull yourself up from the bottom.
It pierced through Battler's heart,
You'll
pinning
be
him in
fine.
place while he still stood. In that instant, Beatrice vanished in a spray of gold, and her former minions disappeared as well. As the heartless witches looked down at the cathedral center, laughing coldly, all that remained was Battler with the red longsword sticking through him and Glanor. That is a very beautiful shot.
Oh, walk it off. Put
Buddy,
some dirt in it.
accept witchhood. Become the witch.
Yes, turn to the dark side.
安らかに眠れ後ろ宮バトラー。残念です。あなたはもっとできる人だと思っていました。
Rest in peace, Ushiromiya Battler. It is a shame. I thought you were a more capable person than this.
Dude just keeps taking shots from all sides.
Really? Battler blew bubbles of blood, closed his eyes slowly, and expired. Leonor stared on in silence, then turned on her heels when she saw his life leave him.
And then you just like get hit with a splash screen of him being like, "You thought, bitch!" and wearing his fucking grandfather's cloak.
Yeah, basically going fools. Like Kinzo does.
You activated my trap card.
After
I am no longer on the human side. I am a witch.
After that, all that remained was the corpse of the sorrowful man pierced by the sword that acted as a massive red grave marker, lit by the faint glow let in from the cathedral skylight.
Damn, I was really hoping that it would pan down and then he just wouldn't be on the sword anymore.
Fuck, we really are just closing that door, okay. And then there is the third riddle that the detective must uncover. The final riddle, the why done it. Why did they commit the crime? The motive. In third-rate mysteries, there's no need to uncover this. After all, even if you don't expose the motive, the culprit will just confess it when all's said and done. However, Furudo Erika was first-rate, so she would expose even this. Alright, let's hear the construction. Natsuki was confined in the parlor under everyone's watchful gaze. Then, with everyone's assent, Erika diligently and persistently searched all places, even Natsuki's room, for clues about her motive.
さて、お集まりの皆さん、このような恐ろしい殺人に何が後宮夏日さんを駆り立てたのか。
Well, now that we have all gathered, just what is it that drove Ushiromiya Natsuhi to commit these terrible murders?
探偵フルドエリカの調査により、その輪郭が浮かび上がってまいりました。
Through my investigation, I, the detective Furudo Erika, have discovered the general outline that explains this.
それをここにご報告させていただきたいと思います。
I would like to announce it now.
I am just going to check some character screens. Specifically, which side? Oh, alright. So nothing updated on this end. Alright. Never mind.
What does it say on his witch side?
It just says the person chosen by Beato as her opponent.
Okay, fair enough.
Everyone remained silent, urging her to continue. Erika tossed some of Natsuki's possessions that had been confiscated onto the table.
まず、これらは夏日さんの部屋から発見された過去の日記帳です。
First, these are past diaries that were discovered in Natsuki's room.
近年ではほとんど書かれていませんが、
They have barely been used at all in recent years.
後宮家に籍を入れたばかりの頃については詳細な記述があります。
But they describe in detail the period shortly after she became a part of the Uchinomiya family.
これらの多くは鍵付きの日記帳に封じられていましたが、事件の全貌を暴くために全員の承認を受けた私の権限により、これらの鍵を全て破壊させていただきました。
Most of them were locked, but in order to find the full truth behind this crime, I used my authority, which everyone has acknowledged, to destroy the locks on all of them.
人でなし。人の日記を読むなんて。
You monster, reading another person's diary.
ならあんたは何よ、殺人鬼。
We're monsters. What does that make you,
お
murderer?
前ごときにプライバシーなんてあるわけないでしょ。
Criminal like you has no right to privacy.
この日記帳から浮かび上がったのは、夏日さんはクラウスさんと特殊な事情でご結婚なされたらしいということです。
Time to get the details.
Yep. Yeah, Nazi's no good, very bad day. And this is what I found from these diaries. Natsuhi ended up married to Kraus due to special circumstances.
ここにいらっしゃる皆さんは私よりご存知なのでは？
I imagine that all of you here know much more about this than I do.
夏日さん、クラウスさんご夫婦は恋愛結婚でもお見合い結婚でもありません。
Natsuhi and Kraus were not married because of love, whereas a normal arranged
い
marriage.
わば人質のような結婚でした。
If anything, it was more like taking a hostage.
Alright.
そのようなことはありません。
That is not true.
この赤い日記帳の24ページに以下の記述があります。
This is written on the 24th page of this red diary.
私は後ろにあてに嫁という名で軟禁された人質なのです。でも私が人質となることで全てが丸く収まるならば、
I am a hostage being imprisoned by the Ushumiya family under the guise of marriage. However, if everything can be resolved this way...
Fuck.
夏日さん、あなたは自分が人質であったことをここですでにお認めになっています。熊沢さんは夏日さんがここに来られた当初からお世話をしていますね。
Natsuhi, right here you've already admitted that you were a hostage. Kumasawa, you have served Natsuhi since the time she first came here, right?
当時のことを話してくださいませんか？
Could you tell me about what it was like at that time?
そうです。
Her sudden calmness. Yes, that's correct.
私にそうこぼされたこともございました。
Did catch wind of something similar to what you
奥
described.
様のご結婚についての事情を知るのは、
I think that by now, the only one who would know the details of Madame's
今
marriage.
は私と南條先生くらいのものでしょうか。
Our Dr. Nanjo and myself. Nanjo, okay.
ですが、当時は金蔵さんが縦横無尽に活躍する黄金時代だった。
Very true. That was during Kinzo's golden era, when he did whatever he
金
pleased.
蔵さんはあらゆる敵を打ち倒し、経済力を拡大していったのです。
He defeated all of his enemies and expanded his financial power.
夏日さんの家もそんな敵の一つでした。
Natsuhi's family was one of those enemies. As though the time to talk had suddenly come at hand, Kumasawa and Nanjo openly delved into territory that should never have been touched upon again. It concerned the period during which Kinzo was most feared for his ferocity. Although he was financially very powerful and had many connections, the elite looked down upon him as an upstart, which gave him a complex about his social standing. To combat this, Kinzo wanted to find Kraus a wife from a noble family, and use this to raise the Ushiromiya's family status. He waged a financial war against Natsuhi's family, beat them down, and then proposed that a marriage be performed as a method of reconciliation. Ah, I see. Yeah, that is... Wow. And the person he picked was Natsuhi. She was a veritable princess, raised good and true by a family of Shinto priests. By choosing her, not only did Kinzo cause them the worst possible humiliation, he also won what he considered to be the greatest possible trophy. So that marriage proposal was humiliating to Natsuhi from the very beginning.
この辺りの経緯については、今、熊沢さんと南條先生がお話しくださったものと、日記帳に記されている内容が合致します。
Regarding the events of this period, both Kumasawa and Dr. Nanjo's claims just now match with the context of the diaries.
以上から夏日さんは後宮夏日を名乗ることとなった当初から激しい憎悪を持っていたことがお分かりになると思います。
Therefore, since the time Natsuhi first took the name Ushiromiya Natsuhi, she has held a strong animosity towards the Ushiromiya family.
Fuck if she shows it now.
どうですか、夏日さん。
I don't think she does anymore. What do you have to say, Natsuhi?
それはお認めになりますか？
Do you admit this?
All of the cold gazes turn to face Natsuhi.
確かに最初はそう思っていました。私は愛のない結婚を強要された花嫁という名の人質だとそう思っていました。
It's true that I thought that at first. I thought I was being forced into a marriage without love, a hostage under the guise of a bride.
ですが夫は私を人質などと見下しはしませんでした。
However, my husband never viewed me as a mere hostage.
私の事情を理解し同情と慈しみを与えてくれました。
He understood what I had gone through and gave me compassion and affection.
夫だけは私の理解者だったのです。
My husband was the only person who could understand me.
なるほど、それは一理あります。確かにあなたの日記にはクラウスさんがあなたの事情を知って。
I see, that makes sense. There are indeed a number of places in your diaries illustrating that Kraus knew of your difficulties.
気遣ってくれる描写がいくつか散見できます。
And showed concern for you.
I'm sensing a butt there.
しかしあなたはそれをこちらの日記帳の47ページで、むしろ気持ちが悪いと描写していますね。
However, on page 47 of this diary here, you describe these moments as being unpleasant, correct?
Oof.
以下、朗読します。クラウスの気遣いはむしろ私を惨めにさせるだけ。
Let me read aloud. When Kraus tries to show consideration, it only makes me feel more wretched.
そうして私を恥ずかしめているのではないかとさえ思う時があります。
Sometimes I think he might even be trying to humiliate me further.
以上から夏日さんがそんな気遣いを見せていた夫を嫌悪していたことが伺えます。
From this, we can tell that Natsuhi was repulsed by her husband and the concern he showed.
You know that could have changed with time.
Yeah, it's been like 20-something years.
待ちなさい。確かに最初はそう思ったこともあります。まだ日々を不安に過ごす私が気遣いを素直に受け取れず。
Wait, yes, I may have thought that at the beginning, back when I lived every day in fear for my future. I couldn't accept his concern as true.
邪推してそう記してしまったこともあったかもしれません。私はやがて
And yes,
そんな夫
I
の
may
気
have
遣い
written
に
up my
気づいて
distrust.
その
I
気
thought
持
it
ち
was
を
so
受け入れ
disgusting.
るようになるのです。
My distrust from time to time, but if I eventually realized he was sincere and grew to accept his feelings.
その記述は日記帳のどこにも登場しませんが。
Well, nothing like that appears in any of these diaries.
日記にさえ書かない秘められた気持ちというものもあります。
I never even wrote it down, those feelings were so secret.
あらゆる証拠品と証言から多角的に構築して、あなたが夫に激しい嫌悪を持っていたことは明らかです。
What a fucking hack.
I mean, it is a piece of evidence, but that's not enough evidence to conclude that.
Yeah, this is barely anything that like might show the start of a trend, but that's it. It's 20 years old. It's written word. It's not it's not like a 20-year-old photo, you know? 20-year-old words. Good gods. Multiple diverse pieces of evidence and testimony make it clear that you had an intense hatred for your husband.
そして逆にあなたがおっしゃるようなやがて受け入れるようになっていったことを示す証拠は存在しません。
On the other hand, your claim that you eventually accepted his feelings is unsupported by evidence.
私は夫は愛していました。
I loved my husband.
その発言を赤き真実に昇華させる証拠 証言の構築はできませんよね。
You can't find any testimony or evidence that can be used to elevate that statement to the level of red truth, can you?
愛を語るにも証拠がいるというのですか?
According to this little fucking nerd, they do.
Yep.
Does a person need evidence to say they're in love?
赤き真実以外は何も信じられません。
Nothing can be trusted except for red truth.
赤くない発言は何の証拠にもならない。何の信用もできない。
Statements that aren't red don't count as evidence at all, and they can't be trusted at all.
赤くない文字はすべて私を欺くための偽りです。
Fucking weirdo, dude. All text that is not red is a falsehood that exists to deceive me.
I mean, this is what happens when you min-max a fucking character like this for a narrative game.
Yeah.
愛してる？白い文字で愛を語られて誰が信じるんです？
I love him. Who would believe a profession of love in white text?
赤くない言葉なんて何も信用できない。
No non-red words can ever be trusted.
この世で信じられるのは赤き真実とそれを得るために主に捧げる供物の証拠品だけです。
The only things that can be trusted in this world are the red truth and the pieces of evidence I offer to my master to obtain it.
You are gonna get the biggest dunking on at some point. I know it.
Yeah, like no one stays triumphant in this fucking story so far for very long. You lying humans can't speak the truth.
I wonder what that sudden shattering was about. Because she looked...
I have no idea.
She looked in pain there.
赤き真実なき人間に愛も心も真実も語る資格なんてないんです。
Humans lacking the red truth have no right to speak of love or the heart or truth. There we go.
知ってました。
I'll get it out eventually.
男はあなたたち女が思ってるほどバカではありませんよ。
Did you know men aren't as stupid as you women think they are?
男は女の愛しているなんて本気で真に受けたりなんかしません。
Men never really take it seriously when a woman says I love you.
かわいそうな人。本当に人を愛したことがないのね。
What a pitiful person. I see you never truly loved someone.
探偵に恋愛は不要です。恋愛という単語など殺人動機を示す以外で使用した覚えがありません。
Romance is unnecessary for a detective. I don't think I've ever used the word romance except to explain the motive for murder.
あなたが何と言おうと私たちは愛し合っていました。私が愚痴ばかりを日記に記していたことは夫にも謝らなければならないことです。
No matter what you say, we loved each other. I owe my husband an apology for always writing down my complaints and nothing else.
しかし私は夫に心を捧げていました。
But I gave my heart to
それ
him.
はたとえ証拠で示せなくてもそれが真実なんです。
Even if I can't prove it with evidence, that is the truth.
却下します。往生際が悪いですよ。証拠と証言
Overruled. You just don't know when to give
あな
up,
た
do
の
you?
後宮家も夫も
From evidence and testimony, it's clear by
す
now.
べて憎悪していたことはもはや明白なのですから。
That you hated both your husband and the Ushimiya family.
And yeah, we're seeing what she meant by an intellectual violator.
Yeah.
Like, we've seen drips and drabs before, but this is excruciating in a way. Certainly more drawn out.
そうよ。私は何度も聞いてるわよ。あなたが陰口を言っているのをね。
That's right, I can't even count the number of times I've heard you complain.
あなただって秀吉さんの陰口を口にされた日もあったではありませんか。
Don't we all? I remember there being days when you talked behind Hideyoshi's back.
主人を殺したくせに何よその口の利き方は。
You killed my husband, how dare you say that?
死になさいよ。死んで主人に詫びてきなさいよ。
Die. die so you can apologize to my husband in the afterlife.
乱暴はやめてください、エヴァさん。
Please cease your violence, Ava.
今は私が犯人を追及して断罪する甘美な時間。
Fucking gods. This is my delectable moment where I question and convince the culprit.
あなたのものではありませんよ。
It's not yours, okay?
さて、そんな彼女は数年を経て、表向きは生活に馴染んだように見えましたが、
Now then, over the next several years, she appears to have gotten used to her new way of life.
実際は心の中に強い憎悪を募らせたままでした。
But in actuality, an intense hatred still lurked in her
そ
heart.
んな彼女の中にいつか復讐したいと思う気持ちが芽生えたとしても、何の不思議もありませんでした。
Taking that into consideration, there would be nothing odd at all about her deciding to take revenge.
But why now?
Gotta use the gold as an excuse, I'm sure.
A gold plus, I guess, having the lease taken by creditors. Or the deed, rather.
Yeah, it could be.
そんなことを言わないで。
Don't act like you know what I'm thinking.
Each time Erica read from Natsuhi's diaries, she exposed another of Natsuhi's emotions during those painful days. Natsuhi hadn't written them down to record them for posterity. She had written them to forget those memories and seal them away. That was why, after writing down her feelings during those painful days, she had locked them up and sealed them away for all eternity. However, Erica claimed that these were Natsuhi's true, hidden feelings that had been locked away and concealed. Since it had already been concluded that Natsuhi was a murderer, everyone accepted Erica's claim. By this point, the red truth wasn't even necessary to establish Natsuhi's motive. As long as the reason seemed plausible, everyone would believe it. No matter how much Natsuhi might object, no one would believe her. No one could accept the truth Natsuhi spoke of about the days she had spent loving her husband. And so it was being painted over by a false truth, in which she hated her husband and swore revenge against him. The pen of the gods that composes the truth had been given to Erica.
だから何？あんたの事情なんて知ったことじゃないわよ。人殺し。人殺し。
So what? Who gives a damn about your past? Murderer. Murderer. Okay, but why would she kill Hideyoshi?
おやめなさい。私には夏日さんの気持ちもよくわかるのです。
Stop that. I can understand how Natsuhi felt.
いつかこういう日も来るのではないかと思っておりました。
The fuck are you talking about, Kumasawa?
I always thought this day might come eventually.
たわしやおいたわしや。
Poor thing, poor thing. They are now NPCs. Like, even more so than before.
親父のわがままな人生に振り回された気の毒な犠牲者の一人だとは思うぜ。
I think she's another one of the pitiable victims of father's wild life.
私は奥様のその心の痛みを
How the fuck? What?
その支えになりたい
Shut up,
と
Goda.
思っていたのですが、力及ばずこのようなことに。
I knew of the pain in Madam's heart. I always tried to support her, but I failed, and look what has happened.
僕には愛憎の気持ちなんてわからない。
Yeah, fair enough. I don't even understand the emotions of love and hate.
At least you got by without having to say something.
あなたにはいつかわかるわ。
You will someday.
そしてそれは生きる目的にも、
It can give you a reason to live,
殺す目的にもなり得る。
and also a reason to kill. Shannon, you're not like helping yourself with the accusations of O'Neill here. With that just staggered silence.
Hashtag blame Shannon, I guess.
本当に夏日おばさんが犯人なのか。
Is not Natsuhi really the culprit? I was wondering if you still existed, Peace Battler.
それを言われると、実は夏日さん以外に犯人の可能性のある人がいらっしゃいまして。
Well, now that you mention it, there is one last person besides Nazi that might be the culprit.
何？おい、ふざけるなよ。
What? Hey, are you serious?
なんでそんな大事なことを早く言わないんだ。
I didn't. Why the hell didn't you say something that important sooner?
夏日さん、実は
My powers as a hater grant newfound appreciations of potential culpability. Yeah. Nazi, the truth is, there is one person besides you for whom the crime was possible.
あなたがどうしても犯人でないとおっしゃるなら、
If you insist on claiming that you aren't the
そ
culprit,
の方が犯人ということになってしまうんですが。
it means that that person must be the culprit.
And it's gonna be your husband.
Mm-hmm.
それは誰だ？誰なんだ？
Who is it? Who?
後宮金蔵さんです。
Oh, Kinzo. What? Oh.
Why?
Oh, she has to tarnish her. She basically.
Like Kraus, though.
Yeah, she has to give up everything else she's ever said about the family.
When all you have is a hammer, everything looks like a nail, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, that's fair.
金蔵さんは今日の未明、3階書斎の窓からお出かけになられたまま行方知れず。
Early this morning, Kinzo went outside through the window of the third floor study, and his location is unknown.
そうでしたね、バトラさん。
Isn't that right, Battler?
夏日さんと同じように、金蔵さんにも全くアリバイがありません。
Just like Nazi, Kinzo has no alibi whatsoever.
実は今回の事件、金蔵さんにも犯行は可能なんです。
The truth is, for this crime, it was possible for Kinzo to be the culprit as well.
私はてっきり最初からいらっしゃらない人物だと決めてか、今の今まですっかり失念していました。
I simply assumed that he never existed in the first place, so I completely forgot about him until this very moment.
それをお詫びいたします。
Allow me to apologize. Apology not accepted, Erica. Get in the trash bin where you belong.
She didn't look shy or apologetic in the slightest. Erica bowed in as unpleasant a manner as ever. Even so, she's still holding a grudge over her defeat in the study. So she wants to hash out this battle, and this is probably the only place where there is such an opening.
夏日さんは金蔵さんの信頼を受けて最もその身近でお仕えしていた方でしたよね。
Natsuhi, you gained Kinzo's trust and are the person who served closest to him, isn't that right?
なら夏日さんが一番よくわかっているのではないでしょうか。
In that case, I think you understand better than anyone else.
この事件が実は後宮金蔵さんによる当主の犯罪であることを。
That this incident is actually the crime of the family hid carried out by Ushrumiya Kinzo.
お父様を犯人呼ばわりするというのですか？
You dare call father a criminal.
ご安心を。
You
金蔵さん
dare?
が犯人ということであっても、ホワイトニットを構築できるだけの証拠と証言をすでに十分に用意してあります。
Don't worry, even if Kinzo is actually the culprit, I've prepared more than enough evidence and testimony to explain the why done it.
あなたが金蔵さんをかばうために自らを犠牲にしたという筋書きでも十分に対応可能です。
Even if you were to say, for example, that you were putting yourself on the line to cover for Kinzo's crime, I am more than capable of carrying forward such a plot.
近年、探偵の推理さえも筋書きに組み込まれている可能性がありますから。
In recent years, even the theories created by the detective can sometimes change the plot itself.
本当に油断ならない時代になったものです。
You really can't afford to be careless in this day and age.
お父様を犯人呼ばわりするなど、この私が許しません。
Branding father as a killer is something I will not allow.
Honestly, probably the least of his sins if he had done it.
Honestly, yeah. Although there was like a 9-year-old mixed in there, so.
Yeah, so maybe it's like on the edge.
頭を冷静にして胸に手を当ててよく考えてください。
Natsuhi, calm down, place your hand on your chest and think
あな
carefully.
たが実は金蔵さんが犯人でしたと告発してくれれば、この事件は全て解決するんです。
If you accuse Kinzo of being the culprit, this entire case will be resolved.
あなたの濡れ衣は晴らされ、名誉も回復されるでしょう。
You will no longer be held accountable for another person's actions and your honor will be restored.
In other words, by pushing the crime onto Kinzo, Natsuhi would be saved. However,
私はお父様より後ろ宮家の名誉を託されたのです。その私が濡れ衣を晴らすためだけにお父様の後ろ宮家の名誉を自ら汚すと本気でお思いですか？
I have been entrusted with the honor of the Ushiromiya family by father. Do you really think that I would defile father's honor, the Ushiromiya family honor, just to clear away the false accusations made against me?
of course Natsuhi
If
knew.
nothing else, like this alone should prove that, like, yeah, maybe she doesn't actually fucking hate the Ushiromiya family like she was being claimed. Like, she's still defending the Ushiromiya family the entire time.
Yeah. Of course, Natsuhi knew that she wasn't the culprit, and she also knew that Kinzo wasn't. So, being framed herself and pushing the blame onto Kinzo were both unacceptable, unbearable outcomes.
いいんですか？すでに散々立証しております通り、あなた以外のアリバイは全て証明されています。
Are you sure? As I've already established quite thoroughly, alibis have been proven for everyone except you.
あなたが金蔵さんを告発されないならば、やはりあなたが犯人だということで、今度こそ本当に。
If you do not accuse Kinzo, then it really will be clear that you are the culprit.
特定され、真実となってしまいますよ。
And that will become the truth.
私を犯人だと決めつけることがあなたの真実だというのなら、
If labeling me as the culprit is what you call truth,
お好きになさればいいでしょう。
then you can do as you please.
Also, Domnio loved the whole, oh yeah, I have a backup motive, as though that makes any fucking sense in the court of law.
Yeah.
私が無実であることを神様はきっとご存知です。
I'm certain that God knows I am innocent.
必ずやいつか私の無実を証明してくれます。
And one day he will prove it.
If it came to a choice between her or Kinzo being framed for these crimes, Natsuhi would sacrifice herself. Perhaps...
I wonder if the relatively common, like, translation of, like, is this kind of thing into, like, the singular God, and then, like, calling it he and all that stuff, from Japanese to English is a localization effort, or if there's just, like, something really weird going on in Japan with, like, when it comes to religion. Because, like, most people in Japan are either Buddhist or still Shinto, right? Like, they're not actually that many Christians over there.
Yeah, but so many people do say Kami-sama.
Yeah, but that's, like, there's no plural in Japanese, right?
Oh, yeah,
without,
fuck.
like, the rest of the sentence. So, like, she could be talking about the gods.
Yeah.
Because remember, the word kami only means spirit. It's when you add sama to the end of it that makes it mean god and not spirit.
Right. Yeah, that's hard to say.
Yeah, I know Christians exist just a lower percentage, but that's what I mean. It's like there's just not that many over there. So it's weird that like every bit of Japanese media that comes over to the U.S. or even through fan translations are all capital G godded up. You know. Yeah, I mean, Kinzo's wild, but yeah.
Yeah, and admittedly, we have been using a lot of biblical imagery in this.
That's true, yeah.
So I think for this, it probably does actually mean, you know, good, quote-unquote, Christian values.
You're absolutely correct, Katie. Natsuhi grew up in a Shinto priest family.
Yeah, she grew up in a Shinto family, but now she kind of has to accept the way the Ushiromiya family views religion, which is largely put through Kinzo's...
Well, that's weird, right? Because, like, Beato early on, I think it's like episode 2 or 3, does talk about, like, the Shinto gods and everything being real. Like, that's real magic. And it's just not her kind of magic.
Yeah, and the fact that that stuff actually does kind of act as a thing that doesn't mix. It is an oil and water situation. And Kinzo used that to his benefit to seal Beatrice on the island.
Yeah. That one's hard. That one's really hard.
Yeah, and she left her family behind very openly because, well, the situation that Erica just exposed. Not only that she was giving herself to them, but yeah, Westabu Kinzo.
Westabu Kinzo. Yeah, I mean, fair enough. Yeah. He is that. Named all of his fucking kids and his grandkids Western names.
Yeah, and was so focused on...
Except for Battler. Battler's not even a Western name as far as I know. It's literally just a word.
Yeah, it is just a word. Granted, a lot of names are just words.
It's true, yes, but usually they're not just words that we still use today.
True, but how many times do you hear the word battler?
I was actually just about to Google that. Okay, so what it means is an underdog. That's the common use of it, at least.
Okay. But yeah, like, how common is that in actual everyday speech, even...
Oh, it's Australian, not American. That's why I don't fucking know of this. Okay, yeah, so it's still used, like, very commonly in Australia, but not in America.
Yeah. And probably not the, Europe, UK. Because I've never heard someone go...
Apparently, fucking Bush described someone else as a battler in 2007.
Huh. But yeah, like, by and large, people don't use this fucking word. So I think it is in that weird space where it can be a name. It's just not used as one. Because who would name their kid fucking underdog?
Rudolph, apparently.
Fair.
Yeah, those are also all very good points, Katie. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Also very good points. Yes. I know how to speak English. This is my native tongue. I am fluent in this language.
Yeah, but perhaps that was her way of protecting the Ushiromiya family honor.
And I even gave you a chance.
Stupid woman. This future where your name will eventually be cleared doesn't exist, not for you or any of the other pieces in this game. Natsuhi had made her decision. They were going to call her the culprit, she would let them. She boldly rejected the thought of selling Kinzo's honor to gain a momentary truth where she wasn't the culprit. And therefore, the tale would be woven with her as the culprit. If, in the future, the accusation against her were to be proven false, this tale would probably be rewritten. However, such a future would never come. I think truth is a fleeting thing. Even if I am a good person up until my death, some heartless person after my death writes down that I wasn't a good person, and that is shared with everyone else. Then even all the goodness in which I lived my life will be overwritten easily. And so I think I must live as a good person for all eternity.
Until a couple hundred years later when everyone involved is fucking dead and a bunch of archaeologists are going over it and going, wait, hold on. Because that happens all the fucking time.
Ah, you're gonna make her admit it.
If you claim that Kinzo was not the culprit, he will need an alibi which proves that the crimes were impossible for him.
そうでなくては真の意味で夏日さんを犯人だと特定できません。
Otherwise, we cannot truly be certain that you are the culprit, Natsuhi.
Erica had to be well aware by now that Kinzo was nothing more than an illusion to muddy the waters of the inheritance problem. However, proving him to be an illusion would be very hard. The only way to do this would be to confirm Kinzo's death. That Kinzo died a long time ago as revealed by the red truth of previous games. And in this 5th game, his body hasn't even appeared. Under these circumstances,
Yet.
It wouldn't be easy to prove his death conclusively. Kinzo's death could be confirmed, it would practically erase that defeat in the study. Ah. It was the only way Erica had of negating the humiliation of her loss. There was something that could confirm Kinzo's death almost as certainly as real proof. That was the confession of the culprit. It would have Natsuhi herself admit that Kinzo no longer existed in this world. That way, it would be acknowledged that Erica's reasoning in the study was correct. That loss would be painted over, and would be rewritten as Erica's victory.
I don't know about that, Erica. Even if, like, she fucking admits that Kinzo has been dead the entire time, you still fucked up and like, failed. You fucked up. You didn't get it right.
Yeah.
Sucks to be you little shit.
We're back here? Battler hung
Apparently.
suspended by Delanner's red longsword. Beto had disappeared
I
by
bet he
having
is.
her existence denied, and her minions had gone too.
Wait, no, I hate Battler. I bet he's not. Sorry.
Now that they have disappeared from this cathedral, only Natsuhi and the witches convicting her remained.
あくまでも金蔵は生きてて島のどこかに残っていると言い張るのね。
So, you still claim that Kinzo is alive and remains somewhere on this island?
そうです。お父様はご健在でおられます。
Yes, I do. Father is in good health.
誰が何と言おうと、私はそれを翻します。
No matter what anyone says, I will not change my statement.
過去のゲームの赤き真実で金蔵がすでに死亡していることは確定してるわ。
Yeah.
Ignore any crinkling you may hear.
でもそれじゃあ
I've got
レル
potato
の気が
chips.
収まらないわけでしょ。
There we go. Alright. The red truth from the previous game says that Kinzo is already dead. But that's not enough to satisfy you, right, Burn?
ええ、そうよ。完璧な勝利を私は求めてるの。
Yeah, that's right. I'm after a perfect victory.
だから赤で金蔵の死が決まってるからそれでチェックメイトなんて面白くないの。
So there's nothing interesting about getting a checkmate just because Kinzo's death has been confirmed by the red.
夏日の
Burn Gestel, I think that's going to be the reason why you
リ
lose
ザ
this
インと言わせて勝利
round.
したいのよ。
Yep.
Because you're chasing a perfect victory.
Absolutely.
Because one of you fuckers is going to say something ridiculous, and it's going to give Battler an idea. TM, even. An idea TM. Derogatory. And he's going to pull it off because he's Battler, and I hate him. And that's the thing that I would hate the most, is if he won. So. Anyway. I want to win by forcing Natsuhi to say that she's resigned.
ならやってごらんなさいよ。お手並みを拝見させてもらうわ。
Then why don't you try it? Show me what you've got.
我が主、今こそ我らに
You gotta buy
完
me
全
dinner
な
for
る
some
勝利を。
shit. My master, let us now achieve a perfect victory.
無論よ、夏日。あなたは金蔵は間違いなく生きているけれど、その所在はわからないというのね。
Of course. Natsuhi, you say that Kinzo is certainly alive, but you don't know where he is, correct?
ええ、そうです。お父様は
Could you
マ
guys,
グの
like,
両手になられ
hurry up
行
and
方
get
知
through
れ
this so I can eat my potato chips? Fucking I swear, these selfish Ushiromiyas. Gods. Yes, that's right. Father left through the window and his location is unknown.
全く困った方です。
He is so troublesome sometimes.
ラムダ、金蔵の24時から朝までの所在について確実にするわ。
Lambda, I'm going to make Kinzo's location from midnight until the morning absolutely
金
clear.
蔵は24時から朝までずっと同じ部屋に滞在したわ。
From midnight until morning, Kinzo stayed in the same room.
ん
Yeah, I fucking
そ
bet
り
he
ゃ
did.
そうでしょ、死体なんだから。
Well, duh, he was a corpse after all.
いや、ごめん。そうよね。そうでしょうね。
No, I'm sorry. That's right, totally right.
口を挟まないわ。
I won't butt in.
面白そうだから続けてちょうだい。
It sounds interesting, so keep going.
これより金蔵という言葉を生きている金蔵という意味で使うわ。何しろ夏日は生きていると主張し
Good
続けて
clarification.
赤き真実を語るわ。
Oh my fucking gods, what now? We're gonna roll the or spin the wheel of what bullshit thing my housemate needs me to do now. I want everyone to guess if you're interested in this game. You won't win anything except for my, my approval and laughter. But, I would like to hear what everyone has a guess.
Alright, so, to get everybody up to speed, we've already had coffee and sandwich. That doesn't mean we can't have a repeat, but...
Actually, it was coffee, sandwich, and the dog's medicine because they can't give their own fucking dog the shot, even though they promised me after we heard that this dog had diabetes and I wouldn't have to bother with any of this. I'm still the one doing it every fucking day.
Yeah. Also, for the YouTube bod, we will BRBs.
Yes, or anything else that I, even as, hobbies or anything. Because they think my hands are dry, not because of the desert air, but because I handle a lot of paper and dry shit. And I'm like... What are you talking about?
Nani? Okay.
Pardon me?
Also, something I didn't mention, in gaming news,
Yes.
That is relevant to this.
Ooh, yes.
We should be getting more news about Silent Hill F in 3 days.
What the hell is Silent Hill F?
It is the next Silent Hill being written by Ryukishi07.
Seriously? Ryukishi is writing a Silent Hill?
Yes.
Oh, that ought to be good.
Yeah, I'm very curious.
Yeah, that's like what you'd have to tell me to get me interested in Silent Hill again.
Yeah. You tell me. Yeah, you tell me Ryukishi's writing it, I'm like, you at least have my attention. But yeah, that's one of the things he's been doing to pay the bills, I suppose.
I mean, hey, that's a pretty good gig to get for a visual novel writer. God damn.
Yeah, just somebody out of a fucking Doujin circle. Okay, Captioner, that's what we're going with.
What is it, Dow Jones?
Douching.
Douching circle. Oh my god. Okay, that's way worse than I expected.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm deeply fascinated.
I'm trying to imagine the mechanics, the physics of that. How would that work now? And I was just
that way lies madness. But from what I've heard through the grapevine about it is Ryukishi is actually having this Silent Hill, as opposed to all the others, actually take place in Japan.
Oh, nice. That will actually be super interesting because, then you could get into the, since it's actually, set in Japan, you could have, more prominent things of Kigane.
Yeah.
Themes, rather. I don't know if I said themes or things, but one of the two.
Yep. And from what I remember, it might even be like a feudal era.
Ooh. Ooh. Now that's interesting.
Yeah, that would be super interesting, because that is a big deviation from the Silent Hill formula. Which adds...
Yeah, like, for people who don't know, Kigane is the, we don't have a singular word for it in English, which is why I use the Japanese word for it. It's just much faster. It's the general concept of stagnation and rot of still water, and how that may, like, as a taint, spread to other things. Like, for example, in Elden Ring, the Prince of Death, Godwyn, is also based on Kigane, which is why you always find his bullshit, the Death Root, in places where there's still water.
Yeah, and, you know, that's where you find, in places with still water, is where you find the Mariners, usually.
Yep.
But yes, if it's not a feudal era, it is at least a rural village, is what I remember.
Okay. I'm interested. So, like, Silent Hill already had, like, huge themes of Kigane as is, because, like, you would just, like, look at Silent Hill 1 or 2, and you can tell that place is, like, there's, like, fetid water all over.
Yeah, fetid
it's
water.
Rust and grime and gross.
Yeah, it is stagnation. It is... I mean, even going into Silent Hill 3, which does still continue the story in a way that I think is alright. It's everything else that gets kind of weird.
Yeah, 1, 2, and 3 were all fine. The room could have been pretty good too, but I think it just sort of missed the mark.
Yeah, and I do believe the room was originally postulated as a standalone piece, rather than a Silent Hill thing.
Yeah, like, I really liked the basic premise of the room, but, like, there were just some parts that, like, it just didn't, you know, it wasn't smooth. The story was not smooth.
It was not. I do like a lot of the mechanics we got out of that, and, like, the scares, and the turning a once safe area into not a safe area, but that's getting way into the weeds.
Yeah, like, you'd have to fucking hide a goddamn, like, warding candle in your fucking apartment while you were gone, roaming the subway tunnels just to make sure you didn't come back to a fucking haunting.
Yeah, shit like that.
I liked that. That was cool.
Yeah, that was cool shit. And, like...
making the safe room not be safe anymore as a game mechanic that you had to pay attention to is interesting. I like that a lot.
Absolutely. But yeah, Silent Hill F, if I remember right, yeah, rural village in Japan, Ryukishi, just like, and we've just not heard much about it. So the fact that we're getting...
I'm looking at some of the screenshots on this, that looks pretty good. That looks pretty good. Writers Ryukishi07.
Yeah.
Yeah, alright.
Yeah, like, it was...
In a departure from the majority of previous entries in the series, the game takes place in the 1960s rural Japan instead of the titular fictional main town. Hell yeah.
Yeah,
I am super into that.
Yeah, so just big-ass question marks, and we're waiting to... Yeah, we're just waiting to...
Creatures and characters are being designed by the Japanese artist Kara. Let's see. Japanese artist.
Is that, like, character,
Let
or...
me see your stuff. Aura 4 page not found. Fuck.
Is that spelled like character or
Kera?
Kera.
Some of these monster designs that they have up on their fucking bullshit are pretty fucking good.
Oh yeah.
It's apparently a woman, which is great news. Oop, they have a Pixiv. She has a Pixiv. Let's see. No works! Probably because she was getting a bunch of DMs and shit
Yeah, I would
from
imagine.
it, because Silent Hill is like a really, really big franchise. Okay, her Twitter does have a couple of things on it. This is pretty, yeah, I like these.
Okay, so she worked previously on a visual novel called Spirit Hunter NG. That's and
I think I've actually heard of that one.
Because yeah, when I was looking and then looking at the images, people were using Spirit Hunter and G stuff to kind of talk about what her work would be like.
This is some interesting character design. Like, they look a lot more like normal fucking people than I expected.
Yeah, a lot more normal people. Though there is some good body horror in that.
Yeah, I just clicked on one that is like that's a dead body, and it's all pretzeled up.
Yeah. Also has chicken legs.
Okay, that's actually. Can I show me the plot of this so I can see if I even want to? It's a horror game. It's about urban legends, and you're looking for your sister after she disappeared. Neat.
Oh yeah, I remember Spirit Hunter Deathmark. Which is what this is connected to.
Yeah, it's a companion game to Spirit Hunter Deathmark. Which I should look at that as well, because this seems like shit I'm interested for. Come on. Show me. Steam Show Me. This is another visual novel. What's the plot on this one? You have been marked. A strange rumor is spreading through the shadows of Tokyo's H-City. A mysterious disfigurement, like a grotesque birthmark, has been appearing on the bodies of certain individuals. Anyone who receives the mark will rapidly die of unknown, horrifying causes. Deprived of your memories, you arrive at a mansion rumored to protect the bearers of the mark. As the doors swing open, the countdown to death has already begun.
Yep. And I've seen a little bit of Deathmark.
Okay, yeah, I'm looking at this as like you've got to find the spirit that like cursed you, get rid of them, and also other spirits. That's kind of cool.
Yeah, I am deeply interested. I'd probably get it on sale.
Okay.
But
all right, well, we'll put that in the hopper for maybe later.
Yeah, at the very least, like, I'll be interested to know when Silent Hill F comes out. You know, getting a solid release date is what I'm hoping for.
I don't know, Katie. We're gonna find out, I guess. Maybe
we're gonna find out.
Do our research on it.
I've heard Deathmark is good, but I cannot speak to that myself.
It sounds like the exact kind of shit I'm into, though. Like, give me more of that.
Anyway, so for what's going on in Umineko now, so I don't, like, veer myself off too far, I think Battler is about to claim he's Kinzo.
Could be, yeah. But I'm glad that she's actually, like, defining her terms here.
Yes, absolutely.
From now on, I will use the word Kinzo to mean a living Kinzo. After all, Nazi claims that he's alive. I'll say more with the red truth.
Kinzo は屋敷以外の場所には存在しない。
Kinzo does not exist anywhere outside the mansion.
そうよね、エリカ。
Isn't that right, Erika?
はい、我が主。金蔵の姿を探し、屋敷の外、敷地内をくまなく捜索しました。
You looked over every square inch?
Fucking apparently. I don't know when she had time to do all this shit, but like, whatever, min-max character, let's go. Yes, my master. I searched for Kinzo all over the premises outside the mansion.
しかし、金蔵は発見できませんでした。
However, I was unable to find him.
Because of the detective's authority, Erica could find all clues. Therefore, if Erica was unable to find a hint that Kinzo existed outside the mansion, it was the same as proving that Kinzo didn't exist outside the mansion.
I've got a steak knife for Lambda Delta because she's the one like making these rules. These rules are fucking ridiculous.
Yeah. Especially when Nox acknowledges, yeah, these aren't like hard and fast rules. It's just, hey, if you do this unwarily in detective fiction, it can suck.
This is what we mean by like, you must know the rules to break them. It's exactly like what Nox is saying there. It's like, if you do things against the rules without knowing that you're doing it,
you can do it in an unsatisfying
about it, you can
way.
fuck it up.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can really fuck it up. Like pulling off like breaking these rules is really hard, sort of deal.
Yeah, though I do like this kind of weird thing we've got going on where the detective side of things is the kind of scripture base to it, where it's just really rigid as fuck rules. Because usually that's applied to religious iconography. Whether that's, the Christian one or, Shintoism and stuff, even. But, religious folks are considered the ones to have hard and fast rules. Whereas the spiritual characters live in the gray. Pretty explicitly so. Therefore, Bernkastel repeated the truth of Erica's.
金蔵は屋敷以外の場所に存在しない。ねえ、夏日。
Kinzo does not exist outside the mansion. So, Natsuhi.
なら、金蔵が存在するなら、屋敷内のどこかにいることになるわ。どこに金蔵が隠れているのか、心当たりがあったら教えてくれない？
That means little frog throat there, or throat frog. There we go. That means that if Kinzo exists, he must be somewhere inside the mansion. Do you have any idea where Kinzo might be hiding?
わかりかねます。何しろこの定期です。中庭へ出られた後、お屋敷のどこかへ隠れ、雨をしのがれていたとしても、何も不思議はありません。
How could I know? After all, think of the weather. After going out into the courtyard, it would not be surprising at all if he hid somewhere in the mansion to escape the rain.
私はこれからも同じ質問を数度繰り返すわ。
I'm going to repeat that same question several times during this process.
あなたに名誉ある幸福の機会を数度与える。
I'll give you many chances for an honorable surrender.
痩せ我慢が過ぎると本当の名誉まで失うことになるわよ。
I've been getting vibes that a lot of the mystery side of the mystery versus fantasy theme is in part written in reaction to fan response since Umineko was originally written and released one episode at a time. That's very believable. I've seen shit like that happen to web novels and everything as well.
Yeah, especially across, 6-month intervals. Because it's Comic-Con was held twice yearly.
Yeah. If you're too stubborn, you'll lose even your true honor.
I wonder what that means.
いかなる脅しにも私が屈することはありません。
No matter how you threaten me, I will not give in.
Good, fucker.
あなたは本
No, not
当
like
に
that.
いじめがいのある駒だわ。
Bernkastel, I said not like that. I just love teasing pieces like you.
では続けるわよ。
Then, let's keep going.
以上の理由から金蔵さんは 屋敷以外の場所にいることは考えられません。そこでまず書斎のあった3階を徹底的に捜索しました。
For these reasons, it is unthinkable that Kinzo might be somewhere outside the mansion. After learning that, we performed an extensive search of the third floor, where the study is.
だが、どこにも隠れる場所はなかった。3階に親父の姿は影も形もない。
However, there was nowhere he could have been hiding. We didn't catch any trace of Dad on the third floor.
では、どこにいるんでしょう、夏日さん。
So then, where is he, Nazi?
知りません。3階にいないなら地下にでも隠れたのではありませんか？
I don't know. If he isn't on the third floor, perhaps he's hiding in the basement.
ええ、地下ですね。ボイラー室、地下倉庫など怪しげな地下も全て捜索させていただきました。
Ah, yes, the basement. We searched all of that suspicious basement, including the boiler room and the underground storeroom.
ええ、私も探したわ。
Ah, yes. So maybe there's a little of people trying to solve the mystery are treating detective novel conventions and dry logic like it's a religion sentiment to it, like the readers for whom, without love it cannot be seen, goes right over their heads.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I agree with that assessment.
Yeah, I think that's probably at least in part true, especially some of the shit that, fucking Erica pulls.
Mm-hmm.
お父様の姿なんてどこにもなかった。
Yes, I searched too. I didn't see Father anywhere.
繰り返します。金蔵さんはどこにいるんですか、夏日さん。
Hold on, I'll drop the chip. I don't want my cats getting that.
Yeah, fair. Cannot have that happen too many times.
Yeah. Needed like the barbecue ones too, so like that amount of salt and sugar, like fucking flavoring and everything would fucking kill them.
Yeah.
I'll ask again, where is Kinzo, Nazi?
なら1階か2階にでもいたのでしょう。
In that case, he was probably on the first or the second floor.
Atler going, I'm the wizard. I saw him on the roof.
Yeah, he's on the roof, being Kinzo.
ならそうなります。
I see, process of elimination does tell us that, doesn't it?
そして1階を徹底的に捜索しました。
We then thoroughly searched the first floor.
結果は
And the results?
いいえ、お父様の姿を見つけることはできなかった。
Nope, we were unable to find Father.
繰り返します。金蔵さんはどこにいたんですか、夏日さん。
I'll ask again. Where was Kinzo, Nazi?
では2階に隠れていたのでしょう。お父様が隠れている場所を私が知るわけないでしょう。
Then he was probably hiding on the second floor. How should I know where Father is hiding?
本当にそうでしょうか。夏日さんは金蔵さんがどこに隠れていたのか、本当は
Are you sure about that? I think you know very well where Kinzo was hiding.
奥様が親方様がどこに隠れていたのかご存知？
Adam knows where the master was hiding?
そんなバカな。
That's impossible.
そんなことあるはずありません。
That can't be true. Both Shannon and Cannon knew that Kinzo was no longer alive, but they didn't have a clue how Erica was planning to corner Natsuhi, using a phantom of a person who didn't exist.
屋敷以外の場所に金蔵はいない。3階に金蔵はいない。地下に金蔵はいない。1階に金蔵はいない。以上から金蔵が存在しうる余地の検討は2階だけとなるわ。
Kinzo is nowhere outside the mansion. Kinzo isn't on the third floor. Kinzo isn't in the basement. Kinzo isn't on the first floor. Therefore, the only place Kinzo could possibly exist is the second floor.
赤き真実を認めるわ。夏日、金蔵は2階のどこかにいるはず。まだどこに隠れてるか教えてくれないの？
I accept that red truth. Natsuhi, Kinzo should be somewhere on the second floor. Will you still not tell us where he's hiding?
何度聞かれても答えられないものは答えられません。
No matter how many times you ask, it won't change the fact that I don't know.
エリカ、それでは端から順に2階のすべてを捜索していきなさい。
Erika, investigate the entire second floor, starting from one end and going in order.
すべての手がかりを絶対に見落とさず、いかなる隠し扉も隠し部屋も看破できる探偵権限で。
Use the detective's authority to avoid missing a single clue and to see through all types of hidden doors and hidden rooms.
Yeah, I think they're going to back Battler into having to say he's Kinzo. Because he didn't leave a room between. He stayed in a single room between the hours of midnight and 1 o'clock.
Yep.
はい、我が主。
Shannon and Cannon know where Kinzo is because they killed him when they stole the gold from El Dorado to give him. Alright. Sure.
Okay.
Why not?
Yeah, sure, Donil. Sure.
Yes, my master. Natsuhi, you're quite slow, aren't you?
まだ話の落としどころ見えないんですか？
Can you still not see where we're going with this?
余計なことは言わなくていいわ。さあエリカ、全員を引き連れて捜索を始めなさい。
No need to give it away. Come on, Erika. Take everyone with you and begin the investigation.
Erika used her detective's authority to take everyone, even Natsuhi, up to the second floor to search every room starting at one end. Even for rooms that were thought to have nothing at all to do with the crime, Erika did not relax her search in the slightest. Her search was thorough in every single room as they moved through them all.
まだ金蔵さんはどこに隠れているか教えてくださらないのですか？
So you still won't tell us where Kinzo is hiding?
いい加減になさい。私は知らないと何度口にすればいいのですか？
Stop saying that. How many times do I have to tell you that or have to say that I don't know?
夏日さん、このまま調べていってもきっと金蔵さんは見つかりませんよね。
Natsuhi, it doesn't matter where we search, we won't ever be able to find Kinzo, will we?
Of course not. Kinzo doesn't exist. No matter how long the search continues, it's just a waste of time. It was known by both Erika, who was the witch's piece, and Natsuhi, the one who knew the
と
truth.
なると、捜索はあの廊下の突き当たりの部屋を最後とします。つまり、あの部屋を残して、すべての部屋に金蔵さんがいなかったことが証明されると、どうなると思います？
In that case, the search will end at the room on the far end of that corridor. In other words, it will have been proven that Kinzo wasn't in any of the rooms except that one. What do you think will happen then?
He isn't on the third floor, or the first floor, or the basement. He isn't in any of the rooms on the second floor except possibly the one at the end. So if he really did exist inside the mansion, it's proven that he would not be in any room except for the room at the end. In other words, this was Hempel's Raven. It had been established that a living Kinzo didn't exist anywhere except the final room at the end of the corridor. That automatically meant that a living Kinzo existed in that final room. That room at the end of the corridor was... Okay?
突き当たりの部屋って何の部屋だっけ？
I'm guessing it's her bedroom? Maybe? I don't know. Which room was at the end of the corridor again?
And the Delta was munching on another refill of popcorn.
夏日の部屋です。ラムダデルタちゃん。
That's Natsuhi's room, Lady Lambda Delta.
つまり金蔵は夏日の部屋以外にか
In other words, Kinzo had no place to hide except inside Natsuhi's room.
Who the fuck is this living Kinzo then?
赤で言う必要ある？
Do I need to say it in red?
もち
Of course.
夏日の部屋を除くすべての場所に金蔵は存在しない。
Or is she just slowly
Kinzo
circling?
does not. I guess she's slowly circling. I don't know. Kinzo does not exist anywhere outside Natsuhi's room.
というわけ、残すところはこの部屋だけとなりました。以上によりこの部屋以外に金蔵さんはいらっしゃらないことになりました。
Well then, that means this room is the only place left. From everything we have learned, we now know that Kinzo isn't anywhere outside this room.
ここは私の部屋のどこにお父様がいると？
But this is my room. Where exactly in my room do you claim father is hiding?
In a rage, Natsuhi unlocked the door to her room and pointed inside. Of course, Kinzo was nowhere to be seen.
どこにお父様の姿があるというのです。ほら。
Do you see father anywhere in here? Look.
なるほど。いらっしゃられないようですね。私たちが来ることを察知して、また窓からお逃げにでもなったのでしょうか。
Yes, it seems as though he isn't here. Do you think he realized we were coming and escaped out the window again?
Kinzo wasn't in this last room. It meant that he didn't exist anywhere. There's no living Kinzo outside the mansion. There's no living Kinzo inside the mansion. Therefore, no living Kinzo exists. However, Erika didn't make that argument. She had brought things to this point, but she didn't make it checkmate. It was because Burnka still didn't want to win by cornering Natsuhi with the red truth. But by forcing Natsuhi, they would admit to a humiliating resignation.
私がこれまで捜索してきたのは金蔵さんの姿だけではありません。金蔵さんが24時から朝まで隠れていたことを示す痕跡です。
I have not only been searching for Kinzo himself all this time, I have been searching for any sign at all that Kinzo hid in these places between midnight and the morning.
そしてそれも存在しませんでした。
And no such signs have existed.
つまり24時から朝までの間、金蔵はある一室にこもり続けたことになってて、そしてそれは夏日の部屋ということだわ。
In other words, we know that from midnight until morning, Kinzo was always holed up in the same room, and that was Natsuhi's room.
赤き真実によるチェックメイトがとうとう金蔵の幻という駒を夏日の部屋にまで追い詰めたということよ。
It means the checkmate of Red Truth has finally trapped the piece known as the illusion of Kinzo inside Natsuhi's room.
ねえ夏日さん、つまりあなたは朝までこの部屋で金蔵さんとご一緒だったこと、それでもあなたは金蔵さんのことをご存じないとおっしゃられるのですか？
So, Natsuhi, this means that you were with Kinzo in this room until morning. Do you still claim that you didn't know where he was?
私が赤き真実で24時から朝までの一晩、生きた金蔵は夏日の部屋を除くすべての場所に存在しない。
I'll acknowledge it with the red truth. For the entire duration of the night between midnight and morning, a living Kinzo could not have existed anywhere outside Natsuhi's
そ
room.
の真実から夏日の部屋にしか存在しなかったと議論を進めることを許すわ。
Based on this truth, I permit you to continue the debate under the assumption that he could only have existed in Natsuhi's room.
司法取引ねえ夏日、頭の悪いあなたでももうそろそろまずいと気づいてきたんじゃない？
Fuck.
Lee bargain. Come on, Natsuhi. Even someone as stupid as you must have realized the fix you're in now.
これが最後のチャンスよ。 金蔵を犯人にしなさい。
This is your last chance. Make Kinzo the culprit.
後ろ宮家当主を犯罪者とし、自らの保身のために当主の栄光を自らの手で打ち壊してみせなさい。
Call the Ushiromiya family head a criminal and crush the head's honor to save your own
あ
skin.
なたがその勇気を見せたら、あなたを当主をかばうために濡れ衣をかぶろうとした悲劇のヒロインに筋書きを変えてあげるわ。
If you show that you have the guts to do that, I'll change the plot into one of a tragic heroine taking the blade to protect the family head.
お父様は無実です。お父様を犯罪者にすることなど私には断じてできません。
Father is innocent. I cannot call father a criminal.
取引拒否いいわベル。
Deal refused. Okay, Burn.
やっちゃいなさい。
Do it. Do it.
Battler, also do
I
it.
wish I could do a good Kermit voice, so I could do it do it in Kermit voice.
生きた金蔵の存在する余地はあなたのベッドの中以外に存在しない。
For the entire duration of the night between midnight and morning, a living Kinzo could not have existed in any place except inside your bed. Inside the bed?
それはどういう意味ですか？
And what do you mean by that?
この部屋の徹底的な捜索および厳重な科学捜査の結果、この部屋の全域で24時から朝までの間、金蔵さんが存在しないという結果が出ました。
Detailed forensic investigation or detailed forensic testing. Yeah, I'm sure. As detailed as you can get it right now, which is definitely not just like looking at hairs and comparing colors.
Yeah.
Like, this is the 1980s. Forensics was not like that well developed, even like with like all the equipment at the time. And like this girl just like not having the forensic equipment like on the island itself right now is just, you got nothing. It's like you can spray like the walls with like some concoction and then like get a black light, I guess, maybe. When were black lights invented? That's a great question. Hold on a second. $1903. Okay, cool. This is actually fucking quite old.
Yeah, that's older than I thought. Which I'm sure it improves with time, yada yada, but still.
Or maybe that's just like the glass that's used to filter out all other light. Whatever. Something like that. It's actually like quite early. It's sometime in the early 1900s. After conducting a thorough search of this room and detailed forensic... Yeah, also DNA forensics, which is famously easy to do. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
In detailed forensic testing, I discovered that Kinzo did not exist anywhere in this room between midnight and morning. However, your bed alone is excluded from this.
A shocked silence dominated the room. Natsu completely forgot to close her open mouth.
昨夜、黄金発見の前後の頃、推定23時頃、3階窓より脱出した金蔵さんは、あなたの部屋のベッドの中に隠そして、さらに気の毒な捜査結果ですが、あなたもこのベッドで就寝されていたことが判明しています。
What the fuck? Erika, what the fuck?
I think she's just coming up with a fucked up premise, so Natsu has to deny anything.
Yeah, probably. Last night, at around the time the gold was discovered, I estimate 2300. Kinzo escaped from the window on the 3rd floor and snuck into the bed in your room, and as an even more unfortunate result from my investigation, it's been proven that you were also sleeping in that bed.
重ねて復唱するわ。24時から朝までの人が生きた金蔵の存在する余地は夏日のベッドの中以外に存在しない。
See, with it phrased as inside Natsuhi's bed, like, I just keep imagining that he's, like, cut open the mattress and crawled inside.
Yeah, absolutely. Just some shit you see, like...
Like, now that they're all in here, he's gonna burst out of the fucking thing, like... like, I think it's Danny DeVito coming out of the couch in
Yes.
Always Sunny, I think it is?
Yes, Danny
He's just
DeVito
gonna,
in
like,
Always Sunny.
crawl out.
Fucking covered in sweat.
Oh, that's horrifying. I'll repeat that. For the entire duration of the night between midnight and morning, a living Kinzo could not have existed in any place except inside Natsuhi's
そ
bed.
して夏日も昨晩同じベッドで就寝したわ。
Old man crawls inside mattress like Luke going into the Tauntaun in Empire.
I didn't even fucking get to read it out.
Thank you, Doniel. And yeah, it's like you're saying, Katie, this is just a maximum humiliation.
Oh, fucking hell. Oh, gods. I'll repeat that. For the entire duration of the night between midnight and morning, a living Kinzo could not have existed in any place except the inside Natsuhi's bed, and last night, Natsuhi also slept in that same bed. And I thought they smelled bad on the outside.
二人で仲良く枕を分けっこして眠ったわけね。
Wow, look at how close they were. So you two were so close to each other you slept sharing the same pillow?
青き真実以上から後宮夏日と後宮金蔵には
Fucking
情
hell,
報の可
Burn
能性
Castell.
が推測できるわ。男女が同じ枕で一晩過ごして他に何を推測しろと。
Like, all of the characters have some really, really weird ideas about sex and gender.
Yeah, they really do.
And like
Granted,
this like it goes to the witches as well, and not just the Ushiromiyas.
yeah. Granted, 1980s Japan just generally, like Japan in general is conservative. 90s, 80s Japan even more so.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, it's just like, girls, you need to just chill a little.
Yeah, like, there are actually reasons that could have occurred with a different person than Kinzo actually is as a person. Like, yes, admitting as a grown woman that you had a nightmare and you need the support of somebody and your husband is not actually that supportive. Sure. It'd be weird, but I mean, he
Or
comforts.
there's just not any extra. Like, this is not the case for the Ushirimiya mansion, but there's just not any extra beds.
Yeah, definitely not the case
that
in
can also
the mansion, but basically I'm imagining Pinto comforting somebody, but he's also an old man, so once he falls asleep, he falls asleep. Absolutely could happen. Did that happen?
None of these
Fuck no.
apply. None of these apply to the Ushiromiyas, but there's a lot of reasons otherwise.
Yeah, there are a lot of reasons otherwise, but yeah, in general, honestly, if we assume that in essence the true culprit is writing this, in a sense, whoever essentially made the game board, outside of Beatrice herself,
Yeah.
that might speak to what they think about sexuality.
I can't elaborate at all because spoilers, but this tracks. I mean, I'm just idly conjecturing and talking while I munch on, my barbecue potato chips.
Yeah, Yeah, like, you do not need to confirm nor deny anything, Katie. We will get there when we get there.
Hell, I'll probably forget that I even, like, did this part of the stream, where I just, like, munch on potato chips and talk out of my ass. Anyhow, Blue Truth. Therefore, we can conjecture that Ushiromiya Natsu and Ushiromiya Kinzo had sexual relations with each other. Why else would a man and a woman share the same bed all night long?
無礼者！私が敬愛してやまないお父様となんて許せません。
Fair enough, Katie.
Yeah, fair enough, Katie. Like, this is why we watch other people play games and, like, go through stories we've already seen ourselves.
Especially something like Umineko, where you can do some wild-ass guessing. Which...
Yeah, she gets weird in here.
Yeah, which, Quinn was enjoying somebody else, somebody popular getting into Umineko, and that person's chat saying, "Oh, he's on to us." Both when their theories were correct and incorrect.
Excellent. Can't trust shit on this site. God damn it. How dare you to suggest that I would do such a thing with the father I respected so much? I won't allow you to say such things.
夏日、青き真実には赤き真実で反論。もちろん魔女でないあんたに使える赤はない。だから私が代わりに赤き真実で語ってあげてもいいわ。私を納得させられる証拠を示せるならね。
Natsuki, use the red truth to counter this blue truth. Of course, you aren't a witch, so there's no red that you can use. So I'll speak with the red truth in your place, if you can show me convincing proof. Agreed, Doniel. I am also always correct in everything that I say simultaneously, even when they're contradictory, and especially when they're contradictory to each other.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, I do have to say, you were asking her to prove a fucking negative. Fuck you.
Yeah. How could there possibly be proof of that? In Mean Girls 1986, yeah. How low are you willing to sink to mock me, you vile creature?
As he tried to attack Erica, but Ava pinned her arms behind her back so she couldn't do anything.
なんという夏日さんは後宮家に復讐するためにまず後宮家の全てを乗っ取ろうと企てたのです。そのため夏日さんは体を武器に金蔵さんを強奪したのです。
What the fuck, Erica?
Balor needs to pull, like, you know how he was, like, donking Maria on the head whenever she did a creepy laugh in the previous episode?
He needs a bat with barbed wire.
Like, he needs to just be, like, doing that, but, like, serious blows on Erica every time she says something fucked up. How unsightly. In order to take revenge against the Ushiromiya family, you first schemed to take control of everything the family owned. For that reason, you used your body as a weapon and ensnared Kinzo. Ensnared? Ensnared.
そんなことはしません。私も自分の体を夫以外に許したことはただの一度もありません。
I would never do anything of the sort. I have never given my body to anyone except my husband.
否定されたい気持ちもわかりますが、あなたが金蔵さんと密会を重ねていたことはすでに複数の関係者からの証言で明らかです。
And those have to be sexual. Why?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like, what the fuck? I understand why you'd want to deny it, but testimony from several witnesses makes it clear that you have had repeated secret meetings with Kinzos. Honestly, yeah, Doniel. Agreed. Erica simply needs to not be in this story so I don't have to be subjected to her. Yeah, absolutely. Why are you the way that you are, Erika?
You need to examine her brain.
It's one of those motherfuckers that like need to have their brain put under a microscope. Just to study it in a lab.
Granted, it probably just has detective stamped on it.
all of the wrinkles in her brain just spell detective and everything else is completely smooth.
Yeah.
Smooth like a raw chicken breast.
Yep.
Would she even have like the bilateral split? Like down the middle? Or would that just like like unbaked dough, you know?
Yeah. Hard to say.
Just like a ball of challah dough before you separate it out into braids. Into braids. It's just like a fucking kind of semicircular, like half circle oval fucking thing, just right there, and it's detective stamped on it. Anyway, go ahead.
Oh no, I was
You
saying
click
read
forward.
the thing.
I already did. I thought I did, at least. Pretty sure I did.
Alright.
だって昨晩だって金蔵さんの書斎二人っきりでお休みのご挨拶をされてたんですものね。
I mean, even last night, you and Kinzo were all alone in his study when you went to say goodnight to him, weren't you?
それどころか明らかな情報の痕跡の証言も複数得られています。
What?
What the fuck? There's a wrinkly bit in the middle labeled detective, and the rest is smooth like raw chicken and is labeled Waga Aruji. Yeah. Yeah.
Meanwhile, Donil, D&D character sheet that says she's a detective and I crossed out, she is always right.
I mean, even last night, you and Kinzo were all alone. I already read that part. Not only that, I have obtained multiple pieces of testimony claiming that there were clear traces of sexual relations. Are you insane? Who was it? Who said something so ridiculous?
エヴァさんでしょ。そんないい加減なことを言ったのはあなたでしょ。
Goda? Shannon? Was it Ava? Yes, you must be behind something this ludicrous. Who was it? Who?
関係者証言を受領したわ。これは致命的ね。もう疑いようがないわ。
I acknowledge receipt of the relevant party's testimony. Wow, this is pretty fatal. No room for doubt now.
ねえ夏、もうあんたの名誉なんて最悪のかけらを紡がれる前に最後に金蔵はいませんでしたって言ってごらんなさい。
Hey, Natsuki, it looks like you don't even have a scrap of honor left now. I'll give you one final chance before I weave you the worst of all possible fragments. Say to me that there was no Kinzo.
そうよね。もう後ろ宮家なんてどうせそんなにも金蔵がいることにして遺産問題をうやむやにしたいの？
Yeah, Natsuki, you sure are stubborn. The Ushiramiya family has already been torn to ribbons, right? Were you really that desperate to confuse the inheritance problem by pretending Kinzo exists?
これは私がお父様に託された後ろ宮家の名誉を守る最後の試練です。
This is my final trial entrusted to me by father in protecting the honor of the Ushiramiya family.
夫の事業は必ず結実します。
My husband's business will definitely bear
それに
fruits.
よって借金を返済するまで後ろ宮家の家督を引き渡すわけにはいかないのです。
Until we can use that to repay our debts, I cannot hand over the inheritance of the Ushiramiya family.
お父様の名誉も夫の名誉もそれが 私の使命なんです。
I will protect father's honor and my husband's. That is my mission.
死者の名誉を守ろうとは見上げた根性だわ。
Wanting to protect the honor of the dead is an admirable trait.
死者じゃないわ。夏日の頭の中の都合のいい妄想の名誉よ。
He's not one of the dead. We're talking about the honor of a convenient delusion inside Nazi's head.
本当の金蔵はその名誉を守れなんて一度たりとも夏日に命じたことなんてないんだから。
The real Kinzo never once ordered Nazi to do anything like protect his honor.
Atala? Nope, just screamed to the heavens. Gotcha. As Nazi screamed, she fell down to her hands and knees. She no longer had any way to reject the fake truth that Stella and Erica had believed.
ゲームマスター、ラムダデルタの名において本ゲームの勝利者がベルンカステル教であることを認めるわ。
By my name as the Game Master, Lambda Delta, I acknowledge that Lady Berncastel is the victor of this game.
意義ある者は名乗りを上げよ。
If anyone has any objections, state your name now.
Alright, let's fucking do this. Of course there were
over
none.
there, like, fucking, like, impaled, just gurgling, fuck you!
Yeah, he's got to kind of pull himself up of off of that sword. Of course there were none. All those who might have objected had been erased.
意義ある者な。ベルン、あんたの勝ちよ。真相のかけらをあなたが紡ぎなさい。
No objections. You win, Burn, and what a win it was. Now weave the fragment of truth.
ええ、それでは私が真相。これがこの悲しく間抜けな物語の真相よ。
Sure, then I will now weave the truth. This is the truth of this sad and foolish tale.
I mean, he's kind of impaled. I think that justifies a little bit of Breenhoff syndrome.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, that may be true. However, he is also impaled to the floor, so...
Sure thing.
本当は泣き笑いしながら罪を認めた夏日に自ら語ってほしかったんだけどね。
Although what I really wanted was for Nazi to admit to her crimes while smiling through tears and then tell her own
そ
story.
れがお約束なんでしょ。
After all, that's standard in the genre, right?
Yeah, but
yeah,
he liked
but he
it
liked it when those hot babes did it to him in episode 3.
He did do a lot of flirting then.
It's true.
After being forced into an unwanted marriage, Nazi developed a grudge against the Ushiromiya family and was filled with a desire for revenge. Trial summary, page 3. As revenge for financially ruining her birth family, Nazi also plotted to take over the Ushiromiya family's fortune. Trial summary, page 4. When Nazi learned that the wealth of the Ushiromiya family was for all intents and purposes, controlled by Kinzo himself, she initiated sexual relations to curry favor with him and managed to ensnare him. Summary, page 7. Brincastel documents, page 682. Curry favor with Kinzo, Nazi repeatedly disguised herself as Beatrice, a witch and figment of Kinzo's imagination, and engaged in sexual acts. Kinzo saw Nazi dressed as a mistress from his past and was easily ensnared. Additionally, a servant happened to witness her in this outfit, forming part of the basis for the legend of the witch. Trial summary, page 8. Submitted evidence number 17. Can we see this? Maybe? But okay. Like the submitted evidence and such. Castell documents, page 802. However, late at night on 1986, October 4th. Ushirimiya Battler discovered the hidden gold. Nazi planned the crimes after the relatives raised a fuss and insisted that Battler should succeed the headship. He murdered the children in the cousin's room and tried to frame Battler for the crime. Furthermore, Genji was murdered because he was opposed to this scheme. Later on, Hideyoshi was also murdered. After this point, Nazi displayed a strong intent to murder all those involved without discrimination. Trial summary, page 27. Supplemental materials B, page 61. From Castell documents 1103. The concrete details of the crime are as follows. 2400 hours, Nazi decided to commit the crimes. Because Genji refused to assist her when asked, she murdered him. He then murdered her husband, Kraus, in his own room. Great Court Internal Document Library of Law. Okay? Afterwards, she went to the cousin's room on the upper floor of the guest house, waited for Rosa to join the rest, and killed George, Jessica, Maria, and Rosa. He mutilated the necks of the bodies. Afterwards, because there were people in the downstairs lounge, she waited in an empty room upstairs. She hid in this empty room until the people in the lounge dispersed and went to bed. People in the lounge dispersed just after 3 a.m. Nazi left the empty room and escaped from the guest house. She returned to her room where she met with Kinzo, who had been hiding there. They spent the rest of the night there together. Kinzo left the room early next morning and concealed himself somewhere near the guest house. Afterwards, Kinzo saw his chance and carried off the bodies of the 6 victims one by one, hiding them. Unfortunately, these hidden bodies have not been found.
Well, that's right, the bodies did just fucking disappear, didn't they?
Yep. Nazi, who had failed in her scheme to cast suspicion on Battler, changed her plan to include the murder of all present. Predicting that one of the present would eventually want to take a rest in a private room, Nazi concealed herself inside a closet in one of the guest rooms. When Hideyoshi visited that room at approximately 1300 hours, she murdered him. Nazi once again concealed herself in the closet from the time the others became aware of the incident to the time they carried out Hideyoshi's body. Furthermore, as proof of this, a button from Nazi's clothes was found in the closet. Afterwards, she exited the room and tried to return to her own room. However, Furuto Erika discovered her on the way, and Nazi confessed to her crimes after questioning. Okay, these lists of documents are just getting longer.
Yeah, of course they are.
Oh, okay. Trial of Illusions.
Numbers.
Decides as follows. Ushirimiya Nazi confessed to the crimes. For a period of 13 months following this announcement, related documents may be perused at the Great Court Legal Office's Document Management Center for subsection. Great Court Deputy Attorney General, Chief Inquisitor, Delanor A. Knox.
Just say that I did it, okay? That's what you want me to say, right?
As though she had given up and decided that it would be useless to try and talk her way out of this any longer, Aunt Natsuhi said that and screamed. It was a sad incident. I wanted to believe that despite the pitiable circumstances which led to her marriage into the Ushirimiya family, Aunt Natsuhi had been able to find some small measure of happiness with Uncle Kraus and Jessica. But instead, by Aunt Nazi's own hands, Uncle Kraus and even her beloved daughter Jessica have been heartlessly killed. Come on, Peace Battler. Grow a spine.
He can't. His spirit is dead, literally.
Yeah, fair.
Womp womp.
It had been harder to believe that Grandfather had been an accomplice and hid the bodies. However, several people had given clear testimony that Grandfather's mental state for these last few years had been far from what anyone would consider normal. Perhaps possessed by a mad devotion to the mistress he had lost long ago, Grandfather might truly have believed that Aunt Nazi was a reincarnation of Beatrice. That part I would believe. Where is Grandfather now? Like Erica theorized, did he really believe that he could revive Beatrice by carrying out murders following the epitaph and succumb to Nazi's cajolery? Right now, is he holding some kind of disturbing ritual with the bodies he carried away?
これで満足ですか？私にこう言わせたかったんでしょう。
Are you satisfied now? This is what you wanted to make me say, right?
Aunt Nazi sobbed as she spoke.
あなたの19年前の男。
This is your revenge, isn't it? You, the man from 19 years ago.
This man from 19 years ago that Aunt Nazi kept mentioning was the man who had supposedly framed her. However, referring to a man from 19 years ago was as far as she would go, and she had made no attempt at all to explain what had actually happened back then.
きっとこの中にあの男はあなたたちの誰かを通じて今のこの私を嘲笑っているでしょう。
I'm certain that a pawn of that man is among us now. I'm sure that right now that man is ridiculing me through one of you.
なら伝えなこれで19年間あなたを苛んだ痛みと苦しみは少しは言えましたか？
So tell me, are you happy now? Has a little of that pain and suffering you've endured for 19 years gone away?
ようやく私をここまで追い詰めたのはそれを認めさせたかったからですね。
I finally understand. The reason you brought me down to this point is because you wanted to make me admit it, isn't it?
夏日さん、私たち以外に意もしない人物がさも存在するように振る舞うなんて往生際の悪い芝居はやめてください。
Nazi, other than us, there's absolutely no one here. Please stop this insanely desperate charade and quit pretending that someone who doesn't exist actually does.
Erica laughed mockingly, but as Aunt Nazi looked at us, as she looked at some being behind us, she hung her head and shook, and she confessed to her sin.
私は殺人を犯しました。
Committed murder.
いや、
いいえ。
Oh, sorry.
So you finally admit your crime directly.
昨日今日の事件のことではありません。
No, this is not about what has happened today and yesterday.
19年前の殺人について告白します。
I confess to a murder that occurred 19 years ago.
The adults all whispered together, wondering what this was about, as they had never heard about a murder case 19 years ago.
私は罪を犯しました。
19 years ago, I committed a
許せ
sin.
なかったのです。
I couldn't tolerate it.
赤ん坊が
That baby.
赤ん坊？今さら何の話ですか？
Baby? Now what are you talking about?
19年前の私はお父様より
Oh, wording it that way does not help your case.
Yeah. On that day 19 years ago, Father entrusted me with a
いつ
baby.
までも跡継ぎを身ごもることのできない私に
Okay,
ならば
there
養
you
子を
go.
迎えよとお父様がおっしゃり
Since I was having so much trouble conceiving a successor, father told me to adopt a child.
施設から連れてきたという一人の赤ん坊を私に抱かせたのです。
And when he brought me a baby, which he said was from a welfare institute, and he put it in my arms.
それが私にどれほど女としての屈辱を与えたか。
Anyone on this island not having internalized misogyny, challenge hard.
Do you have any idea how humiliating that was to me as a woman?
With a mix of conflicting emotions of anger, sadness, regret, and possibly defiance, ought not he confess. The humiliation as a woman that others had given up hope on her ever bearing a child, and also the indescribable, unpleasant feeling of being made a nurse to nurse a strange baby, caused her great sadness and rage, and before very many nights passed, it ate a hole into her heart.
そして私は心を悪魔に売り渡したのです。
And then I sold my soul to demons.
赤ん坊を抱かせたシオニと共にバラ庭園から船着き場の方へ散歩に行った時でした。
It happened when I went on a walk through the rose garden to the harbor, along with a servant holding the baby.
私は一人になりたか赤ん坊を連れたそのシオニの女は律儀に私の後について回りました。
I wanted to be alone, but that servant woman holding the baby faithfully followed me everywhere.
一人にしてくれとさえ言い出せず、だから赤ん坊の泣き声から逃れられず。
I was unable to even to tell her to stop following me, and therefore unable to escape from the child's crying.
その日より私を苛む長き頭痛の日々の始まりにうめいていました。
That day marked the beginning of 19 long, headache-filled years.
そして昨夜崖を望む。
And then we were by the fence overlooking the cliff.
遥か眼下の岩浜にこの赤ん坊を放り捨てることで全てなかったことにできれば。
If by taking that baby and throwing it down onto the rocks, onto the rocky beach far below me, I could make all of this go away.
そんな悪魔の誘惑を私は
I really did hear that demonic temptation in my ear.
そしてそれが本当にできたらどれほど素晴らしいかと。
And for the smallest of moments, I thought of how wonderful it would be if I really could do
そ
that.
の誘惑にほんの一瞬耳を傾けてしまったのです。
And lent an ear to that temptation. And that was when
赤ん坊を抱いた使用人が大きな石を踏んで足をくじよめいた。
the servant holding the baby stepped on a large rock, twisted her ankle, and
そして
staggered.
粗末な柵に寄りかかり、その時柵が大きくきしんだきました。
She leaned against the rough fence, and at that moment I thought I heard the fence creak
私
loudly.
は危ないと言いながら肩を掴もうとしました。
I told her to look out and went to grab her shoulder.
いえ、そんな曖昧な言い方はしません。
No, I shouldn't be so
失礼
vague.
します。
I'll repent.
告白します。
I'll confess.
私はあの時確かに危ないと言いながら
At that moment, I'm sure that as I told her to look out,
その使用人の肩を
with both hands,
どんと強く押し飛ばしたのです。
I reached for that servant's shoulders, and with a thud, I pushed her away hard.
粗末な柵が根元から折れ、使用人とその天だ。
Imagine how fucking embarrassing and awkward it would be if you tried to do this and then the fence just didn't break and she didn't move.
Yeah, yeah.
Just sitting there like, oops. The rough fence snapped from the base, and the servant, along with the baby held in her arms,
岩浜へ転落していきま
fell
した。
down towards the rocky beach below.
その瞬間のことを鮮明に
Even though I
覚えてい
remember
る
that moment vividly,
なぜか曖昧でとても不思議な気持ちだったのを覚えていま
for
す。
some reason I recall a vague and very strange feeling.
転落したというより
almost felt as though instead of falling,
何もない宙に2人が音もなく飲み込まれて消えたようにさえ感じたのです。
the two of them were silently swallowed up into empty space.
だから私は2人が岩浜に落下した音さえ聞いています。
That relatable feeling when you yeet a baby off a cliff and 19 years later it frames you for a completely unrelated murder, while some character's OC do not steal calls you a slut and says nothing personnel as everyone you know becomes an NPC.
Yeah. Fucking... You're not wrong about how this played out, Daniel, but holy fuck.
So I never even heard the sound of them crashing to the rocky beach.
いえ、きっと聞いているのです。
No, I must have heard it.
消えたと思い込みたかったから。
Because I wanted to think that they had simply disappeared. I must have erased that sound from my memory.
I think there's something tasty here in that. I don't know what, but I feel like this is going to be important later. That she didn't hear the crack.
Okay. Yeah, Gap. I wish I had come up with this joke faster, but when you said that there's something tasty there in that, I started like thinking out like rapid fire going through jokes to try and like construct one quickly enough, and I just didn't get it. But now, 30 seconds later, I now recognize that I should have said, what, cannibalism?
I had a feeling that's where that was going.
Yeah, I mean, you said tasty, so. And I know I do it too, but I'm just saying.
それから
And then?
私は一瞬これが夢だと信じ、あの高さですからちょっと身を乗り出したくらいでは眼下の二人は見えません。
For an instant, I thought it was a dream. It was high enough that I couldn't see the two of them below me just by leaning over.
だから二人が落ちたことさえほんの数秒前のことさえ現実のことなのかわからなくて。
So I couldn't tell whether their fall, the events of just a few seconds earlier, had actually happened or not.
きっと私はここから赤ん坊が落ちればいいのにと願いすぎて白昼夢を見てしまったに違いない。
I must have been wishing so strongly that the child would fall from there that I hallucinated the whole thing.
そう自らに思い込ませ足早にバラ庭園に戻り
Trying to make myself believe this, I hurried back to the rose garden.
赤ん坊は使用人に任せ私は一人ここで休んでいたことにしました。
I decided to say that I'd left the baby with the servant and had been taking a rest alone in the garden.
そしてお父様に赤ん坊はどうしたのかと問われ
Then father asked what had happened to the baby.
任せた使用人の姿が見えないと騒ぎになって
Which caused a stir over the disappearance, not disturbance, of the servant who I'd left the baby with.
Eventually, the broken fence was discovered, and the two corpses were found at the bottom of the cliff. The baby's origins apparently couldn't be made known, so its existence was hushed up. And the official story was that the servant simply died in an accident alone.
Is that Battler or Nazi?
That's Nazi.
Okay. I just like barely heard anything. That's right.
私は一度に二人もの罪なき
I stole away 2 innocent lives in one go.
気の毒な使用人については遺族に十分なねぎらいをしました。
As for the poor servant, her family was generously compensated.
真相を知らない老いた夫は不幸な事故を嘆きつつもそれに納得してくれました。
This was enough to satisfy her aged husband, who grieved over the unfortunate accident. He never knew the truth.
そしてほんの数年前老衰で亡くなり私は墓前で
Then, just a few years ago, he died of old age, and I confessed the truth over his grave, apologizing.
しかし私は今日まで
But to this day,
あの赤ん坊に謝罪したことはありません。
I have never apologized to that baby.
それがあなたの目的でしょう。
Yes, that's what you're after, isn't it?
だから私は今ここで罪を告白します。
So right here, right now, I'll confess to my crime.
後宮夏日は19年前にあなたを
I, Ushirimiya Natsuhi, did 19 years ago push you off a
殺
cliff
そうとしました。
and tried to kill you.
でもあなたは死んでいなかったのですね。
But you didn't die after
こ
all.
うして生きていて
You're still alive,
私
and
は
you still call me
母さん
mother.
とこの島へ帰ってきてこうして復讐をされたのですね。
You came to this island and took your revenge on me, didn't
あ
you?
なたはこの19年間
When you learned
母と呼ぶはずだった私に突き落とされたことを知って
that you were pushed off a cliff by the woman you should have been calling a mother for the past 19 years,
憎悪の人生を送ったのでしょうね。
you must have lived a life so full of hatred.
そしてあなたは私があなたを突き落としてから得た
And now you've taken everything I've gained since pushing you off that cliff,
18年間の人生を
18 years of my life, and smashed it all to pieces.
もう私には愛した夫も娘もいませ
I
ん。
no longer have my beloved husband or daughter,
そして私には名誉もなくこうして
and I've lost even my honor and being called a murderer.
いや本当に人殺しです。
No, I really am a murderer, aren't I?
ええ、そうです。あなたの目論見通り
Yes, that's right. It all went according to your plans.
私は
Keikaku Dori.
人殺しとみなされています。
Translators know. Keikaku means plan. I'm now regarded as a killer.
どうですか復讐にはこれで十分ですか
How is this for you? Is this enough for your revenge?
夫と娘を殺され人殺しの汚名を着せられ不貞の汚
I've
名
been
まで
made to look like a murderer, like an adulteress even.
こうして生き恥をかかされる私を見てあなたは満足ですか
After seeing me put through such terrible humiliation, are you satisfied?
さぞや満足でしょうね。
Yes, I'll bet you're quite satisfied.
家族名誉も全て奪い去ったのですか
Because my family, my honor, everything has been taken from me. From me. Sorry about that random noise. I had a little, like, container of dry creamer for, like, tea and coffee and all that underneath my microphone, and I knocked it over on accident.
Fair enough.
After all of this, you still claim that you were framed. Seriously, you just don't know when to give up.
聞こえていますか ?19 年前のこれで満足ですかあなたは私から全てを奪いました
Can you hear me, you the cursed baby from 19 years ago? Are you satisfied now? You've taken everything
ま
from
だ
me.
何か足りないというのですか
What more do you want?
私は許して
Please, just forgive me. Phone rings.
ダメだな。
Hey,
No good.
it's fucking catchphrase.
バトラーさん、何か言いました？
Battler, did you say something?
全然ダメだぜ。
No good at all.
バトラ君
ああ、ダメだな。全然。
Yeah, it's no good. No damn good at all. What? What? What are we doing? Yeah, we're going through all the deaths, but the fuck just happened? What did she see? You cannot end this here. I refuse. I may not get to refuse, but I'm still gonna say I refuse. All the goats.
All the goats. Yes! All the goats.
Like, we literally have him right here. Nocturne of Truth and Illusions.
All them trophies. So, spoil me on the length of the tea party for this episode, please. Nothing else, just like the length. Like, is it like 15 minutes long? Is it an hour long?
Well, I can at least see how many pages Quinn has of it.
That'll help.
Yeah, so Umineko answers are the archive.
The tea party is short and the question marks is long. Okay. We
Hold
can
on.
slap the tea party real quick. Because I have been live for 8 hours.
Yeah, fair. Okay, yeah.
While I'm personally capable of streaming for 16 hours straight, if no one stops me, I probably should not do that.
Yeah, so... the tea party is one part, and then the question marks is 3 separate parts on Quinn's LP.
Okay.
So, yeah. So we'll probably... Next time, which hopefully will be Thursday, we'll do question marks and then get into episode 6 finally.
Yay!
Hey, that means we will be almost done.
3/4, or the start of 3/4 anyway.
Yeah.
It'll be 62.5% after we're done with the question marks here. Erica, Delanor.
Hi, 我が主。
Yes, my master.
お呼びですか？
You called?
あなたたちは引き続きこのかけらにとどまり、
I want you two to stay in this
残る
fragment
第1から第4のゲームすべてを解明しなさい。
and explain everything in the remaining first through fourth games?
もはや魔女幻想を主張する哀れなかりそめ魔女は存在しない。
That pitiful transient witch no longer exists to assert her witch
むき
illusions.
出しの真実を徹底的に暴いてやりなさい。
Expose the naked truth with extreme prejudice.
お任せを、我が主。
Leave it to me, my
この
master.
フルドエリカに解けぬ謎はありません。
There is no mystery that Frodo Erika cannot solve.
当然よ。それでこそ私の駒、私の分身だわ。
That's why you're my piece, my double.
Erica still wore a massive and horrible smile, which Erica shared. Beatrice's witch illusions would disappear, and the results of all of the previous games would be painted over. It had been crushed in every way possible, and only the naked truth remained. To Erica,
somehow, I feel like this is not actually going to reveal anything real about, like, what the fuck is going on. Because Erica seems to be perfectly okay with just concocting some bullshit.
Yeah, like, we literally saw her concoct some bullshit that had nothing to do with the red truth that we straight out got from Virgilia.
Yeah.
She doesn't care about the truth, she cares about a truth.
Yeah, as long as she's the one who reached it, of course.
Yeah, as long as it's a truth that she could reach. Basically, she's the cops.
Fucking pigs.
Yeah. Like, essentially, she is the Japanese legal system, willing to go for the easy answer. Which I only say the Japanese legal system because Ryukishi's from Japan and is probably going to have some commentary on that.
Yeah, especially having worked
as a social worker.
Field that they did.
To Erica, such a weak truth might as well have been fish on a chopping board.
過去の4つのゲーム、夏日の犯行とそのイレギュラーで説明可能です。
All 4 prior games can be explained as either Nazi's crimes or freak
もは
exceptions.
やベアトリーチェなる魔女の犯行とは二度と語らせません。
I won't let anyone talk about them as the crimes of some witch called Beatrice again.
直ちに編纂に入り、極上の物語を献上してご覧に入れます。
I'll start compiling it together at once and present you a first-rate tale.
ベアとの魔女伝説は一かけらも残してはダメよ。
You mustn't leave even a fragment of Beato's legend of the witch
使
behind.
用人たちの間の噂、不可解な出来事をそうであるかのように語る空気。
The rumors among the servants, the way people talked about unexplained events as though a witch
金
was
像
the
の幻
cause.
想と連動した魔女幻想。
The witch illusions used alongside the illusion
す
of
べて
Kinzo.
完全に処分しなさい。
Deal with all of them completely.
無論です。直ちに着手いたします。現在、家具たちの身柄を拘束。
Of course, I'll get to it right away. We currently have the furniture in
より
custody.
城の特定を急いでいます。
We are hurrying to identify their vessels.
Seven Sisters of Purgatory had already been taken into custody. Those noisy sisters had served Beato, now faced nothing but denial. That sort of fantasy where they based upon which allowed them to manifest. Everything would be exposed and denied.
ハイゼルネ・ヨングフラワー、すでに調査を開始しております。
Eisern Jungfrau has already begun its investigation.
最新の調査結果では、1960年代にニューヨーク近隣で製造された可能性が濃厚です。
Our most recent findings indicate that there is a high probability they were produced during the 1960s in New York or somewhere
すで
nearby.
に補佐官が現地入りしております。
An aide has already been sent to the location.
1960年代煉獄の七姉妹はメイドイン USA?
The 1960s. The Seven Sisters of Purgatory are made in USA.
ソロモン王に連なる千年の魔女に仕える家具とか威張っておきながらとんだまがいものじゃない。
Even though they bragged about being furniture connected with King Solomon and serving a 1,000-year-old witch, they're a total sham.
何者なの？
So what are they?
報告によれば、オカルトマニアの富豪たちにイミテーションを
According to the report, there's this group of big-time
集
swindlers
団があるとか。
who make money by selling high-priced imitation goods to rich fans of the occult.
騙された富豪が同様に曰く月を語って転売するため、
Yeah, I keep
That's
forgetting. The deceived millionaires resell the articles with invented
マニア
histories,
間で偽られ神格化された可能性があるとのことです。
and this may have caused the items to become falsely deified among
裏付
collectors.
けと詳細特定を急がせています。
We are rushing to find confirmation and further details.
その界隈では、後ろ宮金蔵はどんなパチモノにも大金を払う乗客だったとか。
Ushiromiya Kinzo was apparently a big customer of theirs who would pay exorbitant sums for the most blatantly fake objects.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Yeah. And that's what the Seven Sisters of Purgatory really are. It's ridiculous. A total sham, just what I'd expect from one of Beato's witch illusions.
7つの大罪を語る分際でイミテーションの見上げ物風情だったわけです。まあ私も。
So, despite calling themselves the seven deadly sins, they're actually cheap, fake souvenirs.
初めて見た時からいかがわしい土産物屋で売ってる文鎮に過ぎないとは思ってたわけですが。
Of course, from the first time I saw them, I figured they were nothing more than paperweights sold at some shady souvenir shop.
文鎮その真実はもう七姉妹には突きつけた
Paperweights. Have you confronted the Seven Sisters with that truth yet?
いいえ、まだです。
No, not yet.
あいつらまだ自分たちは偉大なる魔術師によって生み出されたとか本気で信じてやがります。
King Solomon would be more like 3,000 years ago.
Yeah.
But sure. They still seriously believe that they were created by a great magician over 1,000 years ago.
Well, it is over 1,000 years ago, technically.
I know, but like it's fucking technically 100 is higher than 20.
早く完璧な証拠と真実を突きつけ。
I can't wait to thrust the truth and perfect evidence in front of their faces,
自
or
分
in
た
their
ちが
faces.
原価30ドルにも満たない文鎮風情であることを思い知らせてやりたいです。
And let them know that their mere paperweight's worth less than 30 USD.
その時どんな顔を見せて絶望するのかしら
I wonder what kind of expressions will register on their faces as they lose all hope.
楽しみだわ
I can't wait.
その際には私を呼びなさ
Call me when you do
い
it.
最高の紅茶と梅干しを持って鑑賞に来るわ
I'll come to watch with some of the best black tea and dried plums.
Beato's witch illusions had already been seen through. It had been proven that every one of them was simply the result of a human fantasy. What kind of fantasies created them and what was their basis? The illusions would be confronted with this perfectly proven truth. And at that time, they would disperse like smoke and be completely annihilated. This was called execution.
処刑は見せ物ではあり、原則非公開です。
An execution is not a show. As a general rule, it is not open to the public.
元老院議員であらせられる大ベルンカステル教による大本院が職務を適正に執行しているかの視察です。
This is an inspection by the great Lady Berncastel, member of the Senate, so she can observe that the great court is performing its duties
異
satisfactorily.
端審問官風情が拒否する気ですか
Do you, a mere inquisitor, intend to obstruct this?
ええそうよドラノールたちが職務を正規の手順で遂行するかどうか私は元老院を代表して視察するだけよ
Yes, that's right. I'm just observing as a representative of the Senate to make sure you observe the proper procedures when you carry out your work.
ワルギリア、ロノウェ、ガープたちも現在拘束へ向けて準備中です。
We are currently preparing to take Virgilia, Ronoe, and Gap into custody as well.
シエスタ姉妹この得体が捜索に当たっています。
Chiester Sisters Imperial Guards are conducting that investigation.
無論、その後にベアトリーチェに関わった3人についても拘束、処
You
刑
guys
し
are
ます。
awful.
Of course, after that is done, we will detain and execute the 3 Chiester sisters who are also connected to Beatrice.
ドラノールシエスタ姉妹の正体は
Lanor, what is the true nature of the Chiester sisters?
高い確率で犯行に用いた凶器がより代ではないか
Interesting.
推定されます。
Yeah, we were...
So not the bunny statues.
Yeah, it's interesting that they're not related to the bunny statues at all. Then. Because I
We
assumed.
believe there's a high likely. Go ahead.
First off, that's me. Second off.
Oh yeah, you're right. You're right.
I thought that it was like a dual thing where they had one vessel and then kind of moved to another. But we believe there's a high likelihood that their vessels are weapons used in the crimes.
ガートルード上級補佐官が専従チームを結成。
My senior aide Gertrude has formed a dedicated
全
team.
件を調査中です。
We are currently investigating their individual cases.
Yeah, that one was like lampshaded pretty heavily too, like because there was a busted bunny statue, like one of the Chester sisters is dead, etc.
Yeah, like I assumed that either they had those vessels and you could have two vessels at once, or they hopped vessels. Which, they may have hopped vessels.
シエスタ姉妹の処刑も楽しみです。一人ずつ
I'm looking forward to the Chester sisters' execution too, one at a
ま
time,
とめて一度に
or all of them at once.
茶葉の缶を中身全部ポットに
Maybe
入
the
れる
bunny
バカはいない
figurines
わ。
were shoved up the victims' noses really, really hard.
But also Chester Winchester.
Yeah. No one's stupid enough to empty the entire can of tea leaves into the pot at once.
一さじずつゆっくり味わわなくちゃ。
You've got to enjoy it slowly, one spoonful at a time.
まったくです。処刑は連日行いましょう。
Exactly. Let's hold their executions on consecutive
彼
days.
たちに魔女たちに
One for each witch and a
一人
and
ず
piece of
つ
furniture.
連日の処刑賞を必ずやお届けします。
Rip Chester 556, your GF misses you.
Yeah.
I'll present you with a new execution show every day.
素敵じゃない。何しろずいぶんの人数がいるからね。
Wonderful. After all, there really are a lot of them.
2週間くらいはたっぷり楽しめそうじゃない？
Looks like we'll be able to enjoy ourselves for a full 2 weeks.
誰から処刑するか、その順序を彼らに決めさせるとか。
Maybe we can let them decide among themselves which of them to execute first.
処刑概念についても最高の提案をするように。
That's O'Neill during that scene when Rosa smashes that bunny against the wall. Yeah. Make sure you think up something great for the execution
古
concepts.
今東西のあらゆる処刑を毎日楽しみたいわ。
God damn. I'd like to enjoy executions both old and new from east and west every day.
処刑は大法院規定の方法でと規則があります。
Rules state that the method of execution is to follow Great Court regulations.
お任せを我が主。必ずや魅力的な処刑賞を準備いたします。
Leave it to me, my master. I will most certainly prepare you a fascinating execution show.
最低でも四つ咲き刑くらいにはなさいよ。
I expect quartering at the very least.
無論です。ヨーロッパ各国からアジア各国まで。
Of course, I shall make a list of the highest forms of execution from countries across the world from Europe to Asia.
東西のあらゆる王国が採用した国王への反逆罪にのみ適用される各国最高の処刑を列挙してご覧に入れます。
Which were used by kingdoms east and west for nothing less than treason against the king.
私からも処刑方法を提案したいわ。それに悩むことは寝苦しい夜の最高の清涼剤だから。
Fucking hell, you are an awful, awful individual.
Yeah, I'd like to propose an execution method myself. Pondering that will be the perfect way to relax on those sleepless nights.
アイデアを練って今度手紙で送るわ。
I'll come up with an idea and send you a letter soon.
かしこまりました。ではベルンカステル式はその最後のフィナーレに。
Certainly, my master. Then we'll use the Berg-Castell style execution for the grand finale.
すべての幻想を打ち破り、ベアとの魔法大帝を完全に打破した最後の最後にて。
At the very, very end, when all of the illusions have been broken and Beato's system of magic has been completely
ベア
crushed,
トリーチェの処刑にて我が主の望まれる最高の処刑を
I shall present you with the finest execution you desire at the execution of Beatrice.
ありがとうエリカ。あなたのおかげで私は病の辛さを当分の間忘れることができそうだわ。
Thank you, Erica. Thanks to you, it seems I'll be able to forget the pain of my illness for a little while.
あなたは最高だわ。私の駒、私の分身、そして私の可愛い娘。
Yeah. You're just perfect, my piece, my double, and my precious daughter.
Ugh.
Yeah. Gross.
もったいないお言葉です我が主
Your words are too good for me, my master. Mom. I'm just gonna sub in, like, my master with mom now.
エリカ、あなたに栄誉と褒美を与えるわ。ベアトの最大の象徴であるあの大広間の肖像が。
Erica, I will give you honor and a reward. Beato's greatest symbol, the portrait in the reception hall.
あれを外して叩き割り、その薪にてケーキを焼いて食べなさい。
Still making her do all the work to, like, actually make the fucking cake and reward. That's
Yeah.
fucked up. Take it down, smash it to make firewood, and bake a cake over that fire and
そ
eat
して
it.
残った額縁にあなたの肖像画を
There
飾
we
れ
go.
ることを許すわ。
Then you have my permission to put your own portrait up in the empty frame. Fucking alright then.
ありがとうございます
With a fucked up chair even, god damn.
Yeah, the chair's torn and fucked up. You've got dead trees in the background.
There's a portrait in the background of the portrait. Or like there's a landscape in the background of the portrait rather.
Yeah, there's like there's a person right here on like the right hand side. Or something that looks
Yeah.
like a figure to me.
I can see that. Thank you very much.
最高の栄誉です
It is the greatest of honors. Are you sure?
ベ
You
ア
can't
トリ
think of
ーチェ
anything
の名
better than
前
that?
と痕跡のすべての抹殺、抹消。
You will eradicate and erase Beatrice's name and all traces of her.
それがすべて終わるまでの間、あなたにこの閉じられた六軒島の主となることを命じるわ。
Until that is all finished, I order you to become the master of this sealed off Rokenjima.
奇跡の魔女、ベルンカステルの名において、その日まで、あなたに魔女の位を与えることを宣言するわ。
Oh, that's gonna be a mistake.
Yeah. By the name of the Witch of Miracles, Berncastel, I hereby grant you the rank of witch until that day
これ
arrives.
よりあなたは、真実の魔女、エリカを名乗りなさい。
From now on, you will call yourself Erika, Witch of Truth.
真実のありがとうございます我が主
Witch of Truth. Thank you very much, Mom.
この栄誉に恥じぬ一層の働きを誓います
I vow to work even harder so that this honor is not wasted.
Even though she was nothing more than a piece, she was being granted the honor of calling herself a witch like her master, if only for a brief stretch of time. Erica was so moved at having her hard work acknowledged in this greatest form that she trembled.
ドラノールは引き続きエリカを補佐し、
Glenn, or continue to aid Erika
その進捗を私に報告しなさい。
and report on her progress to me.
良いです。
As you wish.
ところで、ラムダはどこ？
By the way, where's Lambda?
あちらにおられます。
He is over there. From the guest seating on the second floor, she pointed downwards. Lambda could have been beneath Battler, who could be seen beneath Battler, who hung there dead, run through by the Red's longsword. You should have incinerated his body.
Yeah. Ushiro
面白い
Miyabata.
男だったわ。
You were an interesting guy.
そしてもっと面白くなれたかもしれないのに。残念ね。
You could have been so much more interesting. Such a shame.
見事な死に様じゃない。
I think it was a wonderful way to
エ
die.
リカ、このバトラの亡骸は屋敷の大広間に飾るといいわ。
Erica, you can hang Battler's corpse in the mansion's reception hall.
Fucking hell, just putting him up like a fucking, like, actual taxidermy trophy.
次に私がこのかけらに訪れるときは、私をその前で迎えなさい。
The next time I come to visit this fragment, welcome me in front of it.
かしこまりました。我が主、愚かなる男の姿を永遠に主の勝利の記念碑といたします。
Certainly, Mom, I'll make that foolish man an eternal monument to your victory.
それは素敵ね。洒落てるわ。
That sounds wonderful, super stylish.
漆喰で塗り固めて
For a
美しい
certain
純
definition
白
of
の
style.
石像にするといい。
Maybe you can coat him with plaster and make a beautiful white statue.
可愛らしくデコなんかもしてくれちゃったら最高ね。
And it'd be even better if you decorated him all cute.
はい、ラムダデルタ卿。
Yes, Lady Lambda
ご期
Delta,
待に
Other
添える
Mom.
よう努力します。
I will strive to answer your expectations.
おめでとう、魔女就任。一時的なもの
That's
であ
on
れ
your witch promotion.
私はあなたを友人として迎えるわ。
Even though it's only temporary, I welcome you as a friend.
Erica was so overcome with emotion that tears came to her eyes. There's no greater pleasure exists for a piece than having its efforts acknowledged by its master.
最後にはベアとも剥製にしてやりたいわ。そして大広間に高々と飾ってやるの。
In the end, I'd like to have Beato stuffed too, and then I'll have her displayed on high in the reception hall.
白樺ご飯
Like Shirakaba,
人間狩りの伯爵よ。
the human hunting count. Who the
私
fuck?
魔女じゃなかった頃にあれを読んで
Can you like pull up the grimoire for that one?
Yep. Tips, I believe.
Tips, probably.
Grimoire. Lake and Count.
Onmoraki no Kisu, an award-winning 2003 novel by Kyogoku Natsuhiko. The human hunting count is a reference to Galaxy Express 999. I have no idea what that is. But fair, I guess.
You could have given us both things.
I just remembered the fucking, like, the Jack Bauer thing. That,
Yeah.
like, I think it was Quinn explained it to us. Maybe it was Bedwards. Someone did.
Manga series by Leiji Matsumoto, later adapted into a number of anime films and television series. It is set in a spacefaring, high-tech future in which humans have learned how to transfer their minds and emotions with perfect fidelity into mechanical bodies, thus achieving practical immortality.
Oh, I've seen some stuff with that idea. Interesting. Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, so original run is 1978 to 81.
God damn, that's old.
That's a long time back.
永遠の命を得た人間ってどうしてここまで残忍になれるんだろうって。
You know, I read that back when I wasn't a witch. I wondered, how can humans who attain eternal life become so cruel? I mean...
Oof. You found out the rough way.
不思議に思ったことがあるわ。あの時の私は
I used to live in the same area Reiji Matsumoto was from. some of the trains on the home line got decorated with Galaxy Express 999 themes. That's pretty fucking sick.
Yeah, that is real sick. I'm glad. I'm honestly glad when areas that famous creators are from, celebrate that when they release some good ass shit.
Oh god, it's like my hometown better fucking not. If I ever actually make something influential, they better fucking not.
Claim you're from somewhere else.
I don't think I'll ever tell anyone I'll ever reveal where I was born or grew up.
That's fair.
And that's really easy because even if you go through the backlog of everything that I talk about, of everything, you will still find that I never actually mentioned it, and that the how I moved and where I've lived in the past fucking 30 years. It's real weird.
Yeah. But when it's not, a shitty ass situation, I love when areas do that.
No, it's not it's not shitty. I just don't like it.
Okay, fair enough.
I just hate it. I just don't like it personally. I miss the forest around my previous place, but that's it.
Okay, fair.
It's I talked about it before, but I lived in Texas before I lived here in New Mexico.
Yeah.
And we would get bleed off from the hurricanes that hit the coast every year, and those bleed off storms would absolutely just piss water all over the entire state for days or weeks on end. And if you know anything about me, you know that I love storms.
Yeah.
I'm into that shit. I always found that strange. At the time, I honestly couldn't relate.
魔女になって1000年を生きてよくわかるわ。あれの筆者は本当の意味で私たちの残酷さをよく理解していたのよ。
After becoming a witch and living 1,000 years, I fully understand it. That writer could understand our cruelty really well in the truest sense.
次はどこへ行く？どうせ旅立ちはお互い背中を向けてでしょ？
Where to next? I guess we'll go off in opposite directions like always.
あなたに退屈をしたくないからよ。
Only because I don't want to bore you.
Get a room. I know you did earlier, but get a room.
Get another one, yeah.
ありがとう、ベル。
Thanks, Bird.
でも私はきっと100を数えたらまたあなたを探し始めるわよ。
But you can be sure that I'll count to 100 and then start searching for you again. That's
退
terrifying.
屈
Don't
さ
do
せ
that.
ない子ね。だから好きよ。愛してるわ。
You never let me get bored, do you? That's why I like you, love you.
またどこかで会いましょう。
Flirting with myself now. Actually, not that different from my usual shit. I'm always like this. What are you talking about? Let's meet again somewhere.
もっとも100年先か1000年先か未来永劫再会しないか
Of
もわ
course,
から
that
ない
might be 100 or 1,000 years from now, or never again for all eternity.
大丈夫よ。
I just had the random thought. This is
痩せないわ。
my Demon Lords would eat these girls for breakfast.
Oh, absolutely.
Probably, literally.
They are not the strongest in, a cosmic sense. They are big fish in small ponds.
Yeah. At least I'm pretty sure. Hold on, I gotta check my appointment schedule. Was my first, my second physical therapy appointment is it's so fat. It's in 6 hours.
Oh, lovely. But yeah, we are I have been keeping track. We are literally almost done.
Yeah. Alright. It'll work out. The Sea of Fragments is tiny to a pair who love each other. The third man?
天井桟敷だってば。
No, Children of Paradise, of course.
あの星空のよう
I
に
just
輝
rolled.
く
No,
無
I
数の
hadn't
かけら
finished rolling the cigarette. I was about to fucking
一つ砕くたびに一晩
lose
の
my
退
shit,
屈な
dude.
毒から解放されると分か
Like, I
る
thought I dropped like a lit cigarette on the
お
floor or
前だって
something.
星の数を数えてみたくなる
If each time you smashed one of those countless fragments that glitter like a starry night, you could escape the poison of just a single evening's worth of boredom. Ugh. Because even you would want to count the stars in the night sky. There we go, fuck.
うまいうまい。
That felt like a run-on sentence. Why did that feel like a run-on sentence? It had proper...
Yeah, if each time you smashed one of those countless fragments that glitter like a starry night, you would escape the poison of just a single evening's worth of boredom. Even you would want to count the stars in the sky.
Yeah, for some reason, it's like when I was reading it, it felt like a run-on sentence, but I don't know.
Weird.
Just fucked up when I read it, I guess. Just mentally didn't, like, get it proper. Ooh, not bad.
The witches known as Voyagers travel across the countless glittering futures of possibility, and gobble them up trying to escape their illness called boredom for as long as they can. The tiny, tiny fragment
Fucking
created
skill
by the
issue.
human known as Beatrice had now been gobbled up by the two witches. And had lost its glitter. The two who had earlier called themselves rivals in front of Beato now stopped that charade and laughed together playfully.
エリカ、新しきこのかけらの支配、あなたが真実を紡ぎ、この世界の終焉までの物語を描きなさい。
Erika, the new ruler of this fragment, weave the truth and create the tale that leads up to this world's demise.
次は第6のゲームだっけ
The next was the sixth game, right?
はい、第6のゲームです。
Yes, it is the sixth game.
エピソード6はなんてタイトルにするか、もはやこの物語の紡ぎ手でありマスターであるのはあなたなの
Oh,
です。
you're
Decide the
putting
title for episode 6. Do what?
you're putting her in charge. Oh, you are
Yeah.
going to regret this decision.
Yeah, absolutely. Decide the title for episode 6 yourself. After all, you're already the spinner of this tale, as well as its master.
ありがとうございます。実はもう決めてあります。
Thanks, Mom. You want to see my homework? Thank you very much. Actually, I've already decided on one.
あら、もうなの
Oh, already?
なら聞かせてちょうだい。
Then let me hear it.
なんてタイトルなの
What's the title?
はい、エピソード6。本当はじらしたいんですが、
Oh my fucking
お
god,
教え
just
しま
spit
す。
it out. I'm gonna punch you in the throat. It is episode 6. Actually, I'd like to tease you a bit, but I'll tell you.
何よ、もったいぶらずに教えなさいよ。新米魔女のくせに先輩じらすとかってありえないわ。
Come on, stop being a smartass and tell us. A newbie witch like you should be teasing your seniors.
エピソード6、チェックメイト・オブ・ザ・ゴールデン・ウィッチ。
Episode 6, Checkmate of the Golden Witch.
And there we go, folks. This is where we'll be ending off stream. We actually went for longer than I anticipated we would.
Yeah, that was a good like 30 minutes longer than I expected. But it's fine. I'll just do my exercises like, you know, a little bit late. It's fine.
Yeah.
I do have to like go to the bathroom. So we're gonna end the stream here.
Yeah, absolutely. So, thank you very much for joining us. I think that'll save that we have the question mark. Yeah, it will.
Okay, yeah. Even if it doesn't, like, you can just check before the stream. on Thursday and then just rapidly fucking like break your mouse to click through, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I can speed through it if we need be. But yeah, alright, so question marks, and then if we have time, though actually, be prepared for Weeb Wednesday, first off.
Oh yeah. Yeah, what the fuck are we watching this week? Where did we leave off?
Fuck if I know, friend. I am going to have to look at the previous episode.
I'm gonna scroll back through Discord instead. I know it's Sakamoto Days and Dawn to Dawn.
Yeah, I just don't remember which episodes it was.
Yeah. Fucking...
Because, yeah, it's been a couple of weeks.
I scrolled past it, I think.
But yes, we will be watching those. And then Thursday, question marks, and then if we have time, we'll start episode 6. But we'll see, because this is a long question mark.
Yeah, we'll see. Hopefully we do, but, you know, we'll get there.
All right.
One day.
So,
eventually.
We will see you guys next time.
Alright, I'm gonna hit the button now. Later.